Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, even if you do not want to name her.
He does.
But never mind.
So I think we have to look at the full numbers because Ashok Gehlot has burnt some bridges in the course of this
let's look at a comparison.
That is the interesting part of this story. He did exactly, he would not change candidates. He ran it his way. So if he does badly, if he has a respectable loss or even a close hung result, but supposing he does badly, then Sachin will become LOP. Otherwise, Gehlot has
all right, and let's look at the comparison. The Congress party crashing from 35 to 16, BJP going up from 10 to 40 in this region. So the Gujars really not the stronghold for the Congress here, despite Sachin Pilot being there, and maybe because Sachin wasn't treated the way he should have been, they're suffering these losses. So after Dhundar, let's take a look at the next region, which is really Shekhawati region, which is coming up next, and Shekhawati 21 seats, 12 to 14. Here, this is the only region where the Congress has an edge. Congress 12 to 14, BJP 5 to 7. Others have 1 to 3. And this is where the BJP.
Stronghold of the Congress. They have traditionally done well here. It has substantial amount of Jats, minorities and SCs. So this is actually not a surprise.
And this was the area where the farmer protests
Absolutely. You are expecting farmer protest impact, Agniveer protest impact, both in this area.
Both in this area. Ashutosh, what does that mean?
Shekhawati also saw a lot of violent incidents that took place on the day of the polling. So a large Jat population was over here. It is on the eastern periphery of Rajasthan.
And this is Ashok Gehlot's stronghold area?
Marwar
He is from Marwar, but this is the Congress stronghold.
Jat
Congress stronghold. Jat Congress stronghold.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically you have, if you look...
There's also a CPM guy here. There's one CPM guy here.
Final numbers are here. I'm not reading anything. But yes, as of now, BJP is leading. There is no doubt about it.
But I want to go back to Dhundar
BJP has is much ahead than the Congress.
But Ashutosh ji, if we can just play out what the Prime Minister had said. You know, there was all that, a lot of people were taken aback, if you remember 2 weeks ago, कि अचानक से Rajesh Pilot, why has he been resurrected?
He was playing to a plan, a strategy, but we can't play out anything but numbers right now. So let's go straight back to the number. We've done 3 regions, that is Hatauti, Dhundar and Shekhawati. These are the 3 regions that we've already had on the number. And the comparison of the Shekhawati region. Congress falls, but not that markedly. So 15 to 13, BJP 4 to 6, others stay at 2, and that is the stack for Shekhawati. Let's get reactions from around the panel. Sanjay Jha, how do you look at these numbers? BJP, at least in the 3 regions we've seen so far, way ahead of the Congress party. We're still getting numbers from the other 3 regions, but for now, what do you think about Rajasthan, the way it's stacking up?
Well, Navika, if these numbers hold, there are 2 clear messages. That number 1, a delayed settlement of the very public feud between Mr. Pilot and Mr. Gehlot has harmed the Congress, because although the welfare schemes of Mr. Gehlot have been popular, they really have been damaged to a great extent electorally because of the perception that Sachin was humiliated by Mr. Gehlot. And possibly that has, actually made many of the constituencies that have supported Sachin for a long time and actually gave the Congress 100 seats in 2018 have probably not backed that entire status. The second point is that Vasundhara Raje's, muted comeback hasn't really damaged the BJP as much. A lot of people have been speculating that Vasundhara Raje being sidelined will result in a major disruption of BJP support. But clearly, although she may not be the face of the BJP, she continues to be a formidable heavyweight.
Well, welcome to the panel, Dr. Anand Ranganathan and Smita Prakash, editor ANI. But Dr. Anand Ranganathan, BJP advantage Rajasthan, Congress trailing in the 3 regions that we've seen so far, 2 more regions still to come up. What are you looking at in Rajasthan? The messages so far. Vasundhara Raje, Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot. What are the messages coming out for them?
Sachin Pilot, welcome to BJP. No, but a couple of things, Navika. Number 1, I think
one needs to really, one can be a treadmill journalist and say that, look, I've been out and about and everything. Ultimately, what matters is data. And the data tells you that Rajasthan, Tehseen is sitting next to me, he will verify it, has the highest unemployment in the country, 27%.
Second highest. Haryana's highest.
Okay, right. So 27%?
Yeah, but Haryana's highest.
Right, okay.
The national average is 3.3.
It's 7%.
7.
Something percent. 27%. You look at the crime against women, 6,000 rapes out of 30,000 rapes all over India in Rajasthan. You look at the farmers' protest. Farmers have been lathi charged in Rajasthan after. You look at so many other things. So when you have the Congress claims that it is going to lead the nation forward, and it can't even do that in Rajasthan, the people have seen through it.
People have seen through it. Is this so much of analysis of Smita Prakash? Should we just simplify it? एक बार कांग्रेस, एक बार बीजेपी, एक बार कांग्रेस, एक बार बीजेपी. ये इतने analysis बता रहे हैं.
Or also, I take objection to treadmill journalists.
Yeah, just beat him up for that one. What do you mean by treadmill journalist? What about armchair scientist?
Good one, yes. No, but compliment taken. So no, I think the reporters have been doing a tremendous job because it's such a complicated election, especially in Rajasthan. I mean, considering that they've been voting alternate chief ministers for over 3 decades, and Rajasthanis have not known anybody other than Vasundhara or Gehlot. And then the factor of sulking Sachin Pilot, kabhi idhar, kabhi haan, kabhi na, kabhi khushi, kabhi gum. One never knew.
Mostly gum. Very little khushi.
Yeah, and then Vasundhara not campaigning, and then coming again and campaigning. So it's been a complicated. And then Prime Minister Modi going and campaigning wholeheartedly out there. And then you have that panoti word used, which is out there. And then there was the Murkho Ka Sardar. There were all these kind of things which are happening, and Rajasthan was becoming more and more volatile. But apparently, they are going to be doing the same thing all over again, it seems, which is after Gehlot, bring in again Vasundhara. So it's going to be that same alternate arrangement which has worked. Yeah, it seems like that. I don't think there is a problem.
Well, I don't know. You're putting your last buck on it, but would you put your buck on if the BJP wins, who will they make chief minister?
पहले कुछ तो खाना वाना तो बन जाए ना.
अच्छा, अभी you are saying 3 region आए हैं.
मैंने consistently saying for the last 3 months that in Rajasthan the BJP is ahead. BJP had an edge. BJP has an edge. राजस्थान में जैसा भी आपने कहा ना कि वो क्या राजस्थान में लोग कहते हैं रोटी पलटती है. मतलब 5 साल काम कर लिया, अब रोटी पलटने का वक्त आ गया है. अगर वो फैक्टर काम कर रहा है, see the important thing is how many seats Congress is getting despite losing the state. If they are getting 80 seats, then the credit goes to Ashok Gehlot. If the Congress is getting less than 50 seats, then obviously Ashok Gehlot has to be blamed for the all kinds of politics, feudalism, the feud which happened there. Because Rajasthan was one state where the BJP was totally in disarray in the last 5 years, and Chhattisgarh also. They did not know whom to project, whom not to project. Okay. There were too many BJP presidents, and there were too many projections. So whether to promote Vasundhara Raje Scindia or not promote.
Okay, Pratyush Kant, is that really been the problem for the BJP, that too many, uncertainties in the BJP? Otherwise, the margin may have been bigger. Is that something that the BJP will actually recognize?
There was no uncertainty at all. We had a very clear game plan in Rajasthan. We knew that we'll take our report card there, what the Modi government has done in Rajasthan, and what was being done. 1 lakh rape cases, 21% of crime against women in the whole country is happening in Rajasthan. Lal Diary, scam after scam, 14 paper leaks, thousands of youth losing their job, 5 to 15 lakh rupees they had to pay. Women, youth, farmers, you name a class in Rajasthan is not affected. This is a vote for change.
This is
People
the
are
vote for
tired.
change.
You know,
Vote for
And you'll be surprised by the big margin they're going to throw.
One undercurrent, even though Ashok Gehlot spoke about undercurrent.
One minute.
No, you know, we spoke of Dhundar. I just want to put some things in context for our viewer. One thing that a lot of people missed out on in Rajasthan is that in this state, over the last 5 years, you've had some of the most heinous incidents of communal violence. Dhundar we are looking at only as the Gujar vote and what happened to Sachin Pilot, etc. But it's also the place where the Karoli riots took place. Remember, it's the area where a man called Matloob was seen leading an entire mob that was burning things down. You know, it was shutting down shops. That man Matloob hasn't been arrested till date. It's been 2 years. The geography of this area, I just want to tell our viewers, since we are going region-wise, what we have brought to you so far is here. This actually is Dhundar, which is the Jaipur region. Here you will see Jaipur, you will see Tonk, you will see Dausa, there are Gujars here. Here you will see Hadoti, here is at the border. This over here is the area of Shekhawati. No, this is Shekhawati. This is Shekhawati. Your Mewar is over here.
Mewat.
Mewat,
Muslim
exactly.
majority bordering provinces of
Exactly.
Haryana.
Again,
Mewat.
you know, one of the people I was speaking to.
I was referring to Mewat.
Mewat, exactly. So Mewat over here in the Shekhawati region
Right.
is also the area, if you remember, couple of months ago, where a temple in Haryana, in Nu, where people were going to worship. Where did those worshippers come from? They came from Rajasthan, most of them women.
And they were stole painting.
They were coming for
stole
Kalash
painting
Yatra.
in that area.
So there
and
has been major
communal.
polarization in this area. And finally, the other two regions, which at 6 we will go to, are the big regions of Marwar, which is this area. It is the largest. Maru, which is death place,
Right.
it's dry. Big desert area, Marwar, where Ashok Gehlot belongs. And Mewar, right over here, which is
I'll
the
just come
Royal
across
Mewar
and
area.
give a very simplistic cephalogical electoral history for our viewers to understand. Okay, you do, for the viewers it's very simple, okay. You draw a line from Rajasthan, okay, a sort of diagonal going from the southwest to the northeast, okay. Now, everything that lies on this side of the diagonal, the right-hand side of the diagonal, is traditionally a BJP or a Jansangh area. So be it Hadoti, be it Mewat, or pockets of Mewat, large swaths of Dhundar. Shekhawati is the border. It's along the diagonal.
But that's where the problem is. Right?
Correct. And now from the diagonal, absolutely, to Marwar, which is actually till the Vasundhara election of 2003, Marwar was a pakka Congress stronghold. So you have Marwar on this side, and large swaths, the entire desert is Marwar. Okay. And then here you have Mewat, where again you used to have pockets of Congress influence, which are the tribal areas of Mewat, right? And the urban areas of Mewat, which were largely BJP strongholds.
And this will also help you understand what the breakup of the seats are.
Yeah.
Because when we go into numbers, you also need to understand why is Marwar important. This is a Congress stronghold and gives the biggest chunk of seats, 61. It's dry, it's deserted, it's got areas like Bikaner, Ganganagar, all of these are over here. But electorally, it is very rich. It yields a rich harvest of
And again,
61
here,
seats.
I'll draw the viewers into a cephalogical history. Because this region was huge and a Congress stronghold, till Pramod Mahajan in 2003 did not make his Formula 56. He actually crafted a special strategy to crack down on those 56
ओरिजिनल
seats.
56 वहां से आया था, 56 और 56 इंच.
बिल्कुल तो वो उन्होंने फॉर्मूला बनाया कि there's some 56 seats in Rajasthan we've never won, the Jansangh has never won, and he made a formula. They won 28 of those 56. A major component was from Marwar. That's when the BJP actually started crossing the halfway mark in Rajasthan. Otherwise, the previous governments of the BJP in Rajasthan were both governments formed with support of the Janata Dal or other factions.
So here the calculation is very simple, that Marwar traditionally goes towards the Congress, which is the second largest. Dhundar, 58 over here, which is the Jaipur, the Gujar region is 58. So you talk about Gujar pride, you talk about the sidelining of Sachin Pilot. Is it also true, Ashutosh ji, that most people have wondered whether Sachin Pilot himself was not all there in the course of campaigning, that he was half-hearted?
Tehseen, please tell us.
No,
Was such...
In fact, I'm sharing this. I called him up one day and said he's all over the media. He gave interviews to everybody, including your colleagues.
So interview से
No,
तो
he was
election नहीं
everywhere.
जीते जाते
No,
भैया.
not just that.
I'd love to.
campaigning.
I would love to make myself believe that interviews win you elections, and
just that.
it's a great badge of honor for any journalist that his or her interview has made somebody win the election.
I
पर
think-
ऐसा होता नहीं है. We are all realistic.
No, the question was he was not anywhere. I said he was everywhere, including the media. I think you got it wrong. So he was everywhere. I think he led a very spirited fight back. But I agree
Okay,
with
how
what
many
Ashutosh
people?
said.
How many
But I
people
agree
on
with
the
what
panel agree with this?
I didn't
How
say
many?
anything.
No, I agree with you that if it cross 80, Ashok Gehlot gets credit.
No,
But if they
forget
go
the
below
credit.
80,
He has.
see.
Was Sachin Pilot all there or not, or had the
Forget
party
about-
edged him to the corner?
Forget about whether Sachin Pilot was there or not. Politics is all about perception. Politics is not about reality on the ground. The perception was Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, they fought like cats and dogs, and that was the undoing of the Congress in Rajasthan. Period.
But there are also reports, Sabha, that in the election meeting within the Congress party, when tickets were being distributed, in fact, Sachin Pilot got off and went away because Ashok Gehlot was making his word matter. There was one meeting even in which Rahul Gandhi was very upset. All of those reports. So, obviously.
So I think Sachin mended fences with the High Command, which is Priyanka and Rahul. He has mended that. What is interesting in the dynamics is Ashok Gehlot spoiled his fences with the High Command. But of course, if he does well, then it's a different matter. You live with success. But Sachin has mended his, so he did go out and campaign. I don't think he tried to sabotage. But by the time the Prime Minister reached there and made this remark about Rajesh Pilot, it was abundantly clear in that part of Rajasthan that the Gujars were saying things like "Tonk ke lava." हर जगह हम भाजपा को वोट दे रहे हैं. Now I would wait to see the rest of the areas because Gujars are also the kind of community against whom there can be counter-polarization.
You know, and here's the thing. Okay.
One thing, I think from where these news were coming out. So the fact that the stories were leaked out itself shows there's something wrong with
Sir, there were hardly any leak. Ashok Gehlot came out and called him a gaddar. This was not a leak. He gave an interview on TV and said, "वो gaddar है."
Not only that, he even came out. He even put an NSA against his own Sachin's own people. I mean, there wasn't much that was kept away. But let me just. I know, Anand.
Punjabi की वजह से.
नहीं, पंजाबी तो ठीक है. I'll just tell you the two biggest regions of Rajasthan still remain to be counted.
Yeah. So
Are we jumping and making our kheer or our biryani just too fast? Because Marwar and Mewar have between them 100 seats. Can that change the outlook for Rajasthan? That's the big question. We need to take a short break, but before the break, as always, I will have to indulge you. 30 seconds.
Thank you. I wanted to say, you see, when we're talking about infighting, let's not get away from the development and the performance of the government itself, because infighting, if you remember the Karnataka election, there was more projection of infighting between DK and Siddaramaiah. What happened after that? So infighting can only go so far. The real thing is incumbency and anti-incumbency.
But I beg to differ. At no point did Siddaramaiah abuse DK Shivakumar in public. If anything, at rallies they were seen playing the drums together.
Actually, they remain quiet. They remain quiet. The camps were very much there, and DK Shivakumar did put in his hat in the ring for the chief ministerial post.
Information here, the Congress came out with a plan that there should be joint rallies and so and so thing. Ashok Gehlot said no. I mean, all of this happened.
And
Only when
remember
Rahul
those
went,
pictures of DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah together. Well, we'll debate that because Karnataka is not Rajasthan, and Rajasthan is not Telangana. So what's going to happen and how things are going to stack up? 100 seats yet to be counted in Rajasthan. We'll take a short break. On the other side, Marwar region and Mewar region of Rajasthan coming up. Don't go anywhere. Just get your chai ka cup because Chai Pe Charcha will carry on after this short break.
journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से कर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Mamita Vadva. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से
कर गई. She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में. राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है.
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back and Rajasthan are the numbers. Numbers of Rajasthan is what we are discussing. The regions that we've already discussed, Shekhawati, Dhundhar and Hadoti. We'll do a quick ready reckoner of the numbers. 3 to 5 to the Congress, 11 to 15 in the Hadoti region. Next region, and this is the comparison with the last elections. Next region is Dhundhar. In Dhundhar, 14 to 18 to the Congress party, 38 to 42 to the BJP. Others get 1 to 3. That is the Dhundhar region. And let's look at the Shekhawati region. Shekhawati region is where the Congress has a lead, 12 to 14, 5 to 7 for the BJP. 1 to 3 to the others, and that's where things are stacked up in Rajasthan. And joining us this evening, top of 6 o'clock this evening in our studios, Jem Rog, psephologist, Anand Ranganathan, political analyst and scientist, I don't know, data scientist, regular scientist, we'll have to figure that one out. Tehseen Poonawala, mera only dost in Congress party, Tehseen Poonawala in the studios with us.
Good answer.
Loyal friend, इसलिए हम दोनों की कश्ती गर्दिश में है, लेकिन स्मिता प्रकाश editor, ANI, Ashutosh, old friends, senior journalist, journalist turned politician, politician turned back to journalist. Sabha Naqvi, again, very, very old friend and senior journalist with us. Also joining us live are Pratyush Khan, national spokesperson of the BJP, Maluk Nagar, member of parliament of the BSP, joining us on this Rajasthan projections that we are doing in the exit polls. And let's go to the biggest region in Rajasthan, Marwar region. And what are the numbers coming up on your screen? Marwar, 60 seats, 18 to 20 going to the Congress party, 29 to 33 going to the BJP, 9 to 11 others. Now that's...
Navika, this is the story. यहाँ पे story क्या है? Let's break down the story. First, कांग्रेस का थोड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है तो इतनी पिट नहीं रही है. इट इज हैविंग सम रेजिस्टेंस, इट्स हैविंग अ फ्लॉ ओवर हियर. सेकंड पार्ट, the BJP does have sizable rebels. One of their prominent ministers who was number 2.
ये किसके rebels हैं? कांग्रेस के BJP?
ये थोड़े rebels हैं और थोड़ा RLP जो जाटों की पार्टी, हनुमान बेनीवाल.
The only party which had one Lok Sabha seat in 2019 from Rajasthan.
Hanuman
the other 24 seats
ये
had
वो
gone.
दिखाई दे रहा है. That's coming up there.
Okay.
So you have Hanuman Beniwal and the Chandrasekhar Azad faction alliance and some rebels. Rebels में important rebel वसुंधरा सरकार में जो number 2 रहते थे, यूनुस खान, ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर, वो यहां से इंडिपेंडेंट खड़े हैं. सो देयर आर सम रिबेल्स, इंपॉर्टेंट रिबेल्स, आरएलपी अलायंस.
Okay, now break it down for me. Vasundhara rebels or other rebels?
I think these could be largely Vasundhara rebels.
Well, okay. There might be a story coming up there, but Rajasthan, this is the Marwar region. So we've done 4 regions, and let's look at the comparison. 2018 Congress had won 30 seats in this region. 19 this time is what it's projected to win. 23 seats had gone to the BJP last time around, 31 this time, 8 last time for the others, and 10 this time. Remember, last time the BJP was at 78, the Congress was at 99. So the BJP, even in opposition, had done very well.
Yeah.
This time, people are also going to look at, even if the Congress were to lose Rajasthan, how much is it going to lose by? And that will determine the stature of Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot. Opposition में भी चैन नहीं है. दोनों लीडर्स को और कांग्रेस पार्टी को. Well, that's the Marwar region.
Ashok Gehlot's region.
Let's take a look at Mewar region. Mewar region coming up on your screens. 43 seats in this region. 10 to 14 going to the Congress party. 26 to 30 going to the BJP. And well, all the 5 regions are there. 2 to 4. Let's show the comparison with last time. Go straight to the final numbers. 2018, 13 seats to the Congress, only losing 1 seat, 12 seats even now. 26 to the BJP, now 28. 4 to the others, now 3.
I'll qualify this a little bit. ये इतना कम difference क्यों है? Last time, though the BJP lost across Rajasthan, in Mewar, it was actually retaining its stronghold. In a sense, ये weak area times में उन्होंने seats retain की हैं. तो यहाँ पे it stopped the Congress last time, but nothing more. So it's actually sort of frozen. ये इन्होंने last time भी retain किया था.
Mewar, by the way, is also the area where Udaipur falls, the Udaipur assembly seats, and Udaipur famously, where the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal and the PFI processions took place.
Yeah.
Yogi Adityanath went and campaigned there extensively and told people कि अगर हमारे प्रदेश में कुछ होता तो हम उन लोगों को छोड़ते नहीं, हम इनके कभी ऐसा होने
bulldozer होता. And the Prime Minister touched upon this. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, touch upon this. This was a huge,
an interesting point. A complete faux pas by the Congress candidate in Udaipur, Mr. Gaurav Vallabh. He apparently ended up promising support to Madarsas. I mean, that whole video went viral. So that's one point.
And also reservations.
Chief ministers
to the state. So it's a bellwether kind of an area.
It's basically a Rajsi area.
Yeah,
it's a those Mewari Havelis. You have a very typical pagdi over there.
I love Rajasthan. Yeah. Everybody does. But that is the way numbers are stacked up. And Sharif, if you can just put the overall numbers, Rajasthan, Congress 56 to 72, BJP 108 to 128, others are 13 to 21. That is the way it's stacked up. Now 56 to 72. Would you say this is positive for Ashok Gehlot?
I think it's a disaster as far as Congress is concerned.
So and Congress mean number is 64. They're down from 100 to 64. Yeah. 73 BJP last time, now 118. That's the way the mean numbers go. Others 16 to 17 now. So BJP squarely winning Rajasthan.
I want to say something here. I think, let's not put too much emphasis on the infighting. Let's look at the governance as well. The anti-incumbency because of governance and many issues that Padmaja herself talked about. You can only talk about communalizing the issue, but the fact is who started it?
Paper leak?
When you have an incident, I mean, are you telling that people should not talk about that incident?
No, everybody should talk about everything. It's a free country and free speech is still allowed. But paper leaks also unemployment,
crime,
quota suicides, women rapes, crimes, all of these have played a part. Ashutosh.
I think Anand has been talking about the governance. If I ask him, what was the GDP, cumulative GDP for the last 5 years? Across 5 states, Rajasthan is the highest, 24%. And the yearly, 5.6%. So I think let's put facts in perspective. So if there was such a misgovernance, and in all 3 tenures, Ashok Gehlot has always been perceived to be a good chief minister. Though in 2013 he lost badly, only 21 seats.
Yes.
So I'm only saying is, if Congress is reaching to 72% 2 seats, that means there has been something for him, and the Congress fought well under him despite losing.
The last mile giving schemes, Sabha Naqvi, could that be the reason why they are 56 to 72, middle number 64?
Look, I mean, it's this election to say that Ashok Gehlot is still, when I look at, we must remember that Ashok Gehlot only won 100 seats.
Even last time around. He swallowed
and I want to finish, let me finish, I know it. Sachin Pilot was the state Congress president. He worked very hard. So that 100 seats included the Gujar. So this time when he decided that he's going to go rock star by himself, if this holds, then he has lost out one section of society for certain. And there are certain, the trends with the Jats have bailed him out because that's a problem they have with the center. That's one. So in one region he would have, Shekhawati, as you mentioned, he would have done well. But Ashok Gehlot, this is not a great result for him.
I want to float another theory.
No, before you go to that theory, I want to just go on the rebel factor because that's what made Ashok Gehlot's government last time around. And Maluk Nagar of the BSP. Maluk Nagar of the BSP with us. Maluk Nagar साहब, Ashok Gehlot जी की पिछली बार की सरकार बीएसपी को पूरा का पूरा निगलने के बाद बनी थी. अब ये जो रिजल्ट हैं, इससे क्या लग रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं खामियाजा भुगत रहे हैं या ये वही है 5 साल एक और 5 साल दूसरी पार्टी बनाती है सरकार?
देखिए, इस 5 साल एक 5 साल दूसरा वो समीकरण अब की बार चेंज हो सकता था, लेकिन मैं हमेशा कहता रहा दलित नाराज हैं कांग्रेस से. हमारी पार्टी के 6 विधायक चुरा के वो लेके गए और पिछड़े तमाम नाराज थे, जिनमें खास करके गुर्जर समाज, जो कोई 9% बताता है, कोई 8%, कोई 11%, कोई 12%. तो जितने भी गुर्जर थे वो पूरे नाराज थे कांग्रेस से, पिछड़ी जाति के और दूसरे पार्टी भी. तो ये तो राजस्थान का तो होना ही था और वही सर्वे में आया है और वही मैं 1 साल से लगातार कहता आया हूं. राजस्थान में कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता था कांग्रेस का.
Okay, I want to quickly show our viewers the vote share as well, because it is not just about the seats that have decreased. What is the vote share like? A quick look at the vote share this time around of each party. The BJP is at 41.88%. The Congress is close but not as close as last time, 38.98%, and 19.14% has been taken away by the other parties. You've got Chandrasekhar Azad's party, you've got Hanuman Beniwal's party. Are there any others? Bharatiya Adivasi Party, and you have of course got
you have BSP there as well. Pockets of Mewat, and you have powerful rebels. That's the breakup.
So this is all the others, and they have taken a substantial amount of votes, which is 19.14%. You want to?
No need for a cooperation, Kamal. Now, looking at the trends, so this others, whatever vote share they would have taken, whatever seats they have taken, will be pointless actually in the if there is a clear majority.
The actual translation into seats is very less over here. Yeah, it's just about 2 to 3 seats.
There's just one issue. If the vote share is going to be this close, then it can be a keener contest. It's just a disclaimer.
I just want to elaborate because you had the BSP spokesperson here about atrocities within Rajasthan under the state of Ashok Gehlot, which I have written about. There was one 3-time Congress MLA, his name is Giriraj Malinga, who famously beat up a Dalit engineer who cut off power for non-payments of dues. It was a cruel, brutal...
And he wasn't given a ticket and he joined the BJP.
No, he wasn't given. The thing is, this is where Gehlot and Rahul Gandhi's thing plays out. Rahul threatened to not campaign. If this guy Gehlot had dug in his heels about many people, he got his way. But on this, Rahul said, I will not campaign. Now I am told, after travelling there, that because the BJP then gave him the ticket, that the Dalit vote has shifted to the BSP. And the BSP might pull out this seat. It's interesting. It's an interesting sociological tale, because here we're talking about atrocities across any party.
But you know,
BJP has given him ticket.
But the Congress also
BJP gave him ticket, and interestingly, Ashok Gehlot eventually went and met his victim in hospital and said, "देखिए, ये दलितों पे अत्याचार किया, तो हमने टिकट नहीं दिया, BJP ने टिकट दे दिया." So he tried to reach out to the Dalits.
When we've seen these numbers stacked up on the board, we also must see what are the messages that are coming out of Rajasthan. So let's take a look at the takeaways. It's for the BJP, decisive gains in the Gujar vote. That is one thing that has come up. It has been to the loss of the Congress party, and you will agree with me, Tehseen Poonawalla, that that is something that would have damaged not just Mr. Gehlot, but also the Congress party. And this is where decision making will have to be done at the level of the High Command ahead of the 2024 elections. Decisive gains by the BJP. Anger over pilot betrayal hurts the Congress party, and that has been something that the Prime Minister spoke about. Yet, the Congress was not in a position to do anything. And the question that arises here is it because of the resources that the Congress High Command really couldn't do anything about this, Anand Ranganathan?
I think, let's be very honest about it. I keep harping back to the fact that Rajasthan, over the last 4 or 5 years, because until Karnataka came to the Congress's fold, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh were projected as a kind of model states that are going to be extrapolated to the rest of the country when Rahul gets a chance. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Congress gets a chance.
Okay, Congress.
Rahul is Congress, Congress is Rahul.
Yeah, but the Congress is a lot more. So that is how it is. The Congress does not project one person.
So
unlike the BJP, where 2.5 men
Oh,
run.
Congress does not project one person. Now, how many people are going to buy that argument? Are you buying that argument? Congress does not project one person.
No, I don't buy.
The ad that the Congress government put out the day before polling had pictures of Rahul Gandhi and Ashok Gehlot.
That's true.
That's it. No Mr. Kharge, no Mr. Pilot.
That's true, because Rahulji was the star campaigner.
What was Sachin Pilot?
Well, star campaigner. He's
Tehseen
only
has
a star
hijacked
of the
my
Congress party.
He's
only just the president of the party.
Tehseen is like Sachin Pilot. He's hijacked me as Gehlot, my time. So just give me, So when you're trying to project a state as a model state and extrapolate to the rest of the country, you have a few important plans and policies. Now, if you look at Chhattisgarh, even Rahul's flagship scheme of Nyay 2019 that he did not implement or promised to implement in India has been in a limited sense implemented in Chhattisgarh. Correct me if I'm wrong, but not in Rajasthan to the extent that one would like it to be. So you can see the progress that Congress has made in Chhattisgarh as far as Rahul's own policies are concerned. They are missing in Rajasthan.
They're not missing in Rajasthan because there is a Chiranjeevi Yojana, there is a there is too many the right to work.
Can I come to the GDP point?
Gig insurance.
I think this argument needs to be nuanced a little bit.
I'm only saying it. Let's not look only one side of the story. The Chiranjeevi Yojana in Rajasthan is heavily popular Yojana.
No,
there is a gigs.
But if these numbers,
it is a popular Yojana, very well said. But in the past, we've seen, Ashutosh, if there is the rock stars plan and scheme, then names get tweaked and changed accordingly, which didn't happen in Rajasthan. So let's leave it at that. Let's take a look at the other takeaways. And in the takeaways, the Raje decisive anger over pilot was there. BJP ahead in Raje's stronghold of Hadoti. That is also something that was noticed. Will that really determine the politics of Rajasthan for the BJP? We'll have to wait and watch. Also look at BJP. The kingmakers really come from Mewar. So who's going to be the kingmaker now? Pratyush Kant, let's take a guess at who the kingmaker. So, Shazia Ilmi joining the show. Shazia Ilmi, welcome. And what do you think of the Rajasthan results? It's only the exit poll projections. I'm just so excited and ahead of time. But Rajasthan squarely to the BJP. Congress paying the price of Sachin Pilot and the Gujjar vote going out of its hand. How do you see this? Will the scramble for the chief ministerial gaddi now begin?
Well, first things first, this was more or less predicted. We were heading that way. What we thought would be a simple majority and a clear win is becoming a big victory. As you can see, 4 out of 5 regions clearly falling in BJP lap, and clear dissatisfaction and anti-incumbency against the last government. And not just that, there are many other factors. Corruption, Lal Diary being a huge factor, and rising crimes against Rajasthan. And of course, when we have spoken less about paper leak than Sachin Pilot has. So a whole lot of those factors are there. And I was listening into some parts of the conversation. Yes,
exactly.
There are cars and there are I can't hear you.
Okay, yes, go on. Finish your point. Shazia Ilmi, come to the main point. If Vasundhara Raje has delivered,
Chief Minister kaun banega?
अरे इसकी क्यों आप लोग फिक्र कर रहे हैं? जिसको बनना है बन जाएगा और उसमें कोई
उसी की तो फिक्र है सबको, इसीलिए तो
शाजिया जी लोगों ने वोट चीफ मिनिस्टर चुनने के लिए दिए हैं, पार्टी के लिए वोट बाद में होता है, चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बनेगा इसके लिए वोट होता है।
जी बन जाएंगी। देखिए अब मैं Navika, do you know what happened with Manohar? Had anybody heard of Manohar Khattar, and could anybody imagine that he would be the CM of Haryana? Could you imagine Pushkar Dhami being such a successful CM of Uttarakhand?
That's an
could you imagine
injustice to the people of Haryana.
So the fact of the matter is,
Manohar Khattar was a nobody.
Let me finish.
Modi ji made a nobody. That's what a BJP.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Okay, let us stop heckling Tehseen Poonawalla. Just because you're losing Rajasthan, don't lose your balance.
Finish saying what I'm saying. So why there is
okay, please let her finish. Yes.
Right, actually, he was a nobody.
So is that the issue? Isn't the
Okay,
issue
let her
that-
finish, please. Then we want to come
so
to a
it's very
logical
clear that
point. Yes.
Rajasthan BJP is winning, and we'll know very soon who will be the CM. We don't have to worry about that. Neither will I speculate on that and waste my energy.
Your energy? Well, the state has.
Shazia, let's just focus down to the list of probables that we are hearing about. These are probables we are hearing about,
There's a time
Shazia.
lag, so I can't.
Okay, all right. Who are the probables?
There is a time lag.
Now, there are some probables we are hearing.
All I'm saying is
One is
that
Diya
first
Kumari.
things first, we are heading towards a
Okay, Shazia, just a second. She was putting out names.
Shazia, the rallies are over. We only need a name for the chief minister, which you don't have. So we are predicting one.
Kumari, her qualifiers that she could be a royal to replace the royal. Then we have Mr. Rajyavardhan Rathore, qualifier as a
Don't forget him.
image, right? Third, we have also Baba Balaknath, who's projected as another Nath Yogi. Qualifier is a hard Hindutva mascot. So, ऐसे candidate के names are doing rounds with qualifiers, and we should be discussing that.
Meghwal, the current law minister, and then there is Gajendra Shekhawat. There are names.
The bench strength is very strong.
I mean, ideally, all the 7 MPs who've been fielded will be saying, "मैं भी, मैं क्यों नहीं?"
Satish Punia.
Either Shekhawat or Arjun Meghwal says Ashutosh. We'll have to look at the other takeaways. The impact of rebel MLAs. The impact. Can I please have silence in the studios? इतने excited. अभी तो पहला state हुआ है, 4 बाकी हैं. No impact of rebel MLAs, no CM face. So the BJP would be taking this message very, very seriously, that brand BJP, brand Modi can power a victory in a state without a chief ministerial face, and that will be the big takeaway. That is for the BJP. As far as the Congress is concerned, caste census promise did not galvanize their vote bank. And Padmaja, that would be disappointing for the Congress party, because they bet a lot on the caste census.
100%. And the fact also that Ashok Gehlot himself is an OBC chief minister. Remember, 2 from the Congress and 1 from the BJP. The CMs who were defending their turf were all OBCs. Whether it is Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh, there's Ashok Gehlot in Rajasthan, and there is Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh. Also, despite Gehlot's Marwadi pride card, a very close call for him in Marwad itself. He did not get the kind of, in fact, 2 places where maximum gains have been made by the BJP, which can attribute to why they have done so handsomely. One is Dhundar and one is Marwad. So all of these seats have gone to the BJP this time around. Some people can say it's brand Modi, brand BJP. Some will argue, the Congress will argue that, oh, it is because har 5 saal roti palatti hai. Interestingly, today Ashok Gehlot said, वैसे तो हम जीत रहे हैं, पर अगर बीजेपी जीत गई, इसका मतलब उनका polarization काम कर गया. For him to say this on this day is in itself quite telling. The Jat and Rajput voters in Marwad remain divided. That is another interesting takeaway from this.
And for them, the takeaway will also be that farmer protests and their lead in the Shekhawati region is something that they will have to ponder about. Again, coming back, the Prime Minister has already caught on to this. And today, the Prime Minister made a statement. And Sanjay Jha, it's a very crucial statement. Caste card hasn't worked for the Congress party, but the Prime Minister has talked about 4 classes. And he's talked about women, youth, poor and farmers. Very clearly picking up these classes of people which can work. And do you think the caste gamble may just be overrated by the Congress party?
You know, Navika, before I answer that question, which is a very relevant one, by the way, there are 2 points that I wish to make, having heard a lot of the conversation and looking at the data on your screen. Number one, there is an anti-incumbency, but it is perceptible, but it is not pronounced. if the vote share difference between the two is not more than 2%, which seems to be the case, I would actually recommend some circumspection, although I do believe the BJP may be ahead, and look at the poll of polls, looking at all the polls at the end of the evening, and get some kind of an idea if this is the trend that all of them are saying, or the majority are saying, before we come to a conclusion. My second point is, and that is important, that when it comes to what Mr. Modi said about women, well, we all know that at the end of the day, the crime against women across the country under Mr. Modi as Prime Minister has been disconcertingly high, including states like Uttar Pradesh. Second, the farmers were on protest for a period of a year. He talks of youth. Well, the youth unemployment is at a record high. So I really don't think that, these shibboleths and these slogans really have any substance anymore. Okay. But I do believe that Rajasthan is actually sending out a message that the Congress, if it doesn't make it in Rajasthan or doesn't create even a hung assembly, it's not necessarily on account of governance, as Anand seems to be saying. It will be more on account of the perception that the house was not in order.
All right. So it is more infighting than anything else. Also joining us, Leader of Opposition in the Rajasthan Assembly, Mr. Rajendra Rathore. राजेंद्र जी, बहुत धन्यवाद. आपकी खुद की सीट के नंबर हम अभी नहीं बताएंगे, अभी हम ओवरऑल नंबर बता रहे हैं. पर सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि क्या आपको लगता है ये सिर्फ एक रिवाज है? ज्यादातर लोग कह रहे हैं कि हाँ, राज बदलना तो रिवाज है, उसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, राजस्थान के अंदर कांग्रेस का शासन जिस प्रकार 5 साल चला, सरकार कहें या सर्कस कहें, कांग्रेस खुद ही ए और बी टीम में रही और शासन के नाम पर लूट खसोट रही, लूट और झूठ दोनों बराबर जारी रही. इस कारण से आपने देखा होगा राजस्थान में अब तक आज़ादी के बाद जितने भी चुनाव हुए हैं, सर्वाधिक मतदान जनता ने किया है और ये कांग्रेस की विदाई के लिए किया है. एंटी इनकम्बेंसी सर चढ़कर बोल रही थी. कांग्रेस को विदा करने के लिए लोग तैयार थे, इशू पर इशू बने हुए थे. जनता नीलकंठ बनी हुई थी, जो जहर के रूप में उन्होंने अपने निगल रखा था, उसको उगला उन्होंने कांग्रेस पर. और मैं साफ कह सकता हूं, दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं, अनुभव के साथ कह सकता हूं, कांग्रेस सबसे शर्मनाक हार की ओर बढ़ चुकी है.
राठौर साहब, लोग ये भी पूछेंगे कि एक भी चीफ मिनिस्टीरियल कैंडिडेट का प्रोजेक्शन नहीं हुआ, स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रही? क्योंकि चाहे रोटी पलटे या ना पलटे, हर पार्टी एक स्ट्रैटेजी पर काम करती है. बीजेपी की इस बार स्ट्रैटेजी क्या थी और क्या ये नॉट प्रोजेक्शन ऑफ एनी चीफ मिनिस्टर, क्या ये एक इंट्रिंसिक पार्ट उस स्ट्रैटेजी का था?
देखिए, हमारी पार्टी ने पूरे 5 साल तक संगठन को मजबूत किया. आज राजस्थान में हर बूथ पर कमेटी बनी, पन्ना प्रमुख बने, लगातार बैठकें हुई, हमने जन आक्रोश रैलियां की, हमने परिवर्तन यात्राएं की और जनता के बीच में जनता के मुद्दों को लेकर गए और इसी कारण से प्रबल समर्थन मिला. और सबसे बड़ी बात है, बुनियादी सेवाएं अस्त व्यस्त रही, ना बिजली समय पर मिली, ना पानी समय पर मिला और पेपर लीक एक बड़ा मुद्दा बना. कानून व्यवस्था पहली बार मुद्दा बना. महिला अत्याचार के अंदर राजस्थान लगातार 2 साल पहली पायदान पर एनसीआरबी के आंकड़े के अनुसार पहुंचा. करप्शन भी ऐसा करप्शन कि सचिवालय के अंदर नोट और सोना मिले. इन सारी बातों ने जनता का मन कांग्रेस की विदाई के लिए पहले ही बना दिया था.
हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. लेकिन इस वक्त नंबर्स का माहौल है तो नंबर्स की तरफ चलेंगे. एंड छत्तीसगढ़ नंबर्स, वेल, just sit back. Chhattisgarh numbers coming up at the first region. Mahadev. For Chhattisgarh numbers. Whichever way. Are you making it communal or are you making it corruption oriented? I have no idea. Bias. I have no idea because Ashutosh will have an objection to that. But let's take a look at the Sarguja region, which is the northern part of Chhattisgarh. Congress 7 to 8, BJP 4 to 6 in this 14-seat region, 0 for the others. Pretty close. They're 7 to 10. Congress has the lead. BJP 4 to 6.
This is T.S. Singh Deo's stronghold. So it would mean a lot for him to show, look, this I have delivered my particular region.
अब मेरी बारी, अब मुख्यमंत्री बनने की मेरी बारी. तहसील पुनावाला ये अगर हुआ टी.एस. सिंहदेव के रीजन में, 14 last time, 9 this time. BJP gains 5 seats here, 0 for the others. T.S. Singhdev's stronghold But it's down from 14 to 9. Padmaja, look at that.
Absolutely. And also remember, there was a long-standing feud, and apparently Mr. Khadge had to intervene to finally say that T.S. Singh Deo should be made Deputy Chief Minister. But did that paper over all the differences? And in the minds of the people, see, it's always like, it's a very famous saying कि आप अगर रस्सी में एक बार अगर टूट जाती है तो आप जोड़ भी दो, गांठ उसमें रहती है. That applies as much to Rajasthan, perhaps as much to Chhattisgarh as well. I think Jay wants to make a point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
We will
Shivraj Singh Chauhan and
come to MP in a bit, and I will repeat this. But yes, Jay.
No, most importantly, this represents two things. One is the Congress still holds among the tribals. This is a hilly and tribal tract of the state. The second thing is कि इनका जो paddy procurement का bonus है, यहाँ पे paddy का भी काफी खेती होता है. So that also indicates that somewhere is working in favor of the Congress. Two things, issue-wise.
And we are going to be getting Mr. Deo live on the channel in just a while from now. Yeah.
But let's take a look at the Raipur region and the Bastar region, the south
Tribal.
part of, which is completely Naxal, tribal, it has all of that. Again, the Congress doing well there, 7 to 10 seats, BJP 2 to 4, others are 0. So it's a bipolar contest, not too much to take from. It's going to be this way or that.
Let's see the comparison, whether there have been any gains from last time around.
Congress
and they
is
have.
down. Congress is down
too. And the BJP has gained a little. This is another area, Navika, very interestingly. You know, a lot is said about Ambani, Adani ki sarkar and all. Do you know that the Adani group actually has a project in this area which the locals, the tribals were opposing. This is the area, right? In Bastar area. Yes. And JVC, if you could just weigh in on this, if you come here as well. This was the area where actually land acquisition was done under police protection. So, you know, Rahul Gandhi can sit in Delhi and in Mumbai and say कि BJP Adani Ambani की सरकार है, but in a tribal area, and for good reason, because development is needed in that region. Land acquisition was done for an Adani company.
So much sound and fury about Adani Tehseen Poonawalla, but you know, it's doing business in Chhattisgarh, and you are winning Chhattisgarh, you know, at least in Bastar and in the
but slight reduction in tribal areas. What do you attribute this to? JVC has travelled there actually. JVC, what do you think this is?
I think, you know, there is a tremendous amount of local anti-incumbency which is happening at Chhattisgarh. In every election it happens.
But 53 seats were changed.
Pardon?
For the BJP, and you know, did the BJP counter? 53 MLAs were changed by the BJP.
Yes.
So has that countered the Congress strategy?
So it has really countered the Congress strategy, and more importantly, before the first phase, Mr. Amit Shah gave the Modi ka guarantee. In the Modi ka guarantee, he said 12,000 rupees per woman per year. Now, just the day before Diwali, the day I landed in Chhattisgarh, that is when Bhupesh Baghel came and said, we are giving 15,000 rupees. But before that, the BJP Karyakartas have gone door to door, spoken to women, gave them the Congress guarantee form, BJP guarantee form, and took their numbers and said, you are going to get 1,000 rupees per month if BJP is coming to power. And based on that, Bhupesh Baghel said, and when I traveled to the region, Surguja region, which you talked about, when I traveled there, the opinion was BJP ka Modi ka guarantee hai. It is Modi ka guarantee. It is not Raman Singh ka guarantee. It is not BJP ka guarantee. And Baghel has just said, so we are going with BJP. That was a silent woman wave there.
You know, Ashutosh, I love it, Navika. When Modi ji gives something, it is Modi ki guarantee. If Congress gives, it's revdi. The same thing. ये मुझे बताओ, उत्तर प्रदेश की महिलाओं ने क्या गुनाह किया है कि वहां पे 15,000 नहीं मिलता, वहां पर गैस सिलेंडर 500 में मोदी जी गारंटी नहीं देते, जहां पे सरकार नहीं है. And there's no chance of making. Modi ji gives guarantees. Modi ji is in government, ना double engine in Uttar Pradesh. वहाँ दे दो ना.
ये तो जनता डिसाइड करेगी. और
But that shows how this guarantee
आप मुझे सिर्फ ये बता दीजिए. And a very crucial point made by JVC. Door-to-door campaign with the guarantee card. Now, can the Congress beat the Karyakarta and the cadre of the BJP. That's what it will
Yes,
boil down to.
Congress has developed a model, which is the Chhattisgarh model, which has the lowest unemployment in the country. It has been given a lot of schemes, including the health scheme, money even on cow dung. And I'm telling you that and it's 250 English medium schools. The Chhattisgarh model for a poor state is the model forward. The Karnataka model and Madhya Pradesh model will be the model for the bigger states.
Ashutosh.
The data speaks for itself. How much the door-to-door campaign has worked in Bastar Sarguja area. Your data says Congress is winning 7-10, BJP is 4-6. And then in Bastar 7-10 and 2-4. That means the door-to-door campaign is not working. It's that simple. So the Modi guarantee is absolutely not working.
No. Could it be because they don't have a face over there as opposed to a Bhupesh Baghel who's a strong face?
Let me complete. Okay. So the data is speaking, and if we accumulate these data, that is minimum 14 Congress is winning, BJP is 6, maximum 20 Congress is winning, BJP 10. So there is absolutely no comparison, no competition.
Let's take a look at the next region and numbers.
Most crucial region.
Debate
we'll come
to rest. Let's take a look at the numbers now. Central region, which is the Raipur region, and Congress 34-36, BJP 26-30, total 64 seats in this region, and that's it. 2-4 to the others.
And this actually is the region where the BJP has done the best because traditionally it has been their stronghold. This is the more urban areas where, you will have a large community, a trader community who have traditionally gone in support of the BJP, and they seem to have retained it. Let's take a look at the comparison. Which will
This is the Durg se Bilaspur ka region.
So let's see if they have actually come
43-35, Congress is down. BJP is 14-27, but the gap remains.
But it is narrowed. See, remember, these are cities that include even the Raipur city seats where senior ministers like Rajesh Munat lost last time. That pura ground BJP wapas cover kar rahi hai.
Okay, so let's take a look at the total numbers. No,
BJP is still number 2, but they have made gains in central.
Congress has a clear majority in Chhattisgarh, 48-56.
Clear majority we said.
Clear majority.
Why we are not calling in pro-incumbency?
Don't lynch us. Okay. Mahadev has worked for the Congress, the app. And Mahadev has not worked for the BJP. That is 32-40 seats to the BJP, 2-4 to the others. And that's the way the exit poll has stacked.
This is also very important. If we just take a look at the others, from 7 last time around, they have come down to 2. This again, like we've been saying, increasingly bipolar. Why? Because here you have Amit Jogi's party, which was also in the fray. He incidentally is challenging the Chief Minister himself from Patan. Very unlikely that he's going to win that seat. Perhaps his mother Renu Jogi and his one more family members contesting are the only ones who are going to take out these 2 tickets on the Amit Jogi party. What's also interesting is that actually Bhupesh Baghel was asked, you always revered Ajit Jogi, would you be okay? He said, not Amit Jogi. If Renuji, she's very respectable, she wants to come back, she is welcome to do it. But this party, we will not do business with. And going by the numbers we see,
they will not need it. If 52 is where the Congress party is stacked and 36 is where the BJP is stacked, it's as clear as daylight. And Shazia Ilmi, your first reactions, Chhattisgarh going the Congress way, and this is pro-incumbency. Pro-incumbency for the Congress party. What does that mean for national politics? Also the fact that Rajasthan bipolar, also Chhattisgarh largely bipolar. What does that mean for the BJP? Is your strategy of Modi versus Rahul Gandhi for 24 working out?
So essentially, Navika, these 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and MP, have been bipolar, and just look at what happened in just 5 years back. In all of these 5 states, BJP lost. Of course, Madhya Pradesh, after 18 months, Kamal Nath was ousted and Shivraj Chauhan again became the CM. But you see the Vidhan Sabha elections and you see the Lok Sabha elections. And you see the just numbers.
So you're saying you're not playing this match. You're not playing this match. The only match that works for you and you're worried about is 2024. All right, that's the takeaway I take from your answer. Let me take that question to Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, the BJP is playing for 2024. Advantage Congress in Chhattisgarh, where 10 seats come from Chhattisgarh. 11 seats. No big deal. Le lo. 24 to hamara hai. That's what Shazia Ilmi is saying.
Navika, I don't think it can be made so simplistic or a reductionist argument that just because these are state elections, they'll have no repercussion on the general elections. Shazia, just let me make my point. I believe that at the end of the day, every election, even if it's local and not general, is telling you the sense of the public mood. Now, let's not forget this, right? That the BJP throughout all state elections leverages Mr. Modi. They don't have local leadership. And in every election, including in Karnataka and Himachal, Narendra Modi, when he campaigned as a prime minister, he told the voters of Karnataka and Himachal, vote for me. He did not even say vote for the BJP. So I think these are an exhibition of a larger disillusionment that I think the voters are catching up with. I think if I was the BJP, I would be extremely worried. Please don't always conflate it with the 2019 general elections, where the Congress had won many states and yet ended up losing the general elections. I thought the Pulwama, the Balakot factor had a huge role to play in the 2019 win of the BJP. So I
come to the 2024 election in a second. Ashutosh ji, you also want to come in, but before that, just give me a second. Let me bring in Advocate Bhagwanu Nayak. He is the chief spokesperson of the Janata Congress. Bhagwanu ji, जो नंबर अभी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, अब जो तीसरी पार्टी है, उनका कुछ खास प्रेजेंस नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, इंक्लूडिंग योर्स इन छत्तीसगढ़. क्या आपको लग रहा है कि लार्जली अब वोटर्स जो त्रिकोणीय मुकाबले थे, उसमें जो तीसरा कोण है, उसको इररेलेवेंट कर रहे हैं?
कुछ भी कह पाना बिल्कुल जल्दबाजी होगा. जो सटीक परिणाम है वो आगामी 3 दिसंबर को पता चलेगा. जो भी कांग्रेस छत्तीसगढ़ की पहली ऐसी मान्यता प्राप्त राजनीतिक दल है जिन्होंने बहुत ही कम समय में, बहुत कम वर्षों में एक बड़ा प्रदर्शन किए. 2018 की बात करें तो हमारी जो पार्टी है वो गठबंधन के साथ 7 सीटें लाई, 14% वोट शेयर लाई. अभी पूरे 80 विधानसभा में हमने हमारे प्रत्याशी उतारे. हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता अमित जोगी जी पूरे 78 दिनों में 78 विधानसभा में हेलीकॉप्टर से दौरा किया है. और छत्तीसगढ़ की जो जनता के मन में एक बदलाव की लहर चल रही है, तो राष्ट्रीय राजनीतिक दलों से
कहीं ना कहीं बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है कि अमित जी भी अपनी सीट जीत पाएंगे.
बिल्कुल.
देखो पाटन से तो अभी हारते हुए दिखाई दे रहे. खुद चीफ मिनिस्टर को चैलेंज करना, क्या ये मिस कैलकुलेशन था? एक सीट आपकी और बढ़ जाती, कहीं और से लड़ लेते तो.
निश्चित रूप से. लेकिन देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ पाटन विधानसभा में हमारे माननीय अमित जोगी जी, वहां भूपेश बघेल या और कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ नहीं, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ, वहां गरीबी के खिलाफ, कहीं ना कहीं महंगाई के खिलाफ, जो बीते 5 सालों में जो भ्रष्टाचार के जो रिकॉर्ड छत्तीसगढ़ में बने हैं, कहीं ना कहीं उसको चुनौती देने के लिए अमित जोगी ने वहां से चुनाव लड़ा. निश्चित रूप से वो चाहते कोई भी सेफ सीट में जाकर के चुनाव लड़ सकते थे, जीत सकते थे, और एक सकारात्मक परिणाम आने वाले समय में पाटन में भी आपको देखने को मिलेगा. अभी भी कुछ भी कहना पद्मा जी जल्दबाजी होगा. तो ये कहीं ना कहीं एक संदेश देने का काम पूरे देश में मिनिस्टर के खिलाफ जाकर के
जब भी कोई पार्टी हार रही होती है तो उनका स्टैंडर्ड रिप्लाई होता है कि अभी कुछ भी कहना जल्दबाजी होगा. ये तो सिर्फ एग्जिट पोल है. तो ठीक है, 2 दिन हम भी यही हैं, आप भी यही हैं, देख लेंगे आगे क्या होने वाला है. लेकिन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट्स गेट यू द टेकअवेज फ्रॉम छत्तीसगढ़. देयर इज अ मैसेज, एंड व्हाट इज द मैसेज दैट्स कमिंग आउट? एज फार एज कांग्रेस इज कंसर्न, Baghel benefits from beneficiaries. So that whole Labharti, prospect and the Labharti class, as far as the state is concerned, Baghel has managed to deliver that, and he gains from that, and that really will be the big one for the Congress.
In a sense, he has mirrored the BJP strategy. What the Prime Minister today said, कि हमारे लिए 4 सबसे बड़ी जाति है. If you see, Bhupesh Baghel never played up this whole caste census. Obviously, it is Rahul Gandhi's pet project, so he went along with it. What did he do? He said forest rights. He said मैं महिलाओं को सस्ता सिलेंडर दूंगा, the kind of promises, पैसे दूंगा. He has said कि मैं यूथ को जॉब दूंगा. So he has also reached out to that same लाभार्थी class of गरीब महिलाएं, kisan and youth.
Well, let's look at the government policies, welfareism, and also, the other schemes of Baghel have, stricken a chord here. And that is what will go in favor of the Congress party. And Baghel seems to have been a popular face. I mean, fights apart. The fact is, Baghel has carried this government on his shoulders for the last 5 years as a very strong chief minister. And if there is pro-incumbency and he wins this election, will that really improve his chances at the top job? Because Singhdev is really right behind him. But does Baghel not have a chance this time around? Ashutosh is shaking his head. Before I come to you, आप क्यों ऐसे कह रहे हैं? ये क्या पहले ही promise हो चुका है?
Absolutely no chance, and Singhdev has realized the fact, and that's why he accepted the post of deputy chief minister. See, this is Chhattisgarh is one election from the day one. I haven't found any analyst, any psophologist, any politician saying that the BJP is going to win that election. And this is a classic case. And credit goes to Baghel for the simple reason, because Baghel, probably if the leadership of the Congress had been alive, that's the unfortunate thing that has happened. Nobody had known about Baghel. But Baghel as a dark horse has came back, and he proved to be much smarter than many tall leaders of the Congress party, including tall leaders in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan.
Sir, if you're looking for an analyst, predicting a loss for the Congress, one is sitting right next to you.
48 is the number. 48 is my number. And let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing.
I do not assure you your safety.
2000.
No,
1 second.
He's saying 48 for BJP.
48 to 50. 1 second, Ashutosh. 1 second. Last time, 2018, only one agency got the direction right. Forget about the numbers. Everybody gave it to BJP.
No.
Yes.
I gave it to Congress.
Why do you think that Bhupesh Baghel could lose? Let's hear him out. Why do you think Bhupesh Baghel could lose and these numbers may be wrong? Why? Give us one.
Number one, I'll tell you. The youth are completely disenchanted with Bhupesh Baghel's government. This is, if you go to the ground, you will hear that. Number two, the election for Chhattisgarh is not fought based on who is the chief minister. The election is not fought on who is my local MLA. As my local MLA delivered, local Congress MLAs have not delivered. And one second. And large farmers have got benefited from loan waivers. But small farmers, when we spoke to, they said we didn't even take loans. And what Baghel is doing is giving it for the large farmers, but for us what is coming? And that is where Modi got guarantee 10,000 rupees for
all right, that's a contrarian view.
Your exit poll is not reflecting that. Let's wait for 3rd December.
Absolutely.
It's a part of you.
No, but I still come back to the question on who's the chief ministerial face, simply because in the last 2018 elections, it was Congress Rajasthan President Sachin Pilot who brought them to victory but didn't become the chief minister. And, promises were made even at that time, not kept. Why are you saying this time promises to Singhdev will be kept?
Even last time, before the election.
One at a time.
Just one ek man kar leta hu.
Afford to play that bad in Chhattisgarh.
Oh, they could afford to play that bad in Rajasthan.
Rajasthan, and they are paying the price. They are paying the price. The whole 5 years, it was only the big news coming from Rajasthan was not about Chiranjeevi, but about how Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot are fighting with each other. Okay. And they are annihilating each other.
No, the key point is, last time the Congress did take the risk in Chhattisgarh. Before the elections, the by and large consensus was that Mr. T.S. Singhdev would be chief minister. Mr. Baghel came up in the end.
So was the PCC president.
No, but yet it was Mr. T.S. Singhdev. I think the problem here is now that Mr. Baghel has consolidated his hold so much, especially amongst the OBCs and with his paddy and Tendu Patta procurement schemes, that now dislodging him is going to be difficult.
Okay, I think we should quickly go through the takeaways and slightly quicker, please. Quicker takeaways, yes.
Congress prevails in the tribal areas of Bastar, and that will be an important takeaway for them. This is despite all that the BJP has done to woo this vote bank. SC/STs are also rallying behind the Congress party. Again, the BJP has its eyes on this vote bank. Not really, as per this exit poll, not really going to the BJP. Soft Hindutva counters BJP's plank. So, वो जो तड़का है slightly soft Hindutva का, maybe that also makes Baghel and the Congress a popular choice.
Both Kamal Nath and Bhupesh Baghel are doing it.
Absolutely, and that is why these elections may just, we don't know about Madhya Pradesh, the numbers are yet to come.
Sometimes they say the student may outdo the master. So the master of Hindutva was Modi ji, and now there are others who are like, hum bhi Hindu hai.
That's not Hindu.
But
okay, we will have a separate debate on Hindutva.
BJP's copyright.
Let's just say political messaging
All
vis-a-vis Hinduism.
All right, for the BJP, let's take a look. BJP has closed the gap. Vote share is up by 9%, which will work well for 2024, whichever way you look at it. Let's also look at the next. BJP is gaining ground in urban seats. Also, 0 seats to 4 to 6 seats in T.S. Singhdev's area. That also is a big takeaway for the BJP. Also, can we take the graphics a little faster? OBC is voting overwhelmingly for the BJP.
Ironic.
Even if the BJP does not win Chhattisgarh, it's made its foundations for the 2024 elections. No impact of Mahadev app. So,
Shubham Soni
has not won the election.
There's been an impact of the Mahadev app. I think a lot of people were very irritated with the last raid in the 5-star hotel where money was found in the car, because that car number was the BJP MLA's brother's number, and they attached it to Bhupesh Baghel, and that silly leak.
That was debunked. Let's be factually correct on that.
I'll tell you.
This whole thing. I'll tell you.
But let me give you a point. Okay, fair.
Let's be clear on facts.
The point has to be on facts. It cannot be on.
Just for the benefit of our viewers. Oh, Tehsin, give me 5 seconds, please. 5 seconds. The Congress claimed, including the Chief Minister, that this is registered in the name of BJP MLA's brother. BJP MLA's brother provided documents to show I sold it at the beginning of 2023. Factually correct.
It's not that उसी की जिस गाड़ी को बेचा BJP के विधायक के भाई ने उसकी गाड़ी. But here's the thing. I'll tell you one more thing. Congress came up with an immediate video saying जब भी मोदी जी मुश्किल में है, ED को छत्तीसगढ़ में भेजते. And that video was such a hit in the urban areas, it actually turned a tide. So I think the Congress campaign, Sunil in Telangana and Chhattisgarh, he wasn't used as much in Rajasthan, but Sunil, very creative. Another good find that the Congress has.
Telangana and Madhya Pradesh actually.
And Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, lot of creativity.
Just a second, because I'm being told that Mr. T.S. Singhdeo is actually joining us live now. I think we must go across to him because so much has been said about Sarguja, about what is happening. Mr. Deo, of course, we have the exit poll results. Thank you very much for speaking to us. The BJP actually has narrowed the gap when it comes to the number of seats you got last time and you are projected to get this time. Does this worry you?
Not really. I am very hopeful that we'll get at least 2/3 majority. So let us wait. We'll wait till the third.
Of course, we will all be waiting for the third, but towards the latter stages of the campaign, there were allegations of corruption. The Mahadev app controversy, of course, really blew up. Do you think that that could have had an effect and dented the image of your government?
Thankfully so, and this is the worst type of politics that can be played, the politics of allegations. You have substance, you take action. This allegation of allegations and playing politics through that, this must stop.
Now, the caste census has been a very key plank of the Congress. You already have conducted the caste census in Chhattisgarh. You've promised it in other states as well. Ironically, though, our data suggests that the OBC vote has actually shifted towards the BJP. Why do you think it is that the proactive OBC outreach hasn't worked for the Congress?
Not only on the OBC votes, the perception may not be very clear as to what exactly this caste census is all about. And Chhattisgarh as a state is not very polarized on caste or religion. So these issues don't play out as much as they would in either Uttar Pradesh or Bihar or other states. But we are firmly committed to the OBC census, because if we are to have a justiciable basis on which government funds must be allocated, then we must know what is the demography of our state. So we are completely committed to the OBC caste census.
Now, the other very substantial population of Chhattisgarh, of course, is that of tribals. The Prime Minister was at pains to underline how the first tribal President of India has been installed by a BJP government, of all the different initiatives they've taken for the tribal population. That hasn't given the kind of returns one would have expected. What do you make of that?
I hope this assessment is correct. And the Prime Minister first needs to answer the tribal population as to why tribal funds were cut. ST-SC funds coming through the government of India, why were they reduced? So the perception of the people is that the central government pays lip service to the ST-SC community. It is not really very concerned about their rights, their needs and their requirements, and it is mainly propaganda. The Congress in the state has concentrated on their well-being, their development. If you will see that both Sarguja and Bastar, they have been earmarked medical colleges, 2 more new medical colleges, one in Bastar region and one in the Sarguja region, one in Maningarh in the Sarguja region and one in Gidam, Dantewada in the Bastar region have been sanctioned. Another medical college was established in Kanker in the Bastar region. So we have saturated tribal areas through healthcare needs also. So money to the people directly through better value of farm produce, strengthening their rights over the Jal Jangal Jameen as it is generally called, forest rights, settlement of those rights, and empowering them through the PESA rules. I think the message has gone across to the tribal community that in earnest the Congress party is with them also.
My final question to you is this, elections come and go, but there are some precedents which are going to impact the country in a long-term way. For example, what is the guarantee scheme which has worked for the Congress? It's worked in Karnataka. The exit polls seem to suggest it's working for you in Chhattisgarh as well. And in fact, in Madhya Pradesh, even the BJP has promised many such guarantees or freebies, revdi, call it what you will. Do you worry that this will end up setting a wrong precedent? Because you're not just a politician and an MLA, but you're also a minister. You'll have to look at the state's finances. What kind of a precedent does it set?
Like you were saying, water under the bridge. So there is a stream, there is a river, and these are constantly changing situations. We have always tried to work together and for the benefit of the state and the party. And there have been no differences between us where these core issues are concerned. And we'll be happily working together in times to come.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. T.S. Singh Deo, for speaking to Times Now. Of course, we'll come back to you and hope you join us on the 3rd as well. Thank you very much.
Well, let's take a look at the Mizoram numbers that are coming up because while Mr. T.S. Singh Deo doesn't talk to me, he's a Congress Deputy Chief Minister, but Chhattisgarh poll of polls and Rajasthan poll of polls.
Yeah, let's take a look at Chhattisgarh.
Let's take a look at the Chhattisgarh poll of polls. India Today giving it to the Congress party. No, India Today. Okay, we are giving it to the Congress party. India Today is right on 45. Well. And how much is the BJP? 41. If it's 40 plus, I was told that BJP will make the government. Well, twist in the tail. Let's take a look at this. ABP C Voter is giving it to the Congress party. TV9 Polstrat giving it again on the real cliffhanger, 45. Jan Ki Baat giving 47 to the Congress. News 24 Chanakya giving 57 and India TV CNX giving 51. Average is 49 for the Congress, 38 to the BJP. But interesting, if anybody is looking at this number and this number, we have a cliffhanger coming our way.
Three numbers.
These
42, 40.
Navika, if there is any 4 in the final tally for the Congress, they are going to be having sleepless nights. Whether it is 42 or whether it is 49, they will still be as sleepless.
मुख्यमंत्री जिसका भी बने, मुख्यमंत्री जिस पार्टी का भी बने, journalists nationalists will have sleepless nights running from one camp to the other, from one rebel to the other, and
Slot owners will have the best time.
Sleepless in Sarguja.
They shall fuel the growth in the economy.
They will,
But then
we
we got to look at the other
can we also get the Rajasthan polls or polls? Okay, we are waiting. Not got the Rajasthan poll or polls. Let's look at the Mizoram numbers, important numbers, and it's just about to get to the 7 o'clock mark. And Mizoram numbers on your screen: MNF 14 to 18, Congress 9 to 13, ZPM 10 to 14. Oh my God! Looks like in a 40 seat house, nobody has the majority.
Here the outlier is the ZPM. It's a new party.
Zoram party.
ये last time इनके पास symbol भी नहीं था. So they'd all contested as independents और 8 लोग जीत के आए थे.
And they're a breakaway of the MNF, right?
Yeah, they're breakaway of the MNF, primarily backed by the church. Okay.
Yeah, and MNF is an alliance partner of the
NDA.
BJP
Absolutely.
in the center, but not in the
no
state.
contest here. Yeah.
And the Congress party, if it gets 9 to 13, it will play the kingmaker. Which way is it going to go? MNF or ZPM?
Now here's it. On the ground in Mizoram, the rumors are that ZPM also has a backdoor conversation with the NDA, with the BJP to get back there, right? So the BJP is actually having its fingers in both the pies, either the MNF or the ZPM. Yeah, the Congress would ideally want to play
Please
kingmaker.
break it down for our viewers.
Yeah.
किसकी सरकार बन रही है? If these are the numbers.
I think Congress is kingmaker.
Congress is kingmaker, and ZPM plus Congress should mostly be the number.
But in all likelihood, the
But you are saying कि backdoor.
But that is what. देखो आप भूलो
when
मत.
any door is open to the BJP.
Navika, देखो. Let's not forget.
Prime Minister to campaign. The Chief Minister did allow the Prime Minister to campaign.
No, but listen to one thing. Even in Meghalaya, the BJP has 2 MLAs. Yet there is an NDA government in the northeast.
Exactly.
The BJP views it as crucial.
I think it would be safe to say that the phone lines in Guwahati are going to be very busy
Absolutely.
after the 3rd of December.
BJP, अगर उनका
After the 3rd, are you underestimating Himanta Biswa
Absolutely.
Sarma? And
Absolutely. So those 2 MLAs, the 0 to 2 जो tally है BJP का, that 2 is the number. If it gets a 2 number like Meghalaya, the BJP is in the game.
Look at the vote shares: 32.2 to the MNF, 29.3 to the ZPM, Congress 27.8. Will Congress play the kingmaker, or will the BJP play the kingmaker? That's the only question.
Yeah.
And the BJP gets 6.4% of the vote share. 6% में तो बहुत कुछ हो जाता है.
बहुत कुछ. Not only that.
Amit Shah are not going to just let this go without giving it a try, because like they say, what is the difference between them and a pessimist? Whichever the party, the pessimist complains of noise when opportunity knocks on the door. And that's not the BJP style. The BJP is not going to let Northeast out of its hands. It's going to try its very best.
So BJP will actually try and cobble up something between these two and itself. It will make the way it attempted in Meghalaya, completely isolate the Congress.
Can you put it past them to have both of them together, or is that pushing the envelope far too much?
It's pushing the envelope far too much, but the BJP is not going to leave the chance.
Okay, I think it's 7 o'clock. It's time to start the next phase of the baton relay. So Madhav, come on in. We will have the next phase go straight into Rajasthan, and we'll start
Rajasthan?
Madhya Pradesh. Pardon me. Madhya Pradesh. We will go through each one of these regions, and it's over to Madhav and Navika for that.
Well, we are getting to Madhya Pradesh, and let's take a look at the regions of Madhya Pradesh. First, we'll start with the Malwani region. Malwa Nimar region coming up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and garam ho gaya hai machine. Well, oh my God! Talk about cliffhangers.
Yeah.
Just talk about cliffhangers. And Malwa Nimar is 32 to 36 for the Congress party, 31 to 33 for the BJP.
We'll give it some background, Navika. This is a region जहाँ पे कहते हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश में सफेद सोना उगता है, कॉटन. ये बहुत कॉटन रिच रीजन है मध्य प्रदेश का, एंड इट्स एक्चुअली बीन अ बीजेपी स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड. दिस आल्सो द एरिया फ्रॉम वेयर देयर फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर कुशाभाऊ ठाकरे केम. बट हियर इफ द बीजेपी इज गोइंग टू गेट अ कंटेस्ट लाइक दिस फ्रॉम द कांग्रेस, then overall it looks at पूरे स्टेट में कंटेस्ट हो सकता है.
पूरे स्टेट में.
So tribal region. It's also the tribal region.
It has a fair deal of tribal seats in the areas of Ratlam and Mandsaur.
And the last election also Congress had not done too badly, is what we are told.
Yes. So let's take a look at the comparison between last election and this Congress. 2018, 35 it got even then, and 34 this time, 28 to 32. Now, if this is the bellwether, it's actually going up for the BJP much more than for the Congress party.
Absolutely.
And therefore, is anybody putting out bets?
Navika,
we're taking bets right now, Smita Prakash, with this.
This is the region which was very crucial, because this is where Kamalnath had said that, told the tribals that you know, the Congress is your natural place to be. Your natural home is the Congress. But the tribals don't like to be taken for granted. They did not like it the last time. They don't like it this time. What worked against the BJP here is that the number of arrests which were happening for petty crimes, and then they were not coming out of jail. That is what the Congress said, that तुमको हम सब jail से बाहर निकालेंगे, हमको वोट दे दो. So that is where you know that
atrocities, the SAC atrocities was something that was invoked, and that's something that the Congress.
And also, you know, some things is like, you know, the POXCO Act. Now there are many people, the tribals, who don't know these kind of laws. So, you know, promiscuity, they are sleeping around or whatever you want to call it, and then they get into jail. They don't realize that under the POXCO Act you cannot get out now. You're there for life inside. You know, so these are things which because not knowing the law is not something that you can get away with. That's
okay. So Malwa, Nimar, and it's really poised. Let's introduce our panel at this moment, and joining us at this moment is, of course, Jai Mruk continues to be with us. Smita Prakash, editor ANI, on the panel. Tehseen Poonawala, as I always say, my only friend in the Congress apart from the suspended leader Sanjay Jha. Also we have Tushar Gupta, who's studied Madhya Pradesh very well, been on the ground. Also on the show tonight is Sabha Naqvi, very old colleague, R. Rajagopalan. Good evening, Mr. Rajagopalan. And thank you for joining the show. Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP. Abbas Haider, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Dharamveer Chaudhary, political analyst, supports the BSP. Varun Purohit, leader of the Congress, also joins the debate. But first, let's take a look at the Madhya Pradesh numbers. Marwa Nimar region we've already seen. Let's go now to the next. This is the Mahakaushal region, and again neck and neck. 19 to 22 to the Congress, 17 to 19 to the BJP.
Yeah.
So both areas marginal 1 or 2 seats ahead. Congress.
Absolutely. देखो, Mahakaushal is the region, Jabalpur and the tribal areas around. Pichli baar, last time the Congress did substantially better there. In fact, Mahakaushal has Chhindwara, the seat of Mr. Kamal Nath.
Yes.
So Mahakaushal and Chambal of area of Mr. Sindhia were driving the Congress victory. Right now, the story here in Mahakaushal is that BJP is actually sort of played catch up here. You know, it's tried to narrow the gap with the Congress.
So what does this mean for Mr. Kamal Nath? If this is his area, if this is Chhindwara and the entire region where he's supposed to have a lot of influence, and he's trying to win the entire state. So if in his own area of influence, if the BJP has managed to play catch up, what is the implication for the rest of the state?
Read also the BJP's larger strategy. Now, the GGP, which has a sizable presence here, Gondwana Ganatantra Party, it allied with the BSP and sort of tried to make a triangular contest. That might have inadvertently worked in favor of the BJP.
I would want to see whether the caste census that the Congress had been talking about, whether that really works. So we need to look at the next region again, and let's, okay, Mahakaushal, let's see who's gaining how much. Okay, we missed. Okay, Mahakaushal, let's look at the comparison.
Absolutely.
24 to 20, BJP gaining 13
This
to
is what
18.
I told you. The BJP has narrowed the gap. Ye 20 se 18 ka gap
So
ekdam kam hai.
BJP is gaining. So
this is the rural area, right?
I'm
This is
not
the rural
seeing
belt.
any.
Jabalpur and
Tehseen
Chhindwara.
Poonawala.
Here you're talking about all those Ladli Behna schemes and things like that.
Tehseen Poonawala, that's the question. 1 minute, Jai Mruk. I want to ask you, both regions, we've seen the Congress coming down slightly ahead of the BJP, and the BJP actually going up in both regions, Malwa Nimar as well as Mahakaushal. Is that sounding very confident of the Congress, making gains and making the government. How are you looking at this?
I am still sticking my neck out. I'm saying, and I respect these are the exit polls. I respect Jay, but the momentum is the Congress. 130 plus for the Congress. I'm still sticking my neck out.
You're sticking your neck out. 130 plus.
130 for the Congress was to happen, they would have cracked the Malwa-Nima region. That was where the maximum gains for the Congress should have happened. The BJP since October, and we discussed these numbers in October also, the BJP is the one that has made significant gains, and I'm using the word significant here, not even slight gains. So 130 plus at the moment for the Congress looks nearly impossible.
Okay, let's take a look at the next region, which is the Gwalior-Chambal region. Gwalior-Chambal region, Congress ahead 18 to 20, 13 to 15 to the BJP, 0 to 1 to the others. This is the region Jyotiraditya Scindia comes from. Has this helped, Tushar, has this helped the BJP?
Absolutely. Absolutely it has it. Again, gains, significant gains from October, Navika. We are looking at 6 to 10 seats.
Okay, let's take a look at the last election. Let's compare it to the last election. 7 last time, 14 this time. 26 down to 19.
But then they went to BJP and they won their seat.
My friend, 26 was when Jyotiraditya Scindia was with the Congress party.
But
so his exit has improved the BJP's chances 100%. 7 seats last time, 14 seats. And it has hurt the
how much
Congress
did the
party.
seats go up to? From 7? Because he won the by-elections, right? His people.
Yeah.
So that went up, so they haven't gained. I know this area. They're either on 14 again.
We are talking of 2018. We are not talking of
To be fair to Tehseen, I'll give you the numbers. Tehseen, to be fair to you, I'll give you the numbers. जब ये MLA चले गए, ये 7 से 16 हुआ था. तो actually 2 down है.
They are actually down in this seat.
2 down.
We are talking about 2018. It went down.
True.
It went down in the opinion polls. The BJP has made a huge recovery, and the exit of Jyotiraditya Scindia has hurt the Congress. I mean,
it's hurt the BJP. I'm again saying because I'll explain to you. Because while Jyotiraditya added numbers in the by-elections to the BJP, those numbers have not come back. They've stayed constant, or they've perhaps lost since then.
But marginally lost. Marginally lost those numbers.
Sabha Naqvi. 1 minute. I need to get in Sabha Naqvi. Has the BJP gained from Jyotiraditya Scindia and Congress lost? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
I think it's a borderline answer. I would give it. It's not as big as a figure as Jyotiraditya Scindia is made out to be. It is. He's not a power. He's not some heavyweight. You were there. You covered the election in the Lok Sabha, and I remember you coming back and saying that people were saying he's going to lose, and he lost the Lok Sabha election. And now after this, I mean, there was a breakaway done, and when that happens, then the MLAs, when they re-stand, then the ruling party, they end up winning. So this is not some great show by him. What is interesting is what is happening in Mahakaushal and all of that. That is what Shivraj and the traditional BJP apparatus is fighting back. That if it goes the way your trends are showing, I would not give any special credit to Jyotiraditya. I would give it to the old BJP over there.
I'll just qualify Sabha and Tehseen, both of them. In the 22 by-polls that happened, there's one number statistic that's interesting. The BJP won most of the seats. The Congress still polled 41% of the votes, which means that the Congress actually sort of tided over the setback of Jyotiraditya.
Which is what happens in Madhya Pradesh for both of them. They keep their vote share regardless of who forms the government. It's neck to neck as far as their vote share is concerned. How many convert it into seats is what forms the government. So here, but then they won back their seats. That's important. They were rebels, they won back.
The way I look at it, 2018 to 2023, the way I'm looking at it, the BJP has made huge gains in all the 3 regions that we have seen.
Navika, simple summary, हर जगह gap narrow कर दिया. Simple. हर जगह BJP
Last time it was neck and neck. The BJP was 5 behind the Congress party. Is there going to be a repeat? Is there going to be a cliffhanger? How many rebels won? Last time, how many will win? This time, will it go down to the wire? That's the question. Gwalior Chambal we've seen. Let's go to the next region, which is Madhya Bharat, which is actually the center of India. वो कहते हैं भारत की नाभि है. And this is where the BJP is ahead. 18 to 20 and 16 to 18 to the Congress. The BJP is ahead. Others are at 0. Bipolar contest for the third state in a row. There is nobody in between. 16 to 18, BJP 18 to 20. Will it take an edge? Let's take a look at again the comparison with 2018. 13 to 17, 23 to 19. Now this is where the BJP is slipping a bit. Now,
but they're still ahead of the Congress, and the gap remains narrow.
Slipping a bit here, and the Congress gaining, which is why it's neck and neck.
Yeah, look, in Madhya Bharat, there are seats in and around Bhopal where the Congress has also put in a lot of effort. This is actually the region around Bhopal. It's Bhopal, it's Vidisha, it's those areas. But
and it's also Shivraj's area.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So it will impact on Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri.
Absolutely. So it shows that the Congress strategy could have worked. There is anti-incumbency, a little bit of anti-incumbency also.
Is this what the BJP was saying when it actually fielded all the central ministers, Tushar?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Congress can give up the dream of that 130 plus for now. They were ahead in October.
Basically, you're telling Tehseen.
No, Tehseen is a very realistic person. Tehseen is the only friend even I have in Congress.
He stuck his neck out, which you're chopping, by the way.
Navika, you look at the Malwa-Nima region. Forget everything. In October, you and I were discussing the same numbers. Congress was winning 2/3 of the seats there. Today, they are down to half. You look at Madhya Bharat, Congress was supposed to make significant gains in Shivraj Singh Chauhan's den. They are not making those gains. Where is that 130 number going to come from? I'm saying, let's give Congress 18 years of anti-incumbency. Let's give them all the benefit of doubt. Where do we give them the seats from?
All right, so let me get in Abbas Haider of the Samajwadi Party. Very keenly fought election, and Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief's statements in Madhya Pradesh are going to echo in our ears forever and ever, at least till 2024 elections. They're going to be replayed again and again. Abbas Haider, what do you think? Congress or BJP? It's very, very evenly poised at the moment.
Navika ji, if the result is going to be around this exit poll, then I'm sure Samajwadi Party would be at the fulcrum of making the government. If the results are so one thing.
You must ask him, this is the region where he believes Samajwadi Party
नहीं, आप मुझे बता दीजिए यहाँ इतनी क्लैपिंग हुई और आपने शरीफ जी आपने दिखाया ही नहीं इतनी क्लैपिंग हुई मे बी हैव एन ऑनकोर आप क्या कह रहे हैं कि अखिलेश यादव इज स्पॉइल्ड फॉर चॉइसेस कि वो मुख्यमंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश का ट्राई करें या मध्य प्रदेश
नहीं, Navika ji, that's not the question. We were fighting for the rights of OBCs for PDA. And Navika ji, both Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress have failed backward communities in Madhya Pradesh. They have not given 27% reservation to the OBC, which was their due. And we have fought for that. And I'm quite sure, Navika ji, that people of Madhya Pradesh have taken Samajwadi Party as an alternative. And on the third, you will see what Samajwadi Party is going to do.
You fought 72 seats. Halfway mark is 115. आप कैसे सरकार बनाने वाले मुझे समझा दो
नहीं नाविका जी हम ये नहीं हम सरकार उसकी बनेगी जो ओबीसीज को राइट देगा दिस इज वन थिंग व्हिच इज सर्टेन एंड सेकंड थिंग नाविका जी
तो इंडिया अलायंस जिंदा है ऑक्सीजन पे है या जा चुकी
India Alliance.
नाविका जी हमारे देश में there have been three situations when an independent MLA have become the chief minister. It has happened in Jharkhand, in Odisha, and somewhere in Northeast. So Navika ji, you never know what's going to happen. We are fighting for the rights of PDA, and I'm sure people of Madhya Pradesh want the same.
All right, वरुण पुरोहित जी मध्य प्रदेश में अब आपका समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ तो इतना बड़ा डिवोर्स हुआ अब नेशनली 2024 में क्या होगा इस पर तो बाद में आएंगे लेकिन आपकी पार्टी के लॉस के लिए शुभकामनाएं दे रहे हैं अब्बास हैदर समाजवादी पार्टी के क्या होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी का दोस्त ना रहा
नहीं नाविका जी ये तो आपका अच्छा बोलने का प्रेजेंटेशन है लोगों को अच्छा लगता है
देखिए, ना तो शादी हुई थी जो डाइवोर्स होगा, खाली अलायंस बना था, अभी तो बातचीत चल रही है। 2024 के लिए
एंगेजमेंट
शादी
हुई थी
होगी
कि
तो
नहीं,
वो अभी इन चुनावों के
सगाई
बाद
हुई
होगी।
थी कि नहीं, कि
उसके
रोके
बाद
पे
देखा
बात
जाएगा
टूट
divorce
गई।
होता है, क्या होता है। ना, बात टूटी नहीं है, रोका, सगाई, शादी, सब जितने भी सेरेमनीज हैं कल 3 तारीख के परिणाम के बाद स्टार्ट होंगी। 2024 के लिए तय किया गया था वो सब सारा, जितना भी आपस की बातचीत चल रही थी इनकी। देखिए, आप 4 राज्यों में कांग्रेस बिल्कुल आ रही है। मध्य प्रदेश आप दिखा रहे हो, सबका हक है अपना अपना एनालिसिस करने का। मध्य प्रदेश में कांग्रेस की 130, 40, 50 तक सीटें आएंगी।
चलिए,
मिजोरम में
30 से
कांग्रेस आ रही
50,
है,
20 का तो आप ही ने
तेलंगाना में
मार्जिन
कांग्रेस
दे
आ
दिया।
रही है। तेलंगाना का जो फैक्टर है, देखिए,
अभी तेलंगाना पे जाएंगे, इतनी जल्दी
नहीं,
में
वो-
क्यों
वो
है
उसका
पुरोहित
मैं
जी?
बताऊंगा, अभी मेरी
पहले
बात
मध्य प्रदेश एनालाइज कर लेते हैं।
जी जी।
बहुत जल्दी में है।
मध्य प्रदेश तो 130 से 150 सीटें कहीं नहीं जा रही हैं। और जहां तक अभी ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी की आप बात कर रहे थे, पब्लिक को दल बदलू आदमी कहीं पसंद नहीं आता। माधवराव सिंधिया जी ने भी कांग्रेस छोड़ के पार्टी बनाई थी, फिर उनका क्या शुरू हुआ था। देखिए, एक इंपैक्ट था, जो कांग्रेस में ग्लैमर बना था ना, वो ग्लैमर उनका जीरो हो गया। एक अट्रैक्टिव ग्लैमर था, कांग्रेस में थे तो वोट कैचर बन रहे थे, वहां जाके तो वोट डिस्ट्रॉयर हो गए हैं। तो वहां तो कांग्रेस आप देखिएगा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री आएगी। जो भी डिस्कशन
तुहिन सिन्हा, it's neck and neck for the Congress and the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. Who, I'm not asking you who you are betting on, because you'll bet on the BJP, but I'm asking you, what happens to Shivraj Chauhan if the BJP were to come close to the halfway mark? And has the gamble of fielding all central ministers paid for the BJP?
Well, Navika ji, it suits pollsters and cephalologists to say that it's a cliffhanger or it's very close. But, it can't be a cliffhanger twice over after 2018, because the people of this country and people of Madhya Pradesh are very mature electorally. So you can rest assured that BJP is headed for a comfortable win, at least 130 plus. And like your own findings say, in the traditional strongholds, BJP is very much retaining its vote share, which is Malwa, which is Madhya Bharat. But in Chambal, you are somewhere, obviously the Liberals, the Congress side is underestimating, the Congress side has an angst against Jyotiraditya Scindia, but you are underestimating Jyotiraditya Scindia ji's impact in the Chambal region. That will be a big surprise, and, that will ensure that we are headed towards a very clear majority. See, when it comes to women empowerment, nobody has done as much as Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji has done in the last 15 years. 1.3
Then why did you not project him as the chief minister? Why did you lose confidence?
No, see, politics after being in power for nearly 2 decades, politics tends to be an evolving situation, and BJP as a party is not centered around one person. If Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji is perfectly okay with it, and if he has led the campaign, nobody can deny the fact that he's the tallest leader of BJP in Madhya Pradesh. Whether we announce him as the CM candidate or no, these are matters of strategy, and after being in power for 20 years, you need to be very flexible, and you need to be very flexible with the strategy.
Really, last minute changing of tactics, what has paid for the BJP? Let's take a look at the next region coming up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the Vindhyas region. And let's take a look at the numbers here. Oh my God.
Again,
13 to 15, 14 to 16. I'll have no nails left by the end of this evening, because look at the numbers and the way they are
Navika,
stacked.
इस region का we'll tell a special feature also to the viewers. ये region in 2018 assembly elections, it went with the Congress, with a slight edge to the Congress. But in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, this was a region where turnout increased the most, and there was a big sweep in favor of the BJP. So maybe the BJP is really getting a silent voter out here.
You're getting.
I want to ask you one question over here. This is the area that borders Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
And we've seen BSP etc. pick up seats over here in the past. So
Yeah.
what are these 1 or 2 others? Are these the 1 or
This
2
is
seats
precisely
that
the
Mr.
whole.
Abbas excited?
Absolutely.
Is this part of the 70 that
No,
he's
no.
projecting?
They won one last time. If they have a hope of 2, it is here.
The hope of 2
It is here.
It is here.
समाजवादी अब्बास हैदर दो तक की गिनती जैम रुख बता रहे हैं। मैं उम्मीद करती हूं आपको 71 के 71 72 मिल जाएं, लेकिन दो अगर हो जाएं तो डबल हो जाएगा आपकी पिछली टैली से. Let's take a look at the comparison in the Vindhya region. Congress was 6 going up to 14. BJP 24 coming down to 15. Now BJP losing in the Vindhya region. Reasons, Tushar?
I think the numbers would be a little higher. If they're making the gains they're kind of making in Malwa, Nimar and Mahakaushal region, there is no way the numbers come down here.
Is this a stronghold you're saying?
Yes.
This is where Aam Aadmi Party was also campaigning. Mr. Kejriwal was campaigning in this area.
एक आम आदमी पार्टी का इकलौता मेयर है
Singrauli. India allies have actually
so that's what this is called a rainbow area, because there are so many different pocket boroughs out here. That's why here it's a difficult area to predict.
But even then the Congress is gaining huge.
They have made a lot of effort out here, because traditionally BJP in 2018 made.
Which means the Congress is eating up the anti-BJP vote, and will that really impact India alliance? Will the regional parties go with the Congress if it is cannibalizing their votes?
यहाँ सपा बसपा को शायद cannibalize किया है कांग्रेस ने. It's their area, SP BSP area.
तो फिर कोई हाथ लगाएगा कांग्रेस को इंडिया गठबंधन?
नहीं, वो यूपी में जगह नहीं देंगे उनको.
वो तो वैसे भी एक दे रहे थे, and now even that they won't give probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Tessie.
When I was with you last time when the ETG polls happened, Vindhya still the BJP was in a massive lead. They were about 19 or 20 is what we had projected a month ago. I think you were there. 19 to 20. And since then the Congress did pick that up. They took it seriously and they worked on it. So kudos out there.
So ETG Times Now polls have actually galvanized the cadre.
Make no mistake. They watch all channels and they follow your channel. Make no mistake about it.
Okay. I wish you would say that.
I'd take it on TV.
Mukarrar, Encore, whatever, whichever language you would.
Which is why you got Kamal Nath ji to give you an interview, right?
Well, please let's
you
not.
should be happy about it. What?
I'm very happy that I broke the boycott.
He's a good politician.
And after that, senior leaders of the Congress scurried around and called up all other chief ministerial candidates कि किसी को भी दे देना, नाविका को मत देना. So that's how persona non grata I am. But what can I say? Vindhya, we've seen the comparison. We're going to the next region, Bundelkhand, very important region. Oh my God. 11 to 13 to the Congress, 12 to 14 to the BJP, 0 to 1 to the others. It's a bipolar contest. किसी और की यहाँ दाल नहीं गल रही. और अब्बास हैदर, क्या कहूं मैं आपसे, मैं चाहती थी आपकी दाल गल जाए लेकिन गल नहीं रही. आप इकलौते पार्टी हैं जिन्होंने बॉयकॉट खोला है, तो मैं बहुत शुभकामनाएं दे रही थी लेकिन दाल गल नहीं रही. बाइपोलर कॉन्टेस्ट लग रहा है.
नहीं नविका, मैं एक क्वालिफायर दूंगा. मधु कोड़ा भी स्वतंत्र एमएलए थे जब वो झारखंड.
He already said that. He said that. अब्बास हैदर.
And that seat belongs to us, Navika ji, even according to your poll.
Yes.
And the one in Vindhyanchal region also.
Yes. पर दो सीट से अगर कारवां बनता तो बहुत अच्छी बात होती. Mr. Rajagopalan, I know numbers never ever affect you. You go one way. What do you think is going to happen in Madhya Pradesh?
BJP will form the government.
No prizes for guessing.
Wait, let me explain that. Because if you heard Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia's no confidence motion speech, Prime Minister was present. From that you have to calculate, Navika, Jyotiraditya Scindia is the hero. In always Jyotiraditya Scindia's favor, buy one, get one free. If Madhya Pradesh is there, Jyotiraditya Scindia will woo T.S. Singdev and form the government in Chhattisgarh also. And जो अब्बास हैदर साहब को मैं नमस्ते करते हुए उनको ये याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, कमलनाथ ने बोला अखिलेश पिखिलेश किखिलेश, वो अभी काम में आ रहा है अभी.
मैं वरुण पुरोहित जी, राजगोपालन जी बहुत बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. अगर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया के रीजन में बढ़त हो रही है और वो छत्तीसगढ़ में भी सरकार तोड़ लें, तो क्या होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी का?
बाई वन गेट वन फ्री.
बाई कौन सा है?
माधवराज सिंधिया तो बहुत ऑलरेडी बॉट, नो. कांग्रेस तो खत्म हो चुका है. कांग्रेस खत्म, डाउन, आउट.
But like I said, every election, Rajagopalan, goes only one way, which is the Sanghi way. Yes, Varun ji.
Navika ji.
I'm coming to you, Tuhin. Varun.
नाविका जी, इन्होंने खुद ने कह दिया कि इन्होंने खुद ने कहा कि वी बॉट सिंधिया ऑलरेडी। तो खुद ही कह रहे हैं हम तो खरीद रहे थे, खुद ही अपना प्रिंसिपल दिखा रहे हैं कि इन्होंने खरीद रहे।
राहुल गांधी का तो लॉस है ना वो।
राजगोपाल जी बीजेपी नहीं है, उनका दिल धड़कता होगा बीजेपी के लिए, पर बीजेपी नहीं है, जर्नलिस्ट हैं, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट हैं, हम सबके गुरु हैं। इसीलिए आप उन्हें बीजेपी की स्टेटमेंट मत मानिए, लेकिन क्या ये जो है छत्तीसगढ़ में भी कुछ हो सकता है, जहां पर वो 40s वाले नंबर आ रहे थे, वहां पर क्या होगा ये देखने की बात है। तुहीन सिन्हा, आपके पास हमेशा एक जोकर इन द पैक रहता है जिससे आप कुछ भी बना लेते हैं। आर यू प्लेइंग फॉर दैट बोथ इन मध्य प्रदेश एंड छत्तीसगढ़?
नाविका जी, उसकी आवश्यकता ही नहीं पड़ेगी, क्योंकि अभी एक पोल आया है, वो बीजेपी को 151 सीट्स मध्य प्रदेश में दे रहा है, और यही एग्जिट पोल जो है 2014 और 2018 में बीजेपी का मेजॉरिटी प्रेडिक्ट किया था इसने। तो 151 सीट्स मध्य प्रदेश में दिए जा रहे हैं। देखिए, मैं एक छोटी सी बात कह रहा हूं,
2018 में तो रॉन्ग हो गया ना, 2018 में तो फिर रॉन्ग हो गया अगर उन्होंने बीजेपी का मेजॉरिटी बताया था।
2019 की बात कर रहा हूं, 2014 और 2019 के लोकसभा इलेक्शन की बात कर रहा हूं, दोनों बार ये सही थे, और अब ये लोग 151 सीट्स दे चुके हैं। चाणक्य पोल की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। देखिए, मैं एक छोटी सी बात बता रहा हूं,
when there is an outlier which is so radically different from all the other polls, how much of credence should be given?
Just because I'm not in the studio, this scene should not barge in like this.
Complete your point. 1 minute. Complete your point to him. 1 minute. Yes.
There is a simple point that I'm making. You know, we have been in power at the center for 9.5 years, and yet, you know, if you travel across these states, there is no anger against the BJP per se. There is no anti-incumbency.
So you're saying the anger was only against Shivraj Chauhan? That's why you did not project him as the chief ministerial candidate? What are you trying to say?
No, allow me to complete. Anger is only... No, you allow me to complete. No, anger is only against the Congress party for repeatedly misleading the country on every issue, whether it is the caste census, whether it is the economy. आज 7.6% GDP आया है। हमेशा ये कहते हैं कि बेरोजगारी की समस्या है। CMI की रिपोर्ट आप देखिए, CMI 4-year लो पर है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट।
All right. धर्मवीर चौधरी जी बीएसपी के हमारे साथ है। धर्मवीर चौधरी जी, मध्य प्रदेश में क्या अब छोटी पार्टियां, जैसे छोटी पार्टियां मतलब मध्य प्रदेश के लिए छोटी पार्टियां, बीएसपी समाजवादी पार्टी के वोट क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी खा रही है, और क्या रीजनल पार्टीज को इससे कुछ ना कुछ खतरा दिख रहा है?
देखिए नाविका जी, मध्य प्रदेश नहीं, मैं पूरे भारत और ये 5 राज्यों में जो चुनाव हो रहे हैं इसकी बात करूंगा, और आप मध्य प्रदेश पर फोकस किए हुए हैं। ये गांव गरीब के लोगों की, आदिवासी शोषित पीड़ित समाज, दलित समाज के लिए कांग्रेस अगर सांपनाथ है तो बीजेपी नागनाथ है।
आयो।
और इसमें सहयोगियों का रोल कौन अदा कर रहा है, बीजेपी की सरकार कौन बनवा रहा है, इसको आपको गहराई से देखना पड़ेगा। मध्य प्रदेश में जिस कांग्रेस के नेता के नाम के आगे ही कमल लगा हुआ है, उनकी विश्वसनीयता पर खतरे में है, और वो अंदर खाने बीजेपी से मिले हुए हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी,
समाजवादी पार्टी तो 100% बीजेपी के साथ है।
इतना तो पाकिस्तान में भी
कांग्रेस पार्टी,
कांग्रेस अगर बीजेपी से मिली है तो इस देश की कष्टी कट जाए। एक ही पार्टी का इलेक्शन हो, और इलेक्शन में खर्चा भी ना हो, एक ही पार्टी रहे, नेशनल गवर्नमेंट बन जाए। लेकिन धर्मवीर चौधरी जी, मैं मान सकती हूँ कहीं ना कहीं आप परेशान हैं दोनों से, आपकी किसी से अलायंस नहीं और अपना कुछ बन नहीं रहा, तो आप थोड़े से परेशान लग रहे हैं। लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट द ओवरऑल नंबर्स फॉर मध्य प्रदेश। टाइम टू लुक एट इट। 109 to 125 for the Congress, 105 to 117 for the BJP. This is just so close. 1 to 5 going to the others. Let's take a look at the change in numbers that we have seen in the 2018 elections and 2023 elections. Do we have the comparison numbers, Sharif, if we can pull those out?
It's very interesting.
114 to the Congress party last time, 117 this time, 109, 111 if they are two more.
Yeah.
They're just two more than the halfway mark. BJP
The BJP is two more than last time. So BJP also has more hopes than last time.
Because the others have come down. The 7 numbers come down drastically.
So
the room for actually changing,
anything else is if they are at 117, they are past the halfway mark. Unless the party breaks by 1/3.
You have to remember these are ranges. So it can even tweak the other way. This can go to 117, that can also go to 111, which is
okay. Let's take a look at the vote shares. Plus minus 3.
And difference in vote percentage?
That's what we are looking at. 43.83, 42.23, 0.6.
Yeah.
Very
1.6. So within that range.
1.6.
It can go either way. That is the and 13.94 to the others, but very close range of vote share. Can flip either way. Sabha, are you guessing this one?
I mean, this is going to be a real upset if the BJP pulls away the state, which I think was always in the realm of possibility, because if there is one state in India which is an integrated BJP state, it is Madhya Pradesh.
And let me also ask you, because I've heard BJP leaders talking about this. What is the minority vote share in the state, the Muslim vote share?
I think it's about 6% if I'm not wrong.
7.
Okay. Which is the lowest? I was told somewhere in the region of 4 to 5%.
No, it is around 7.
That's Orissa. Orissa is very low.
Okay, so 7%. Is that enough to give, an upset to the BJP? Because
no, it's not about minorities. I think what Shivraj, he tried to copy Yogi Adityanath bulldozer, but it's not even, there are not even so many Muslims to mobilize against all over the state. The real thing which would be very interesting for me to see is, has the BJP overcome the challenge in the tribal areas? Because there were lots of atrocities. It was, some of them became public. One BJP associated guy making someone drink urine. All these horrible incidents happened in the Raj of the BJP.
Which he went to and Shivraj, I think that was appreciated a lot, where he called that person, he washed the feet. I know it looks like a lot of dramatics, but for the people of the state, it matters a lot that there is the word called paschatap, which means he went and said that I'm sorry what happened. He did that symbolism, which many people think that that's just symbolism. But that's the Shehri log who see it like that. For the people of the state, it mattered a lot that he did that. And I think it's a dynamic campaign that the Congress, that the BJP has led out there. Kabhi, they brought the MPs from this parliament to come and campaign to take the election. Sometimes it's the Ladli, and then leaving it unsaid as to who's the chief minister candidate. The prime minister campaigning so much, Amit Shah ji, so much that the BJP just kept changing their strategy as the information came in from there.
Let's look at the comparison of the vote shares. 41% for the Congress last time, 43.83 this time, 40.9 for the BJP last time, 42.23. Both have improved their vote shares. Others' vote share has come down, and it is just so close for call. It's a nightmare for psephologists.
Absolute nightmare. I mean, I remember even the last election, Madhya Pradesh was a nightmare. We were doing seesaw seats even on the day of counting till 11 in the night.
Okay, so how many seesaw seats? That will be an important analysis to get. But Tushar, if it's this close, psephology is ultimately the science of projection.
Yes.
Can psephologists go wrong with this kind of a close contest?
Look, they can't go wrong. The projections are not wrong, but the quantification is too hard. For the Congress...
Both are increasing.
Yes. For the Congress, for the last 18 months, it was just one major issue, 18 years of anti-incumbency. The exit polls have devastated that narrative. That narrative is out of the window. The anger against Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the fatigue against the BJP, that's all dismissed. Case over, case closed. Now, what is going to work for the BJP, if at all it works on December 3, is the silent women voter. There are far more women voting for the BJP than for the Congress, and that is the part that's going to be hard to quantify.
All right, let's take a look at the poll of polls, because that's going to tell us when you have such a close contest, what really happens. Times Now is giving the Congress 117, TV9 pollster at 116, Republic is giving the Congress party 102 and giving 124 to the BJP, which is a victory for the BJP. Jan Ki Baat 113, too short of the halfway mark, close to our number of 117. News Chanakya is giving 151. India TV CNX is giving 116. This is the outlier. And he is known to have gone wrong several times.
And the outlier changes the final number. The poll of
He's
polls, if you
always
look at, is
known to
120.
give an extreme number. Whichever party, he gives an extreme
right
number.
sometimes.
So this is actually turned scaled.
Without Chanakya, if we can do an average, because the others are, no. So let's try and get that number.
Axis has given it massively to BJP. 160 odd, I think. 150 odd.
Yeah.
That's Axis.
Axis is.
Yeah.
So Axis and Chanakya may turn out to be, very close, and all of us may turn out to be. Okay. Do we have the Axis numbers also? Can we put in
BJP
Axis?
has 140 to 162 and the Congress has 68 to 90 for the for Madhya Pradesh. Axis.
Tehseen Poonawala, in which case I'll have to come to you and ask you, Tera kya hoga Kalia?
To repeat another movie, वही होगा जो मंसूर खुदा होगा.
But it is close call.
Yeah.
It is not the 130. So I want to ask you, do you want to recalibrate your projection? You'll go down fighting.
Go down fighting. I still believe Congress will win Madhya Pradesh 130 plus.
तो हर बार हर इलेक्शन में ये बोलता है.
Yeah, 130 plus.
Hats off to his optimism,
I want to say probably, I think if this is the kind of number which actually happens on Sunday, then I think Kamal Nath's last election in the state, it seems like.
All right, Tushar, you have given the game away. Sabha.
I think if this is what happens, then the Congress, look, the BJP knows what it is doing, it has its ideological parameters in place. Even if there was a question about the leadership, there is the Modi factor, there is a Sangathan that works in coordination. I want to finish this point here. The problem with the Congress is, you say the national leadership says caste census is a big issue. I don't know what is Kamal Nath's caste. What is it? You've taken an old timer, dumped him there.
Dumped him there, he's gone himself.
He's gone there, he has the resources to fight there.
And he's fighting on his own from the stories that I hear.
I know that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying there is a contradiction in what you do and what you say. You have a veteran guy who's not the most charismatic. Yes, he is one of the people who over the years had the resources of the Congress under his
And he's
control.
never lost an election.
He's never lost an election. But if this happens, I'm just pointing out one more thing to you, then on the tribal front, again I repeat, that's going to be very interesting, because 30% of ST atrocities in India took place in Madhya Pradesh.
Well, Sabha, I'll only say this much, that even the last time, in the last 20 years, if the BJP has never lost, the last time it was Kamal Nath who gave the BJP a run for the money, and even if for 1.5 years did become the chief minister. And he is, repeating himself, with not too much help from the central leadership of the BJP.
Of the Congress.
Of the Congress.
He doesn't seem to want it also.
He doesn't seem to want it.
He didn't seem to want it.
So I would not underestimate him really as an opponent, but has it been just too long? Sometimes,
I think
it becomes a little late. I don't know. It would be sad.
I think I agree with one thing Sabha says. The OBC caste census was not a big issue in Madhya Pradesh because Shivraj Singh Chauhan himself was an AB.
Which he said that old pensions
Exactly.
But to my mind, there are two questions that I want you guys to ponder about, because, this has Axis numbers as well. Let's take a 151 and 79 is the Axis number.
So if you replace 140 से 62 है, तो ये mean है.
So Chanakya and Axis are on the same. So outlier, there are two outliers, and therefore can go. Only two questions. Only two questions, because I have to run to Times Now Bharat for my show there, and I only want to leave two questions to you to ponder on. Before Madhav takes over the discussion. The two questions are, did the Congress peak early? Number one.
Yes.
Number two question that is very, very relevant. Has the BJP, if it does win Madhya Pradesh, has it snatched it from the jaws of loss because of the change in strategy without, making Shivraj Chauhan, putting all the central ministers there, ending all the infighting and giving them targets? Well, has that worked? Please debate that. Why do you look at the takeaways? And I'll see you again.
Okay, I'll demystify the outlier.
I just want to add, in fact, you must come in on that, because if we add the other number of Chanakya to this, that 120 could perhaps go up another 4 or 5.
Absolutely. And if you remove the outliers, the 151s, then this number is 111 and this number is 116.
Okay, so then it's advantage Congress.
Advantage, but again a narrow advantage, 5 seats, if you remove the outliers.
And 5 seats, that means Operation Kamal comes into.
There you go.
Which Kamal? Kamal Nath or Kamal of the BJP? That's the question. That's the question we've been asking.
But obviously the Congress has not shown agility to do the same kind of thing unless you look at Karnataka.
Yes.
If DK comes over and decides, okay, he's going to front it, otherwise you're going to have them go to Guwahati all over again.
But he has been active in Telangana, so there's no precluding what could happen.
Doesn't seem to have made any impact as far as Telangana is concerned. DK Shivkumar.
Okay.
Whatever the Congress has done is on its own.
The Congress had a team which they put together in Karnataka, if I may, because I've been finding out. That team was rebuffed by Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Please understand this.
Yes. In fact, Mr. Sunil Kanuguru's team.
It went to work. It gave a very good script for Telangana. The two guys, Ashok Gehlot really rebuffed them. Kamal Nath also didn't want much input.
Because Kamal Nath himself feels that he can
I'm just giving you the facts.
The team advised sacking about 60% of the MLAs.
Yes.
And that was really, there was a big rebuff.
Which is not right to put on air, because people tell you in confidence things what has happened internally. Kamal Nath kept up modicum of civility with them. Ashok Gehlot almost let that go.
Okay. Tushar, you want to come in on this bounce back of BJP? Because, 6 months ago, we all thought of a very different scenario. What all changed? One, of course, MPs and central ministers contesting, Shivraj not being projected. What all was done? And the Prime Minister, of course, campaigning on ground. What all really changed it in your view?
The biggest change happened in the Gwalior-Chambal region, where the majority of the centre ministers went. When that move happened, everyone debated, oh, the BJP is scared, they are desperate. All sorts of words and phrases were used. But that has worked in their favor. On the ground, it has worked in their favor. There were some attempts by the Congress, some videos were leaked of certain ministers' son. All those things happened. Nothing resonated with the ground. Nothing resonated on the ground. But Madhav, one important question I have. The results are one thing. We'll see on December 3, the exit polls have their projections. The Congress would be looking at the vote share right now. What would they be thinking for the elections that are 4 months from now?
Okay.
That is the important question. Because after 18 years of anti-incumbency, if you can't snatch a state, which you were supposed to, this is the same discussion we had during the Uttarakhand elections also.
Okay.
Why is the Congress again and again snatching defeat from the jaws of victory? They did that in Punjab, they did that in Uttarakhand, they did that in Goa. Now they are probably doing it in Madhya Pradesh.
Tehseen, it used to be said about the Indian cricket team. I'll just allow Tehseen to come in, since that's a direct question to the Congress, and then I'm coming to you. Tehseen.
I still believe very firmly Kamal Nath ji will take oath as Chief Minister in Madhya Pradesh. I'm very, very firm on that.
And you believe there are 2 outliers? You believe there are 2 outliers and both those outliers are wrong?
I believe you can make errors, and I believe in Jay completely. I have absolute faith in Jay and his ability to predict elections. My faith is total in Jay.
This is not my poll, but greatly appreciated.
Before leaving, Navika was talking about this strategy. When we started Madhav in the evening at 7 p.m., we were talking in terms of, not projecting Shivraj as the Chief Minister candidate. Maybe that didn't work for the BJP because there was disgruntlement. Maybe the verticals in the BJP, saying कि अगर हम जीत भी जाते तो शिवराज जी नहीं बनेंगे, so why should we campaign? Those kind of things. And then they brought Kailash Vijayvargiya, they brought the 3 ministers. So they brought all this. Now, if they lose, that will be seen as that's the reason that they lost. But if they win, these are going to be considered the Chanakya Niti of the BJP, to be dynamic and bring in these new fangled methods of, correcting the strategy and midstream to win. And maybe anti-incumbency was defeated by not projecting Shivraj ji as the Chief Minister candidate.
Possibly.
Maybe they did that.
Possibly. Jay, you want to come in on that? In terms of the change of strategy, this is something we've seen BJP do in many elections. They've done this, they get the feedback from ground, they quickly change course and manage to bring in a winning strategy. Has that happened over here? Of course, we'll know only on the 3rd, but it does.
No, but
a
couple of things. First, sensing the anti-incumbency against the chief minister, sort of relegating him to the background. Second, 39 assembly tickets declared 3 months in advance. This is like the BSP, declaring a year in advance. Okay, these 39 we've never won, or they actually won only one out of that 39 before, and they said, okay, let's get into them with a target.
Never happens in any state.
Never happens. This is unusual for the BJP. In Gujarat, BJP was the latest to declare tickets. So giving those 39 in advance. Third, working on the social engineering. Where is do you need to overtly or covertly engineer a GGP-BSP alliance to split the votes? Right? I think all that sort of mobilization could have worked in favor of the BJP, or at least helped them narrow the gap.
Okay. मैं जाऊंगा तो बहुत याद आऊंगा Shivraj saying publicly that itself, many said, was an indication of what's going on in the mind of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, because he's probably been given an indication that you can contest, but in terms of being the face of this campaign, you're not going to be there. Tushar.
Maybe he'll last for another 6 months until the 2024 elections. There's still bigger job at hand for the BJP. But after 18 years, in India, there are 2 ministers who have the most powerful political CVs. One is the Prime Minister, and after him, it has to be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Of course, they would want a bigger role for him going forward after 2024. And after 18 years, Madhav, look, you're not banking on Shivraj Singh Chauhan to win you the election or rather defend the election in 2027, if it comes to that, or 2028, pardon me. So you have to look at the future. MP is another fortress like Gujarat. The BJP would want to cultivate going forward. And as Tuhin also pointed out correctly, the politics is an evolving situation. After the Karnataka jolt, I think we're also underestimating what BJP felt after the Karnataka defeat. I think that is where the tables really turned for the BJP, where they realized, okay, we need to sense the sentiment on the ground. And maybe our chief minister has given his best for the 18 years, but we need to respect what the public also wants. So the whole double
Also for 2024, if I may say, I think it's going to be all hands on deck to win 2024. So if Shivraj has delivered, Shivrajji has delivered Madhya Pradesh, if he has delivered Madhya Pradesh to the BJP, then maybe they have somebody else as chief minister, and Shivrajji's task will be to get maximum numbers for 2024 elections, which I think will be the case in many other states.
Okay. Well, how does it actually roll out? Will it be 3-1? Will it be 2-2? And how does that really impact on how all sides, the BJP, the Congress, and whether regional parties, in terms of how they perceive the outcome of this assembly election? We'll be bringing to you more details. Telangana is going to come up next. But for the moment, we're slipping into a very quick break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से कर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. When journalism is led by integrity and when experience.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Invest in Africa with Arise IIP's special economic zones providing world-class infrastructure and plug-and-play manufacturing facility for ease of doing business. Explore your opportunities in Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Rwanda, Ivory Coast, Republic of Congo, Chad, Sierra Leone. Join over 400 companies successfully operating in our zones. Invest in Africa now. WhatsApp on 7065100700 or write to us invest@arisenet.com. Welcome to the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2023. Innovations from India, impact for the world. Insights from Nobel laureates, industry captains, unicorn founders in ITE, deep tech, telecom, AVGC and life tech shaping tomorrow's business. Witness groundbreaking ideas from leading industries, R&D labs and startups. Get ready for Asia's largest tech event breaking boundaries of innovation. Register now.
LIC presents Jeevan Utsav. Get life insurance with 10% sum assured for a lifetime. Contact your LIC agent today. Terms and conditions apply.
Muthoot Mini presents Lucky Draw Contest. Get Gold Loan. Hurry!
उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी सरकार न केवल कर रही राम मंदिर का निर्माण, बल्कि साथ ही अयोध्या का नव निर्माण कर प्रदेश में पर्यटन और रोजगार को दे रही है नई रफ्तार। प्रदेश में मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम श्री राम अंतरराष्ट्रीय एयरपोर्ट का निर्माण है अंतिम चरण में। इस एयरपोर्ट से न केवल पर्यटकों के लिए अंतरराष्ट्रीय कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी, बल्कि साथ ही सृजन होंगे रोजगार के अवसर। इसके अलावा श्रद्धालुओं की सुविधा के लिए अयोध्या धाम रेलवे स्टेशन को भी अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं से किया जा रहा है सुसज्जित। रामायण सर्किट के माध्यम से
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Mandate 2023 with me, Padmaja Joshi, special edition of India Up Front. We've taken you through the numbers of all the states, but we saved the best for the last because, mark my words, Telangana is the state which is going to give the biggest surprise for this year's elections. The BRS all this while was almost unchallenged, only increasing its tally from 2014 to 2018. Remember, KCR had advanced the polls to ensure that it doesn't overlap with the Lok Sabha elections, and in 2018 he romped home with a mammoth 88 seats. This time he made an emotional appeal saying that I am the one who fought for Telangana. I am the person who's put his blood, sweat and tears into the formation of this state, the youngest state in our entire country, and he has been the chief minister ever since. So is the revolutionary going to be unchallenged, or are the challengers going to dislodge him? Which one is going to be his main challenger? Will it be B team number 1, allegedly the BJP, or B team number 2, allegedly the Congress? And finally, has the Muslim vote shifted decisively in Telangana like it did in Karnataka? Over the next 1 hour, we will get all of those answers from the numbers put out in the Times Now ETG exit poll. Let's get started right away with the first numbers that we are going to show to you from North Telangana. Now, let me invite, before we go any further, let me invite both Jem Rug and JVC Sriram, both of them psephologists and both of them who know these areas, their importance. JVC has traveled across these areas as well. Let me start with North Telangana, where the BRS is at 18 to 22. The Congress is at 26 to 30. The BJP also, very interestingly, is at 5 to 7 seats over here. The AIMIM doesn't really have any presence here, doesn't have a presence anywhere in Telangana other than the greater Hyderabad, more specifically the Hyderabad region, and nobody else is in the running. Let's start. First up, Jay. North Telangana, what's the significance?
North Telangana is actually the original stronghold of the TRS. It starts, even if you look at the history of the TRS.
The revolution was here. This is the cradle of the revolution.
Absolutely. And even if you look
maximum
at
violence had happened here in North Telangana, which was then Andhra.
Then Andhra. And if you look at the electoral history of the TRS right from 2004, it was another, from Northern Telangana, the party grows. If you look at the vote share across the state of the TRS successively, 10% in 2009, 34% in 14, 47% in 18. The crucible from where it grows is Northern Telangana.
And yet, this is where they have been reduced to 22 seats in Northern Telangana, which, by the way, contributes the maximum number, which is 54 seats to this entire assembly of 119, which roughly means half of the seats from all of Telangana come from the north. And look at where the BRS is, 18 to 22. The Congress here has jumped to 26 to 30. The BJP, we will come to that story in just a bit. You traveled across North Telangana, JVC. Tell us about it, its significance.
It's a surprise, pleasant surprise for the congressmen that they're doing extremely well in Northern Telangana. Because as Jay said, BRS is the party in reckoning, and BJP was supposed to actually be the player who can give a run for the money for BRS.
Now let me tell you why JVC is saying that. Because North Telangana is the place where the BJP has all 4 of its Lok Sabha seats. So in 2019, all 4 Lok Sabha seats came from North Telangana. So here is the story of the BJP. They have actually capitalized on the gains that they made in 2019. In 2023, where they have increased, according to our exit poll, from 0 seats in North Telangana, they may get as much as 5 to 7 seats. So good story for them. Fantastic story for the Congress. 26 to 30 seats. Finish your point.
Polarization. Northern Telangana is the place, Adilabad, Nizamabad.
But polarization is supposed to help the BJP. Why does it help them?
So what happened is, Hindu votes have probably shifted to BJP.
And that is the story.
Muslim votes have consolidated solidly behind Congress.
I'll just add to his point. Before the run-up to the polls, we had on WhatsApp a circulated list from one of the purported Muslim organizations.
Jamiat, we broke that story.
Yeah, giving an actual seat-by-seat breakup of which party to back for the defeat.
Let's pull up that graphic as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
And 69 of the seats they had identified Congress as the challenger.
Very interesting you mentioned that, because even that Jamiat list, which was circulated just 3-4 days before polling was to take place, had actually chosen more seats where they said Muslims should vote very strategically and decisively. They gave about 40 seats and
41 to TRS
and 69 to
So they said Congress. 41 seats Muslims must vote for BRS and 69. The interesting thing is that 69 is a very interesting number for this election. KCR is 69 years old. 69 seats, the Jamiat said Muslims should support the Congress. And here we have the Congress 26 to 30. Now let's look at the comparison, because that will give you a better idea of what the story from North Telangana, the biggest chunk of seats that come. Look at this.
It's actually the collapse of a citadel. Look at it.
48. The man who grew from North Telangana with 48 seats last time around. Imagine 88 seats total in Telangana for BRS. More than half came from North Telangana. 48 seats, you are down to 20, a loss of 28, and almost entirely that has been transferred to the Congress and to the BJP. So a clean transfer of seats has happened. One of the others goes to the BJP. All of the rest come to the BJP and the Congress. This is the story of North Telangana. 2 big stories we pick up. One, clear message to the BRS, the Congress benefiting from it, BJP capitalizing on their gains made in the Lok Sabha. And third, this is the polarization and the decisive shifting of the Muslim vote. The message is important for next year as well. Now let's take a look at South Telangana. In South Telangana, the numbers that we have is, again, Congress 32 to 36, BRS is 6 to 8. The BJP has nothing here, neither has AMIM. So a total of 41 seats, and the Congress again a clean sweep almost over here, 30 to 36. Let's take a look at the comparison. Again, that will give you a better idea. Look at this. The gains made again here by the Congress are massive. From 14, they have come up to 34, a gain of 20 seats. The BRS again has gone down to 1/3, 1/4 of what they were earlier. From 26, they have gone straight down to 7. JVC, you first.
See, this was the original stronghold for the Congress. Nalgonda, Khammam, these 2 districts. I was pretty sure that if they cross 35 seats in the southern Telangana Congress, then they will get a clear-cut majority. They are getting it. And this is where what is problem for BRS is, in places like Khammam and places like Mahbubnagar, some of the strong leaders of BRS like Ponguleti, Srinivas Reddy, Jupalli Krishna Rao, they moved from BRS to Congress. They were waiting in the wings to join
Do you
BJP.
think BRS was complacent?
Complacent, and also Mr. KCR was looking at Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy as a potential challenger to KTR in the party. He's a vitamin M man. And it was BJP's fault.
Hold on. What did you say? What man?
Vitamin M man.
What is a vitamin M man?
Vitamin money.
What Tehseen Poonawala says? Resources. He is a resourceful man.
He is much more civil. My brother is much more civil.
We'll come to that in just a second. All right. So, also just to give a brief idea to our viewers about the geography and the makeup of South Telangana. North Telangana, large tribal population, large agricultural farming population. A lot of SOPs have been given by the BRS government. You know, you had the Raitu Bandhu, then you had the Dalit Bandhu. All of those schemes were rolled out. And South Telangana, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, I was told this is more of what used to be a leftist bastion. And now that left vote, remember the last election in 2018, the CPI was actually in alliance with the Congress at that time. This time the Congress has fought alone, and it seems without any problems.
They have CPI as alliance partner. They've given just one seat.
Okay.
Congress has given one seat.
So,
CPM has been...
They've given one seat this time. I was mistaken, but still.
No, one of the CPIs, one is kicked out.
All right. So basically, I don't think it has given them any problems.
No,
the left vote, especially in areas like Mehboob Nagar, Khamma, has conveniently moved.
Also, because the candidate in CPI has been there for some time, so it's been more like we have to accommodate.
It's more a personal
this thing.
Person
but
seat
one
than
CPI has not been accommodated. I'm not sure whether it's CPI or CPI.
No, CPM has been neglected.
Yeah, one is
19 places CPM is contesting, but traditionally it was CPI which has been strong in Telangana. Congress has been very smart this time. They said no to CPIM because you are not very strong. You still have voters in Nalgonda. You still have voters in Khammam. So we'll accommodate you for one seat. And that has worked well because whatever the left, they've all moved towards Congress.
So
and Reddy Bastion. Mind you, Reddy Bastion, Nalgonda, and those places. And Khammam is a Khamma.
And the settler votes. Yeah.
Settler votes, explain that.
So the settler, settler is sort of a derogatory term used in Telangana for people from Andhra Pradesh. They're called settlers. So southern Telangana has a lot of districts which have actually these people with roots in the current Andhra, what remains as Andhra. So they are called settler votes, and they've not traditionally been TRS supporters. So they are also looking for a safe haven away from the TRS.
Okay, that is South Telangana. Now let's talk about the Greater Hyderabad region. The Greater Hyderabad region is where Mr. Owaisi has his fortress, has his guard. Those 7 seats are almost a given. This time he's gone too further. He said, I'm also going to field in Rajendra Nagar, in Jubilee Hills. And let's take a look. Those 24 seats of Greater Hyderabad, how are they faring? The BRS here again is at 13 to 15, which is relatively the same as last time, if I'm not mistaken. Congress has actually gained, and at whose expense? That gain will be at the expense of the AIMIM, which from their 7 seats they were hoping to expand to at least 9, may actually reduce to 5 to 7 seats. And the BJP already has an MLA there. You would have in all likelihood heard of him, T. Raja Singh of Gosha Mahal. They are slated to get either that 1 seat or maybe 1 additional seat. So they will get 2 seats. The Congress also making a dent here, like I said, at the cost of AIMIM. The story, Jay.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. This was not an area that BRS was actually strong in 2014. In 2014, it was the Congress and the TDP which was stronger here. Backed on his success then in the GHMC election, which was held after 2014, and the promise of 2 BHK flats, the TRS actually penetrated the urban areas. Now here it looks like it has retained the penetration, maybe even dented the vote share of the BJP, allowing some space for the Congress. The AIM is strong only in the old city areas, the 7 seats there of the Hyderabad Lok Sabha, which has 8 seats. One is Gosha Mahal, which is D. Raja, and the other 7 are with the AIM.
T. Raja.
D. Raja.
Let's not confuse D and T. Very, very different ideologies.
D. Raja.
D. Raja is here, T. Raja is here.
He calls himself a tiger. D I will not get into.
Perfect. And here the 1 seat loss, fantastic. The 1 seat loss at AIM could be Yakutpura, where it's being challenged.
Or it could be Nampalli, where also the Congress has put up a very strong fight to it. So finally, let's take a look.
I have a point here on GHMC, because when we spoke to voters were reminding that 2009 to 2014, do you remember? Water was not coming for you. Power cuts for 6 hours, 8 hours. So say no to Congress. Because BRS has built extraordinary flyovers. The water problem is no more there. Current is there for 24/7. As a result of which, in fact, they have rallied behind BRS.
Absolutely.
Even traditional BJP voters have shifted to BRS in this election so that the Congress does not come to power, and that is the sentiment of Hyderabad.
Interesting. So even if the agricultural voters, the farmers, the Dalits, the tribals haven't stood behind BRS in this hour of need, at least the urban voters have thanked them for the infrastructure that Hyderabad has got, the water, power, etc.
Exactly.
Let's look at the comparison of Greater Hyderabad. And you know, Hyderabad, I think, and North Telangana are giving us a very big story which will develop very substantially over the next 5 months. The fact that the Muslims are now voting very strategically and decisively for the party they think is going to be able to challenge the BJP. Let's not divide and waste our vote is the sentiment right
Padmaja,
now.
and one more fact. The fact that there was no action against K. Kavita in the liquor scam.
Right.
Yeah. You think the B team struck a chord?
That narrative has gone to the ground. BRS, BJP, bhai.
You know, I will talk about that in detail because there's a lot of confusing signals that came from everywhere. Why was this B team thing suddenly brought in? But let's take a look at the comparison of Greater Hyderabad. The BRS, like I said, is almost, in fact, it is exactly the same. So voters have thanked the BRS for their infrastructure. The Congress has gained one. The BJP remains at the same, and the AIMIM is actually losing one seat, like we said, and the direct gainer is the Congress over here. What are the big takeaways? Before we come to that, I want to quickly open this up. Let's go straight across to our guests. Please take a seat, gentlemen. We will keep coming back to you and detail individually what the learnings of these numbers are. Tehseen Poonawalla, political analyst, here with me in the studio. GVL Narasimha Rao, MP and national spokesperson of the BJP. Ravila Sridhar Reddy, spokesperson of the BRS, and Advocate Adil Hassan, spokesperson of the AIMIM. Ravila Sridhar Reddy, I want to start by asking you the story from North Telangana. Let's pull up those numbers. Again, to give the viewers a little bit of background. The BRS had a near clean sweep in this area in 2018. You won 48 out of 54 seats. In 2014, you had 63 seats, of that 30 came from North Telangana. And yet, Mr. Reddy, you have almost been decimated this time around by the voters of North Telangana. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think that these exit polls will be 100% true? And many a times in the past, there was a history that these exit polls, become wrong once the original results come, on that day. And North Telangana is our strong basin, and there is no reason why BRS party would not get enough support from these particular area. And not only North Telangana, I was just watching your analysis, North Telangana, South Telangana and all that. Telangana is one, I understand. You can find two regions here out. But, when it comes to the, polling,
sir, humor me for a second. We could be wrong, but let's just assume that these numbers are correct. The fact is, and let's assume that these numbers are correct. On third, you please come back and say, haha, I told you so, you were wrong. Let's for a moment go with these numbers. They can't be way off the mark, right?
No. One thing. I'm not just saying out of the air. Okay, I know, I understand. I am in the government. I'm in the party. I'm a spokesperson of the party, and I'm the election in charge for one of the key constituencies in Hyderabad called Uppal. We are winning here. See, these numbers looks little disturbing even to me when I saw on the screen. But the fact is something else. And these numbers, I don't know. I don't see what is the logic.
So let me take this a step further and get in GVL. Here's the thing, sir. In North Telangana, Mr. Reddy, with the greatest of respect, in North Telangana, there is a chink in your armor. And that chink was exposed in 2019, not by the Congress, but by the BJP. They won 4 of their seats from this very area. Adilabad, Nizamabad, all of these seats are coming from North Telangana. The fact is that there was some discontent, and in 2023, the BJP a little and the Congress a lot has capitalized on it. Let GVL quickly respond to that. I will come back to you, Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, good evening to you and all the panelists. We won 3 of our seats from the North Telangana. The fourth one is Secunderabad. Secunderabad, where our Minister Kishan Reddy ji is the MP. You see, North Telangana, as you rightly discussed, was the hotbed of the entire movement, Telangana agitation, statehood movement. There is certainly a deep disappointment about the performance of this government, and therefore there is a lot of negative voting that was expected. But one thing I would like you to remember, we'll certainly debate on the real numbers when we have them on the 3rd. There is a negative voting against the BRS, but that vote is definitely going to get split between the BJP and the Congress. It is not likely to go whole hog in favor of one party, despite the Congress party's attempts to really show that BRS and BJP are together. But that hasn't gone down well with the people. No one accepts it because it is the Congress and BRS which have always been together. They fought elections together. The Congress party and BRS TRS fought elections together in 2004. And Mr. K. Chandrasekhar Rao was a Union Labour Minister in Manmohan Singh's government from 2004 onwards, 2004 to 9. And they have had, on several occasions, they were together. So the Congress party's attempts to grab all this anti-BRS vote in their favor hasn't certainly succeeded, and therefore I don't see the numbers heavily in favor of the Congress as you're projecting. Is this your own exit poll? Or
this is our own exit poll. This is our own Times Now ETG exit poll. In fact, we will show the poll of polls also in just a second, but let Tehseen Poonawalla quickly come in. Tehseen Poonawalla, JVL Narasimha Rao agrees that vote will go away from BRS, but he's saying सारा आपके खाते में नहीं आएगा, थोड़ा जब कद्दू कटेगा तो उनमें भी बटेगा.
There's a Urdu couplet, दिल को खुश रखने के लिए GVL जी एक ख्याल अच्छा है. But let me just tell you, I also disagree with this exit poll very strongly. I am putting my neck on the line. 72 plus for the Congress, not 65, 66, it's 72 plus. And I'll give you an internal news. I've just got a WhatsApp. The intelligence has given the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana their report. The intelligence, which obviously will be in favor of the government, has given Congress 57. BRS's own internal survey is saying 56 as per my people, but intelligence has given 57, which means the Congress is 72.
Hold on a second, Mr. Reddy, you should be worried about this. Your intelligence officers are sending WhatsApp to Tehseen Poonawalla.
No, I'm telling you one more thing. I'll tell you this. Telangana is a case study for the BJP because Telangana until 8 months ago, and I'm telling you, when I was in Telangana, was ripe for the BJP. After Karnataka, it was the second state where the BJP could have grown. I am astounded with how many, because the BJP is such a strong fighting machine, how many errors after errors after errors the BJP made, how they underestimated the Congress, DK, and they've underestimated Revanth.
Okay, very quickly, Mr. Reddy, respond.
See, I'm seeing, different kind of arguments. First of all, actually, these are a little bit confused when you look at the numbers.
First, tell us this, Mr. Reddy, why are IB people sending WhatsApp to Tehseen Poonawalla?
मुझे नहीं भेजा, journalist को भेजा.
I mean,
मुझे नहीं भेजा. Just to clarify.
These numbers would give some kind of happiness to Tehseen Poonawalla. So he's going a little overboarded. But I am not. Let me be very practical. And these numbers, what is the actual sample size? We have done it. And number two, all the exit polls which were predicted in 2023 Karnataka polls, except my access, were wrong.
No, Jay was right.
My friend.
No, sir, so sorry. Jay was right. Jay was right. Jay was of the polls in 2023 got the direction absolutely right.
Yeah.
You were 132.
Yeah, 115, but we were absolutely saying that the Congress was going to form the government.
Can you wait for a minute?
BRS.
No, we were part of it.
Yeah.
Access My India was the only thing, prediction which was near close to the numbers, which have actually come originally later. So we are not actually worried. You will see the BRS government forming on the 3rd in the evening. Okay. And we are confident. We don't actually see. They would have done their own survey. They would have done their own prediction. But we are very clear and people are clear. There is no reason why people have to really made up their mind to unseat us.
Okay, we're just getting in a reaction from Mr. KTR, the man who is rumored to become chief minister if the BRS comes back to power and if Mr. KCR eventually shifts his base to Delhi, because remember now, TRS has become BRS. They also have an office in Delhi. KCR apparently told Mr. Modi when he met him that give blessings to my son because eventually he'll become chief minister. Let's listen in to what the minister is saying and I'll come back to you, GVL Narasimha Rao.
You have the audacity to publish numbers. Do you have the courage to accept that you are at fault and therefore apologize to the people? Unda, I've seen some, trust me. I've seen some. Only after that I've come here because I wanted to tell my party cadre that don't believe this nonsense because it's nonsense. This is pure nonsense and I'm substantiating it by this. In 2018 also this nonsense, this rubbish was published and it is rubbish, so therefore I'm calling it rubbish. Let us hope that we win bigger than 70. I'm saying 70 plus, but hopefully we'll win bigger.
Okay, very quick.
Padmaja, when I went to Telangana, nobody had anything negative to say about the chief minister. But everybody was so angry with his son and Kavita. Kavita, in fact, lost her Lok Sabha elections to a BJP candidate. The fact is that KTRG thinks that Telangana is a property, his personal property. The way he speaks to media, you can disagree with the exit poll. That's fine. That's his right. But nonsense. Take it. Have the humility. This arrogance is what people don't like. And KTR is the one chinks in the KCR armor.
JVL.
Exactly. I agree once with Tishin. Probably I never agreed. I agree with you. Yeah, because the prince and princess, that's the attitude. And that is what people do not like. Did not want. They don't mind KCR talking abuses, but they don't want KTR to talk this language.
Mr. Reddy, farmhouse chief minister and now they're saying arrogance.
See, I mean, when they try to see the entire, thing in a different perspective, they can say anything. But the same chief minister has been elected by the people of Telangana twice with a popular mandate. And he is our tallest leader in Telangana who brought in separate state of Telangana for us. And if any individual has a different opinion and perception, it is arrogance, somebody says it is Kavita, somebody says it is KTR, there is a personal opinions. But when it comes to Kavita ji, there was no case properly proven. And what sort of arrogance? If you also, you want to attribute arrogance to the loss of Amethi to Rahul Gandhi, and what about many other cases? So don't jump to the conclusions, my dear sir. He is our chief minister. He will be our chief minister. And these are big words that you're speaking about, arrogance and all that. He is the man who brought Telangana, and people of Telangana has that in mind.
Okay, I want to just quickly...
Quick answer. So with humility, I absolutely think KCRG is the tallest leader of Telangana. I never said a word. In fact, I've said on the show, people respected him. They didn't like the arrogance of KTRG, and it showed in the press conference.
I'm sorry.
To tell the media.
Why should it be like? Why should it be?
Because he's telling the media, because you can disagree with the exit poll, like you're humbly disagreeing. But to say the tone in which you speak.
The individual characteristics, I don't expect you to discuss this way on a national platform. And these are...
Okay, let's move beyond individuals. Let's move beyond individuals. I just want to pull up a map of Telangana to show you actually what it looks like and what is it when we say North, South, Greater Hyderabad. So here it is. This is the North, where we said the large farmers belt. You've got Dalits over here. You've got a tribal belt. This, like I said, is 3 seats. GVL rightly corrected me. You have Adilabad, Nizamabad and Karimnagar here, and then Greater Hyderabad is the Sikandrabad Lok Sabha seat of the BJP. So this is the North. This is the South that we are talking about here, which is again that leftist tribal area that we are talking of. Yeah. Now tell me this, JVC. The BRS said right now that there is no need for anger in the North. Then why will people vote against us? I've got Dalit Bandhu, I've got Raitu Bandhu, there is more irrigation, you've got a lift irrigation project. They have actually put out figures of how when 2014, the independence of Telangana happened, there was 6 hours of electricity to farmers. Now there's 24 hours electricity. You've got irrigation given to them like never before. Then why would the farmers vote against them?
Warning bells have been given to KCR and BRS time and again. Where did they lose? In 2019, they lost in Karimnagar, Nizamabad, Kavita herself lost.
But that was polarization.
No, not only polarization. There was anger. There was anti-incumbency. Nizamabad Municipal Council, I'll go back to that. Nizamabad Municipal Council, they were reduced to just 12 seats out of 60. There was a message coming because Kaleshwaram project, the people believe, was the biggest corrupt thing to have happened in Telangana.
And their land was acquired for
Yes. And people who have been dislodged in Gajwel, I met them for 3 hours.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah, I met them for 3 hours. They say that we do not have house. This guy promised us 2-bedroom. Where is the 2-bedroom?
So tell me this again. If there is so much anger, then why didn't the BJP capitalize on it? Why did the Congress capitalize?
See, BJP was on the rise till the beginning of this year. It is literally, I cannot fathom what happened in the last 10 months. Everything which can go wrong, went wrong. Unfortunately, BJP will not accept it.
Okay, now there's only a little bit of historical parallel to it. Even in the United Andhra, okay, in 1998, the BJP got 18% vote, a majority of it coming from Telangana and some from the coastal districts. Now, even that time it was rumored, there are rumors, that the BJP leadership closer to the polls preferred going soft on the TDP and working out that deals, and in that process collapsed the party's growth. So in a way, in Andhra, there have been historical parallels before where such things are.
This is like looking for the silver lining in everything. You're like, अरे BJP is not doing that well. इसके पीछे कुछ master plan होगा 2024
No master
का.
plan, nothing.
So tell us this, Jivel Narasimha Rao, what is the master stroke in this? Tell us. Everything has a master stroke.
No, Padmaja, I think we are confident of doing much better than these polls. But today I won't claim that we are winning, but we are doing much better because you are not factoring in certain reasons. When even in these polls, whether it's exit polls or opinion polls, and more so in exit polls, you will actually be polling a lot of people who are willing to vote in a poll. These are not strictly random samples. You are talking to your attempt is to talk to every 5th person or every 7th person, but people who belong to marginalized sections do not cast their votes in exit polls. So if this poll were to be way off the mark, please count on this factor on the third. That's one possibility. SC vote. We have talked about, there was a massive rally held by the Honorable Prime Minister for SC subdivision, scheduled caste subdivision. More than 1 lakh people attended that rally. And I'm sure that's a big factor. And Madiga community, they account for 2/3 of the SC population, close to 16%. You cannot count that out. BJP will get heavily into that. BC CM is a big factor in this election. These are silent factors which do not get reflected in the exit polls.
Okay, I will come back to you, Mr. Reddy, but I think it's only fair that we get Mr. Adil Hasan at this point, and let's show again the greater Hyderabad numbers. In the north of Telangana, Adil Hasan Sahab, and the greater Hyderabad, अगर 7 सीट में से 1 सीट भी कम हुई ओवैसी साहब की, आप मानेंगे कि मुसलमान का थोड़ा सा मोह भंग हो रहा है आपकी पार्टी से?
मैम 7 सीट से बढ़ के सीट मिलेगी, आज आप लिख लीजिए 3 दिसंबर को इस वक्त आपके साथ मिलेंगे, आपको मिठाई भी खिलाएंगे और बीआरएस सरकार भी बनाएगी। साइबेरियन क्रेन चले जा चुके हैं दिल्ली और अभी वो बोल रहे हैं कि एरोगेट राहुल गांधी से बड़ा एरोगेट हिंदुस्तान में कोई नेता नहीं है। जिसने डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का कैबिनेट का बिल फाड़ा था वो देश जानता है। केटीआर साहब ने तो नौकरियां लाई, सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री को डेवलप कराया। बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब के साथ, अकबर ओवैसी साहब के साथ हैदराबाद घूमा जब बाढ़ में तबाही आई थी। लेकिन राहुल गांधी का बतलाइए कि उससे बड़ा एरोगेंट मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट या नेता कौन है जो कैबिनेट का बिल फाड़े? आप बतलाइए, कैबिनेट का बिल फाड़ने से बड़ा कोई पाप हो सकता है क्या इस देश में?
सर वो सब तो हो गया ना, अब उसको 10 साल बीत गए, उसको 10 साल बीत गए। आज का मुसलमान कह रहा है कि भाई मोदी को कौन हराएगा 2024 में?
ये डर अच्छा है, ये डर अच्छा है। मोदी को बड़े ओवैसी साहब हारने वाले हैं लोकसभा चुनाव, और हमेशा डर अच्छा है, बनाए रखो डर, बनाए रखो डर। यार उतना हैदराबाद में हारने वाले बड़े ओवैसी साहब। राहुल गांधी को, मोदी जी को भी भेज दो, अरे भेज दो ना यार, अगर है हिम्मत तो भेज दो। अरे आप नेशनल टीवी पे यार देख लेंगे, 14 से मोदी जी और राहुल जी को दावत दे रहे हैं। अरे भेज दो ना, आप भेज दो। वही यही पद्मजा, ओवैसी साहब भी चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी हारे, मोदी जी भी चाहते हारे, इसीलिए हम उनको बी टीम कहते हैं। आज मेरी बात पद्मजा के शो पे सिद्ध हो गई। अमेठी दोनों को बुला रहे हैं। अरे
दोनों को बुला रहे हैं। मोदी
ओवैसी साहब ने तो न्योता नहीं दिया,
दोनों को बुला रहे हैं।
उनको नहीं दिया, उनका न्योता नहीं दिया, उनका तो इस्तकबाल करते हुए ओवैसी साहब, मोदी साहब का
2014 में न्योता दिया था। अरे 2014 में न्योता दिया था।
अरे आप
आदिल साहब एक सेकंड आदिल साहब, अमेठी को तो हम देखेंगे, अभी 5 महीना बाकी है। आप मेरा सिर्फ एक सिंपल से दोबारा सवाल का जवाब मैं लेने की कोशिश करती हूं। अगर 7 में से एक भी सीट कम हुई तो आप मानेंगे कि ओवैसी जी का, देखिए 119 में से एज इट इज उनकी 7 सीटें हैं, उस 7 में से एक भी कम हुई तो आप मानेंगे कि मुसलमान वोट उनके हाथ से फिसल रहा है।
मैम हैदराबाद
इस बार भी उन्होंने 2 एमएलए चेंज करने की नौबत आ गई उनकी, सिटिंग एमएलए चेंज किए उन्होंने, क्यों?
एक सीट भी नहीं हारेंगे।
अगर इतना कॉन्फिडेंस है तो अपने सिटिंग एमएलए को क्यों चेंज किया?
ये 7 मैम एक सीट नहीं हारेंगे मैम। अरे चेंज नहीं करेंगे, नया लोग को मौका नहीं दे क्या? आप बोले उनका सीनियर हो गए थे, एज फैक्टर, सबको मौका देना चाहिए। अरे मेरे नौजवान कॉर्पोरेटर सब है, मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का वार्ड अध्यक्ष है, उन लोग को मौका मिलना चाहिए ना विधानसभा में जलवा दिखाने का। अरे एक आदमी 5-6 बार से था।
Okay, Jivel Narasimha Rao, actually, you know, this whole B team issue that you floated ended up benefiting the Congress more than anything. Case in point, anti-BRS vote went to the Congress. The more the Prime Minister said that, you know, KCR came to me and said that I want to join the NDA, that got the Muslims thinking, hey, if Mr. Modi himself is saying that KCR is my B team, why should I not trust him? Let me instead vote for the real Muslim savior, which is the Congress.
Padmaja, I do not for one believe that the Muslim vote is a big factor in this election. I think we are over emphasizing that factor. We are discussing it, we are giving it too much importance to it. It was purely, I think, a governance vote. Disappointment with BRS was very evident. And this because the people had certain expectations from the new state. They were promised a golden Telangana, particularly among the youth, among poor. There is certainly some amount of disenchantment. So I don't see this as a Hindu versus
Then why
Muslim.
did you not capitalize on it? Case in point is Hyderabad. GHMC election, you won 1/3 of the total number of seats. Now in Greater Hyderabad, you are at 1, maximum 2. You are going nowhere else. Why?
No, we don't believe that. We certainly will improve our tally in all regions, including Hyderabad, because in the last assembly election, we won only a single seat. Our numbers and our percentage of votes will go at least 3 times more than what we had got last time. Number of seats, certainly we are not going to be in the top 2. We might be a third party in the tally, but we will still have the numbers.
Okay.
Which will be a big factor, which will really help us emerge as a major force in next elections.
Okay, in fact, we are just being told that Mr. Owaisi has tweeted saying that we will win all 9 seats. Remember 7 where he is sitting, where he has sitting MLAs, including his own brother Akbaruddin Owaisi, won by a margin of over 50,000 votes, and 2 more that he is contesting this time around, Jubilee Hills, where Rajendra Nagar, which is outer Hyderabad, which is where the so-called settlers from Andhra are there, and Jubilee Hills, where Mohammad Azharuddin is contesting against him. So that's the latest coming in. Arvind Dharmapuri is also through here with us. Mr. Dharmapuri, your first reaction to the numbers, where it seems that the BJP is making gains, but nowhere close to where it was projected, where the Prime Minister himself said, "Ab ki baar Telangana mein BJP sarkar." Numbers don't bear that out.
Okay, I don't know how many you are projecting.
5 to 7. 5 to 7 overall.
I will win 5 in my parliament seat.
Which
so I would want to put few facts in front of you before you guys analyze further. See, one thing is there is a strong anti-establishment vote. And in Telangana, you will find a lot of silent vote. TRS, MLAs or ministers, they threaten people left, right, center. They book cases. So people are afraid to disclose their view in front of any kind of surveys. Secondly, the media, the local media can be, you cannot, all the channels have their own personal agenda. They are allied with some political party. Thirdly, wherever Bharatiya Janata Party is there, strong contestant is there, people are going to vote for Bharatiya Janata Party. Yes, there are places where we do not have strong contestants, where Congress and BRS are in fight, and there are few places where there is going to be a triangle fight. Now, what survey teams are not considering since last couple of months is, one is the backward class chief minister, which the United Andhra Pradesh or Telangana haven't seen so far in 75 years of independence. This has triggered a strong sentiment across Telangana. Second, the SC reservation categorization. This thing they've been fighting since more than 30 years.
Okay.
So these two are playing a very vital role.
Sir, I'll just pause you for a second because we are all about numbers today. You said I am going to win 5 to 7 in my Lok Sabha seat.
I will win.
For the uninitiated, he's the member of parliament from Nizamabad. Can you name those 5 to 7 seats which you say the BJP is going to win in Nizamabad itself?
Oh yes, Armoor, Korotla, Jagtial, and Nizamabad Urban. And we are in very strong, close contest in Balkonda and Nizamabad Rural.
But these
Nobody
are all,
can predict this.
These are all traditional BRS seats. What makes you think they are going to vote for you?
They were traditional Congress seats. They were traditional TDP. There are times when TDP swept the entire region. There are times when Congress swept the entire region. The change in Telangana starts from here, be it from Naxalite movement to all political changes in the government. It starts from this region of the state.
Mr. Dharmapuri, the prevalent sentiment across the board is one of disbelief. Anyone you speak to on the ground thinks that in the last 7 to 8 months, the BJP almost put the brakes on its campaign. Since you had a change of leadership at the state level, it's almost as if you decided, let things happen. Was this an attempt to try and give the BRS a leg up?
No, the change in the leadership was inevitable. You only see victories in Dubaka or Huzurabad or GHMC. You don't see losses of MLC. You don't see losses in Nagarjun Sagar. You don't see losses across all municipalities in Telangana. So the change had to happen. It happened. And the BJP has picked up. Yes, there are a few mistakes which we may have committed, not the change in leadership. And secondly, in last 1 month, these two decisions of Bharatiya Janata Party, they are making a hell lot of a difference. And the survey agencies, whoever is surveyed, they have never considered the dip of TRS on a daily basis. What TRS carried the vote percentage in October or September, it's kept falling very, very, very drastically, especially in last 15 days. They haven't considered. And wherever, ma'am, let me just finish so that you can analyze.
Yes.
Wherever there is BRS and BJP fight, the backward classes consolidation and the SC vote consolidation towards BJP, wherever we are in fight, we are going to win. And where we are not in fight and where Congress and BRS is in fight, these votes, what we are going to poll, are going to affect Congress's victory.
So let me just ask you, what would be your ballpark figure of where the BJP, Congress and BRS will stand on the 3rd of December?
See, ma'am, what I could see, the rural women are going to make a lot of difference in this. They are going to decide this election, the rural women. And I could see a strong wave in them today in the polls on the ground. Adilabad and Nizamabad will give 8 to 10 seats for BJP in this state. These two parliaments will give you at least 8 seats in the state.
Each? So you're saying you will go past the 15?
No, not each. Adilabad and Nizamabad together will give you 8 to 10 seats.
So you will have a total of what? 15 seats across Telangana?
You can expect about, I would say 20k aspas, but I would definitely say if there is a strong wave, we might increase our tally. But I am very sure nobody is going to be close to 60.
Okay, so you essentially are saying it's going to be a hung assembly. Our in-house analysts are also here. Very quickly, they have a question for you. JC Shriram, you first, then Jay.
So to Mr. Arvind Dharmapuri, the question is, this OBC and subcategorization, should it have happened much before? Not much time was there for your party to take this message into the voters. What is the feel we got when we went and hit the ground? Because we did the survey on the ground. What was it? Was by that time the voters have already shifted from BRS to Congress. And then you came and announced these things. Should it have been happened much before?
I have just my question to is Mr. Dharmapuri, like interacting with a lot of field workers across political parties early in, I would say, even January 2022 or even 2021, there was a consensus that BJP will be projecting itself as the OBC party. In fact, they identified 4 OBC categories: the Munir Kapus, the Mudirajus, the Yadavas,
Kapus,
and Kapus. And they said these are the 4 OBC categories. BJP is going to say it's a non-Dorai party, it's a non-Dora party. Yeah, I mean, even amongst the Karyakartas of the party, this was very clear about 2 years ago. Why was the BJP so late in acting? So late?
But an impact maybe, but still I feel BC Chief Minister, okay, then we had enough time. It went to the people. There is a strong sentiment which has emerged. Yes, categorization, we should have done it maybe a month earlier. But anyways, they are going to play, these 2 decisions are going to play a major role in the results of the state.
Okay, so the consensus here seems to be, I want to show 2 more things. One is the vote share and the vote share comparison, because if we are talking about 2024, that is going to be critical.
Yeah.
Where does the vote share in Telangana stand and how does it compare? The BRS is at 38%. I want to tell our viewers,
9%.
Yeah, I want to tell our viewers that in 2018, the gap of vote share between the BRS and the Congress was a whopping 18%.
But I would if you take the Congress TDP alliance, about 14%.
Because 33, you add CPI, Congress,
okay, fine.
TDP,
14%. 14%. That's also a huge gap to cover in a manner of in a span of 5 years. So a 14% gap has been filled by the Congress. They stand now at 43%. The BRS is at 38%.
9% drop.
The BJP is at 13%, and the AIMIM is at 2%. Let's take a look at how this compares. The vote share comparison between last time and this time.
So 9% down for the BRS. The Congress, the biggest gainer, 11. BJP, not a bad gain.
Big gain. It's a big gain. See, 1 second, Jay. Why I would say it is a big gain.
Yeah.
When Congress is going to form the government, according to this exit poll, and Congress is perceived as a winning party, now a section of voters are choosing BJP and not going to Congress. Because the sentiment on the ground, you are also there, Badmaja, the sentiment on the ground is Congress is coming. Mar postadi, which means change is coming. So in spite of that, not only retaining its core vote base, but also gaining 6% means certain voters have rejected this B team philosophy and they've stuck their neck out to BJP.
It's a little down from the 19% the BJP got in the Lok Sabha.
Yeah, so for a 13% in this election, still pretty healthy.
Yeah.
You know, a good takeaway for the BJP here, and 2024 is where they're looking at, and irrespective of what Adil Hassan might say, the vote share for the AIMIM has also gone down. Overall poll of polls, the final number that we are going to end with, let's put it on our screens and let's see how it compares to what happens on the third. Poll of polls, BRS 44, Congress 62, BJP at 7, AIMIM at 6, and others get nothing. So I think for the AIMIM and the BJP, everyone is almost unanimous that the BJP will grow, the AIMIM will go down, the BRS will be decimated as compared to where they were. I think they, in fact, the poll of polls gives them exactly half of what they were last time around. And it is a huge jump for the Congress. Final word, Tehseen Poonawalla. What do you make of the vote percentage and the signs that in Telangana there is a definite growth, and the sort of theory that is being put forward कि ये लंबी रेस के लिए एक strategic game खेला गया है this year by the BJP. They are making gains, 13% vote share.
Everything BJP does, it calls itself a master stroke in hindsight. That's not important.
No, but they have grown. Vote share growing is good.
Yeah, but that's also because there's so much anti-incumbency against the BRS.
That should have gone to Congress.
But the BJP, let's also understand, got 19% in Lok Sabha. So and Prime Minister is a factor in Hyderabad. But I'll tell you why this works for the
But
Congress.
they haven't made gains in Hyderabad. They've made gains in North Telangana.
That's true, but the Prime Minister is a factor in Telangana, and for Lok Sabha, he becomes a factor in Telangana. That's why they won 4 Lok Sabha seats. Congress won 3, though the Congress vote percentage was higher. But let me tell you how this works for the Congress. This will now put pressure on the India alliance partners to mend faces, especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. I'm not getting into which, because a particular voter section that votes for them will now put pressure that if you want to defeat the BJP, you have to go with the Congress in the India alliance, or we will ditch you. It now gives the Congress a leg up. It also, I repeat, gives the Congress political resources from Karnataka and from Hyderabad to take on the might of the BJP, because the BJP has a lot more strength. It also brings in the federal structure into play when 2 South Indian states. It also, the Congress makes it a very regional election. They don't want to be fighting Modi ji on nationalism.
So after this, basically you are saying that who's the real Chirkut, that message will be clear. I'm going to leave it at that.
I am not getting into that. You're going to get me into trouble.
I mean, you're saying, it's a message to some people in UP. It's not Mayawati ji that you're sending that message to. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, all gentlemen. I'm completely out of time. Sorry, GVL. Sorry, Dharmpuri Arvind. Thanks for joining us. All viewers, we'll be back over the next 3 days as well. We're going to be getting you seat by seat analysis, the VIP candidates, the seats which the BRS had never lost, which seem to be falling now. What is the reason? What is the message? Don't go anywhere, because Times Now is India's election news headquarters.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force, which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Full coverage that India is hooked to, crisscrossing across election terrains. Rally Yatra, Road Yatra and even Air Yatra. Hearing the voices that matter.
लोन वेवर का किसानों को जो आपने वादा किया था वो पूरा नहीं हुआ। Why are you making it so personal about Rahul Gandhi?
दोनों प्रदेशों की स्थिति क्या देख रहे हैं?
Insights from the high decibel blitz, covering every nook and corner. When it comes to the ballot test, newsmakers speak only to Times Now.
माइनॉरिटीज के लिए केसीआर जी, ओवैसी जी बहुत सारे स्कीम माइनॉरिटीज के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं, कांग्रेस भी लेके आ रहे हैं।
मेनली यू आर अटैकिंग रेवंत रेड्डी ऑन द आरएसएस इश्यू।
ये जो गारंटी आपकी है, वो जीत की गारंटी बनेगी आपके लिए।
Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Badwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news are at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं. देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं. निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में. राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है.
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There are few things as riveting as Indian politics. It's always a cliffhanger, it's always a suspense movie, and if anybody is watching television today, it's Paisa Vasool, because there are total upsets, there are a lot of surprises that are coming up. There's drama, there's betrayal, there's suspense, there's violence, and of course, the biggest of all, paisa, money. all brought together by the hunger for power. But as they say in Hindi, Janta is Janardhan. ये जो public है, ये सब जानती है. And the public has decided in these 5 states who they want as a government, who they want as their chief minister. The final power rests with the people of these states, and the voters of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, Chhattisgarh and Mizoram have made up their minds and made their choice when they pressed that button on the EVM. We will know on 3rd of December which party they picked, but this is critical for us to gauge the mood of the nation ahead of the crucial 2024 polls. So here on Times Now, ETG survey, we get you the most accurate and comprehensive projections backed by meticulously collated data from the extensive ground surveys with over 41,000 voters polled who actually came and spoke to our ETG representatives. And let's take a look at all the 5 states, the poll of polls, because there's no point talking about one poll. By this time, all the polls are out. So let's take a look at Rajasthan. Which way is Rajasthan going? Well, most polls say that it is going the BJP way, except 2 states, 2 polls giving it to the Congress. They're also slightly short of the margin. Access My India gives it 96, TV9 Polstat 92, Jan Ki Baat 73, 99, which is the exact same number Ashok Gehlot got in 2018. Republic gives 70, 81 ABP C voter. Average for the Congress is 82, and look at the BJP numbers, 118 by the ETG Times Now survey, 90 by Access My India. So neck and neck, 96 and 90, 102 by TV9 Polstat. So at least they're saying the BJP is ahead, short just above the halfway mark. 111 by Jan Ki Baat, 85 India TV, CNX, 122 by Republic and 104. So average is 105. Thin majority, but majority in the average. That is how Rajasthan is stacked. Let's take a look at the others numbers, because when it is close, others can play an important role. So average number for others is 12. Which way they will go? But if this is the average, then BJP is past the halfway mark, 105. Well, I can see sleepless nights for all journalists, because who's going to be the chief minister will be the next battle that will have to be fought. Let's go to Chhattisgarh numbers now. And Chhattisgarh, ETG Times Now gives 52 to the Congress, and most other surveys, Access by India gives about 45, which is right halfway mark, but very thin, can be a tricky one. ABPC voter 47, 45 again by TV9 Polstat, Jan Ki Baat 47, News 24, Chanakya 57, India TV, CNX is 51. So that's 49 on an average, which is Congress majority. For the BJP, well, these 3 are extremely close, and anywhere close to this number, the BJP is going to be in business. The other polls, of course, give it to the Congress, but these 3 polls we'll have to look at very closely, and the others then come into play. 3 others. Which way is Chhattisgarh going to go? It's a cliffhanger. It's a cliffhanger. Every state is a cliffhanger at this point. Let's go across now to Madhya Pradesh. And Madhya Pradesh again. Look at these numbers. 117 to the Congress by the ETG Times Now poll, and 111 to the BJP. 116 by TV9 Polstat. 111 for the BJP. 102 given to the Congress party by Republic. And 124 to the BJP. Jan Ki Baat 113, 111. Access by India 79, 151. Chanakya 74, 151. And 125 and 100 by C voter. If you look at the averages, this is the story of the day. Madhya Pradesh, which was everybody before elections was giving it to the Congress party. Well, the poll of polls, the two outlier polls giving 151 to the BJP actually changed the scenario, and it's 123 going to the BJP, which is again, and 4 rebels can go very comfortably to the BJP's kitty. Let's take a look at Telangana coming up next. Telangana. Look at this. 4165 ET now Times Now ETG survey, 5354. Now, how does this really work? I'll have no nails left by the end of this evening. Republic 5354 again. News 24 Chanakya 3371 giving it to the Congress party. Jan Ki Baat 4756 giving it to the Congress party. CNX 3971 giving it to the Congress party. Sea Voter giving it to the Congress party. But not quite. It's a hung assembly here. It's a hung assembly here. Hung assembly here. So at least 3 polls giving it a hung assembly. BJP, can it play kingmaker with the BRS A team, B team? Is that what's happening?
AIMIM both in the kingmaker's position.
Well, all right, that's a cliffhanger, and AIMIM also here. What's going to happen? That is the big question. Telangana, well, it looks even Stevens and a hung house.
AIMM with the BRS, no?
They haven't fought together.
No, but we have to include them.
Okay, so if you do that, then it's well, 47 for the BRS.
47, 58, 59, 41, 55, 45 and 53. Yet, even if you add them together, it looks like directionally everybody wants to say the Congress is ahead, directionally. Yet, everybody is more or less denying the Congress a simple majority.
Well, let me introduce you to our panel this evening, and in the studio, Jay Mruk, cephalogist, resident cephalogist, has done so many elections with us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, so good to see you, and steamed chole bhature coming up. If which side are you on?
मैं साइंस की तरफ से
Oh,
Anand, it'll add to your weight to eat chole bhature.
All right, Smita Prakash, editor ANI, thank you for being with us. Woman power here, Sabha Naqvi also. So 3 women journalists. Between us, we'd probably have 150 years of experience, at least 100 maybe. And let me also introduce fellow journalist Harshvardhan Tripathi joining us remotely. Thank you for joining me on Times Now. Let me introduce our political guest this evening. Amit Malviya, head of the BJP's IT cell, with us this evening. Ghanshyam Tiwari, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Dinesh Chaudhary, spokesperson of the BRS. Waris Pathan. Excuse me. We've been so excited all evening that the throat has gone for a toss. Waris Pathan, national spokesperson of the AIMIM, joining us. You were feeling unwell a little while ago. The minute you saw hung house, you feeling well again, Waris Pathan?
Yes, definitely. No, I was in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, then Telangana. So for 15 days with change of weather, dust, everything, and we worked very hard. And I am confident, Navika, we will be the kingmaker. You are showing 6, but 7 we are winning with good margin. And the 2 seats which you have not shown, there also will be winning, and definitely you will see KCR becoming the CM.
Change of weather ही नहीं, change of fortune भी कहीं ना हो जाए.
India won the semi-final, but they lost the final. So you cannot have that. India also won the semi-final in the cricket match, but in the final, anything can happen. So you cannot say this is semi-final, the final will be won by somebody. I am pretty sure.
All right.
Madhya Pradesh
All right. आप तो बॉल पड़ी नहीं, बैटिंग चालू कर दिया आपने. अभी तो बॉल डाला नहीं मैंने. वारिस पठान जी 2 मिनट ब्रेक लगाइए, क्योंकि डॉक्टर संजय झा भी हमारे साथ हैं. डॉक्टर संजय झा, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग मी once again on the News Hour special edition, because it's Numbers Day. the only suspended congressman who talks to me. I've said this many times before, but you are a treasure. आप नहीं होते तो कांग्रेस का बिल्कुल कोई shadow भी नहीं होता मेरे show में. So thankful to you for being here. Let's we've seen all the numbers. Let's take a look at the Mizoram numbers as well. And Mizoram numbers are here. MNF is 17, 14 to the ZPM and 8 to the Congress party, 1 to the BJP, 0 to the others. That's the ETG Times Now survey. ABPC voter gives 18 to the MNF. Direction is the same, and the BJP is not getting anything. CNX.
It's the only state where all the polls have a consensus.
Consensus, a total consensus over here.
Yeah.
I think there's a problem. The average is not there. There is a 0, 0, 0.
So we are looking at
we need
17
to fix
here, 15 here, 7 here, and 1 here.
We need to fix this graphics, but the general direction is that it's hung house in Mizoram. Let's now look at all the numbers together, and Mizoram. These are the ETG numbers, and Rajasthan ETG gives it to the BJP. Madhya Pradesh, it's too close to call. Telangana goes to the Congress, Chhattisgarh to the Congress, Mizoram hung house. That's what ETG says. But let's take a look at the national takeaways. And if we look at the national takeaways, what's the big picture? Congress plans to expand its national footprint, which is been kept in check by the BJP. If it wins both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, then the BJP has stymied the Congress's march. In the absence of a chief ministerial phase, Prime Minister's campaign in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh critical. So brand Modi very much the winning factor. BJP's plan for southern expansion is dealt a setback in Telangana, and if 2 states go to the Congress party, it has ATMs coming up. That's the conversation. Congress's regional satraps Gehlot and Kamal Nath may fail to fire. At least the average numbers show that. Baghel, on the other hand, is the dark horse who has a pro-incumbency. Combined campaigning of the Gandhis unable to swing votes in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh. Well, they didn't quite go very hard in Madhya Pradesh at least. And limited impact of caste census pitch by the Congress party in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, because caste not really a big factor here, not working. Appeasement charge against Congress still has electoral traction. So appeasement is something that works for them. Muslim votes do come towards them. What that means for regional parties is something they'll have to worry about. Hung house in Mizoram may make Congress the kingmaker. So there could be some good news for the Congress party. The Congress's welfare pitch and guarantees received a mixed response. Madhya Pradesh, if it's not working, in Rajasthan, if it's not working, then there is a problem that they have. So let's get the first reactions. Amit Malviya, what do you think is working for the BJP? And some polls are actually saying that Rajasthan may go the Congress way. What will that mean?
Navika, first of all, these are exit polls, so we should not confuse them with the final results which are going to be out on the 3rd of December. But having said that, directionally, most exit polls seem to suggest that the BJP will do exceptionally well in the Hindi heartland states. We are likely to win Madhya Pradesh, that is retain the state, also come to power in Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh, a state where most analysts had not given us a chance at least 3 months ago, now have conceded that the BJP is in a dead heat contest with the Congress. If you were to ask me, my prediction of the election results on 3rd December is going to be 3-0 as far as these 3 Hindi heartland states are concerned. the BJP may well be ahead of the Congress even in Chhattisgarh, although quite marginally, but we could well be past the halfway mark. That's the sense that we're getting from the ground. There are a couple of smaller parties in Chhattisgarh, a few independents who have upset the Congress's apple cart, and the fact that the BJP put out a manifesto which was quite appealing, along with a huge undercurrent against Bhupesh Baghel and his government. Let's be very clear, underneath the gloss and glitter of the Chhattisgarh government helmed by Bhupesh Baghel, who was a frequently seen face in national media and in Delhi, governance suffered in Chhattisgarh. There was widespread corruption, the women were not happy, the farmers were not happy, the liquor policy of the state ruined several families. There was an estimated scam of about 2,000 crore there, 500 crore in the coal scam, where they were giving permits for ferrying coal. That was completely done by the state government. All these things put together had put Baghel in the corner, but it seemed for a very long time that he managed the perception very well, but that might just be his undoing when you see the results on 3rd. Coming to Madhya Pradesh, I see some pollsters have indicated a huge sweep for the BJP, and some have given us a marginal lead. I can't comment on the numbers, but I can tell you that we will be very comfortable and we will be over the halfway mark on our own. It might not be a landslide as being projected, but it will not be as slender as some others have given. Now, the most interesting amongst these 3 Hindi heartland states is Rajasthan. For some reason, some pollsters believe that Congress may have the edge. I can tell you today with absolute confidence that the BJP will sweep Rajasthan, because Mr. Gehlot ran the most abysmal government you could find anywhere in the country. There was crime that was galloping away, women were targeted, Dalits were targeted. He was just not in control of the state. In the last 6 months, he made a valiant attempt to put out a lot of welfare programs and schemes and advertise them aggressively. But you see, if you don't deliver governance in 4.5 years, you're unlikely to make good in the last 6 months, because delivery is not something that you can operationalize overnight. Governments work for 7-8 months to conceive a program and then to put the mechanisms to deliver it. What Gehlot tried doing in the last 6 months is cover up for his inadequacies by a lot of announcements and advertisements, but that's never enough. Congress, if there's one state that they are sure of losing, it's Rajasthan. So that's the Hindi belt for you. And lastly, let me comment on Telangana. It seems like, and everybody seems to suggest that Congress might sweep the state. I have a different view on it. Even though the Congress is making all efforts in Telangana, they may still finish second behind the BRS. The BRS tally will certainly go down. They may even be short of the halfway mark, but it still seems like they may end up as the single largest party. The BJP will gain vote share across the state.
Is that your hope? Is that your hope, or is that a prediction based on numbers and psephology, Amit Malviya? Because you would want the BRS to fall short, and then you can expand the NDA and reduce the third front options or the India alliance, whichever way you want to.
No, it's not my hope. Unfortunately, my hoping or not hoping does not determine the result. But the way the state is positioned, let's not forget the BJP has its very strong catchment areas in Telangana. The Congress, on the contrary, is very oligarch in its approach. Wherever they have leaders who have some sort of hold, they are relevant, but they are largely not present across the state. On the contrary, the BRS, despite having huge anti-incumbency against them, have the requisite machinery that is required to fight an election. The Congress does not have it, unless there was something so compelling for people to go out and ensure that BRS and KCR are out at any cost. I'm still not quite sure that was the mood there. They do want change. But is the alternative the Congress? I don't think that is the answer. Is the alternative the BJP? Yes, because ideologically the BRS and the Congress are in the same space. The BJP represents an alternate view. They're an alternate model of governance, but we are still sort of growing in that state. So we could see a hung house in Telangana, and we will have to wait for third to see which way the numbers go.
Well, I don't know about that, and let's get the poll around the studio, because I've not seen too many polls where people have shown their indecisiveness. Most polls in recent times have been decisive, and therefore, hung house in Telangana is something that, I at least, cannot hope for. But let's take a roll call around the table. Jemruk, do you think Telangana will be a hung house? Do you think Madhya Pradesh will be a BJP sweep despite the Congress putting up the kind of fight they have? Do you think Chhattisgarh is a close call? And do you think Rajasthan will not palto the roti and actually repeat a Congress government? Stick your neck out.
Okay, I'll go to a little bit of history. I'll start.
No, don't go to history, because we live in the present. No. We live in the present, and today we only want to know what's happening in these 5 states.
Okay, perfect. Rajasthan, actually, I clearly think it's going to follow the cyclicity. The BJP is going to be back. Only thing, that gap may be narrower, what the polls are showing, which is what has happened actually in 2008 when Gehlot came back, and in 2018 also when he came back. He was around 100, the BJP was around 75. Now the shoe seems to be on the other foot as per the poll of polls. Maybe the gap is wider. I think the poll of polls is narrowing it. The gap could be wider. That's point number one. Point number two, Telangana, I think it's actually got to be a clear mandate. Maybe the Congress heading closer to 60. Which is again in line with the poll of polls. 60,
okay. Yeah, 60 is just about there.
Shy of the majority somewhat. But I think that's a possibility. Again, I'm with the poll of polls on that. Madhya Pradesh, 2 polls seem to be outliers while most are predicting a close fight. I still feel it could be one party, that is maybe the BJP, but not by that huge margin, maybe 10 seats or so.
Victory is a victory.
Victory. And Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarh में भी traditionally ये वाला poll of polls का हिसाब रहा है. आप 18 का चुनाव छोड़ दो, आप 3 का देखो, 8 का देखो, 13 का देखो, जीतने वाले के 50, हारने वाले के 40, 45, 50, 40 वही चल रहा है. So if something similar happens again,
अब तो मोदी फैक्टर है.
बिल्कुल नहीं, but I still expect it could be the BJP, but again it won't be a stupendous mandate. Maybe it's a 40 or a 40.
Oh, so you're even giving Hindi heartland. You're going with Amit Malviya. Are you a Sanghi?
It's up to you.
Okay. Sanjay Jha, if the Congress was going to snatch a loss from the teeth of victory in Madhya Pradesh, if it is a hung house in Telangana, what does this mean for the Congress party? Sanjay Jha?
Well, Navika, I can see the exit poll is more like a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. It is very, very difficult for anyone to really safely prognosticate as to what's going to happen on December 3rd. But here is the interesting point. If the BJP is going to look at two exit polls that give it a decisive win in Madhya Pradesh, then the same 2 polls are giving the Congress, in fact, near the majority in Rajasthan. So in that effect, it becomes basically a flip-flop. The Congress expected to do in Madhya Pradesh, loses Madhya Pradesh, but hopefully will win Rajasthan. So I think it becomes a zero-sum game. I believe that the big story of the election, Navika, is really the comeback of the Congress in Telangana. Because that is a state where a lot of people took it for granted that the BRS is going to have another 3rd victory, but that doesn't seem to have happened. And if the Congress makes a comeback in Telangana, I think it begins to fortify the South, which has always been its traditional bastion, and makes it, I think, make a comeback even in Andhra Pradesh, in the next assembly elections. So I think that to me is the real big story. And the third part, which cannot be ignored, is that the BJP is ceding space. It cannot be denied that the BJP is ceding space. The question is, how quickly can the Congress and the India alliance seize on that opportunity? Because the Hindi heartland is clearly fractured. It is not going the BJP way. The Congress at the moment could win all 3 states. The Congress, based on these exit polls,
so
could be
could
winning
the
Madhya Pradesh,
BJP,
could be winning
so
Rajasthan.
could the BJP, Sabha Naqvi. That's exactly what you're saying.
No, well, I think I'm not as optimistic on the line that Sanjay is. I think the BJP is showing a huge tenacity. It is fighting back. It is being able to turn the reversals, probably, according to the exit polls, in Madhya Pradesh and in the heart of India and in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh, I felt, would be closer than what was being projected. The BJP is fighting back, even though they had no clear leadership over there. So they're doing that. And Rajasthan, well, I mean, in the Hindi belt, certainly, even if the BJP ends up losing all the states, hypothetically, their capacity to fight, their capacity to be there, it cannot be seen as a mandate which is going to go into the next general election. The interesting result beyond the Hindi belt, we'll have to wait till the 3rd, as we all know. If the Congress actually manages to win in Telangana, then as I've said, they had Bangalore city, they'll have resources of Hyderabad, which is boom city. It is doing on certain indicators even better than Bangalore in certain fronts, and so they'll have another boom city if that happens. But it would be, we would have to sit down and analyze how can a party which does so much welfareism as KTR's party, I keep calling it TRS, which I think they should have stuck to that name, because they suddenly went Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti. It was a party made on regional aspirations, and they should have stuck to that name. And this sudden thing, they have done a lot of welfareism. There's no doubt about it. If they get defeated, we have to analyze. These are turning out to be very interesting elections.
Very interesting elections, but Anand Ranganathan, 2018, the BJP lost all of these states. And still in 2019, it increased its tallies. So what are we seeing? If the BJP does win 1 or 2 states and makes it a close call in Chhattisgarh or even wins it, and in Telangana, as Amit Malviya says, is part of the equation if it's hung house, what does it mean for national politics?
3 points here, Navika. First of all, good evening. I think number one is, for all those who say that BJP is not wooing enough Muslims, you've just heard Pathan Saab say that he's been on a whirlwind tour of all the election states. So I think that is wrong.
What is that? I haven't got B team.
Extracted a smile out of Pathan Saab there. Look at him.
आप लोगों का हैदराबादी बिरयानी का चलता रहता है.
No, but 2 points here. I think the stories, to be very honest, are Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. And let me go into a little bit of detail there. Please understand, 20 years of anti-incumbency. No one gave BJP a hope. Mamaji looks like he's done it. But if you were to analyze, let's go beyond the infighting in the opposition camp or Congress camp or any other state. You look at all the BJP ruled states. The first thing that Narendra Modi or Amit Shah or everyone, when they go for campaigning, they say double engine ki sarkar hai, double engine ki sarkar hai. Out here, they didn't mention that much. And you look at the evidence, it is the Modi engine that has not only pulled the train, but has pulled the almost defunct Mamaji engine, which is at the back. If you look at 80 million population of Madhya Pradesh, 25 million have now got Ayushman cards. 8 million have Ujjwala cylinders. You have 8 million toilets constructed, some of the highest in the country. The central schemes, i.e. quote unquote Modi schemes, have done something for Madhya Pradesh that is unprecedented. Number two, I am right now actually holding my horses when it comes to Telangana, honestly, because as Sabha says, I think she has a point. The amount of welfareism that has been done by the BRS or erstwhile TRS is unbelievable. The state is now in debt of 6 lakh crores. Navika, to give you a perspective, when you keep on saying that AAP is the one which is freebie, Punjab is 2.5 lakh crores in debt. Telangana, population of nearly the same as Punjab or 35 million instead of Punjab 30 million, is to every person in Telangana has a debt of 1.5 lakh crores, 1.5 lakhs, which is unprecedented. What that means is, in spite of doing so much development, if they lose, you really have to introspect. You really have to give credit to the Indian voter and ask this question. Do they look...
If freebies don't work.
Yes. That's why these are the two stories.
If BRS loses...
They work, that means people don't say, "My Baap Sarkar, we are yours." People say, it's our entitlement, now what's next?
Well,
that's what we say.
Waris Pathan. Let me get in Waris Pathan and Dinesh Chaudhary. Waris Pathan, अगर कांग्रेस तेलंगाना में जीत जाती है, भैया जी, तो क्या होगा? All the minority votes are going to go to Congress. After Karnataka, Telangana will be the other experiment. And what happens to the existence of parties like yours?
Well, this is an exit poll, Navika, and we don't bother whether Congress wins or loses. We have contested only on 9 seats. We have 7 sitting MLAs. We have got 1 member of parliament there. And out of the 119, we have given all the seats. You go and fight. But in the 9 seats, I am confident and sure that 7 we are winning with good margin. The other 2 also, it's a tough competition.
ओवैसी साहब तो मामू के लिए भी तो वोट मांग रहे थे. ओवैसी साहब मामू के लिए भी तो वोट मांग रहे थे. मामू मीनिंग केसीआर.
बिल्कुल मामू के लिए ओवैसी साहब ने ये कहा था कि if the places where we don't contest and if BRS is there, तो लोगों को बोला BRS को वोट दीजिए and see to it that KCR becomes the chief minister for the 3rd time, because he has really worked hard. He has done good work, good development work in Telangana, but it's a public's mandate, people's mandate. We all have to follow that and we all have to accept that. See, Navika, we have contested out of the 5 states, we have contested only in 3 states. We contested in Madhya Pradesh only on 3 seats. In Rajasthan, we contested only on 8 seats. In Telangana, out of 119, only 9 seats. In Madhya Pradesh, I am sure and confident that one of the seats in the Burhanpur, we will be winning, I think so, because the people love affection and people thought that yes, there is an option, there is an alternative for them. So they have voted for us. In Rajasthan, it was also the first time we contested, and I am hopeful and sure that we will get some good percentage of votes out there as well. Then now coming back to Telangana, as you said, and the the details which you are showing, I am not a cephalogist or a political analyst. I can only say that yes, what I have seen there, I was present in all the 3 states, and the people feel that AIMIM is the option. Earlier they did not have any option. In Telangana, the Congress, the BJP and RSS together, they work together to see and to ensure that our candidates lose. That is what was going on in Telangana. In various places or various seats wherever candidates were there, you could very well feel that the Congress is in no hurry. They wanted the BJP to win. Okay, let the BJP win. Where we never contested, they say, why don't you contest there before Raja Singh? Why don't you contest against Raja Singh? Why do you contest against Azharuddin? So all these things were going on there, but the people's mind was clear that they don't want the BJP to win. The BJP is not doing anything there. 5 seats were there earlier also. And I think so even now they will be having 5 seats. But my friend Anand Ranganathan, I would like you to come with me to Hyderabad and have Hyderabadi biryani, because I have got a sore throat after going all the 3 states. And let's hope for the best on the 3rd. Let's see what happens, Navika. Well, even Madhya Pradesh, so Rajasthan, 3 states only, and we have left all the other seats for the Congress. Fight, defeat BJP, defeat whomsoever they want to. But I think
that is the question. That is the question. If in their home state, where a party's name is Musalman, if they were to lose more seats than they win, and those seats go to the Congress party, तो existential crisis है कि नहीं है? That is the question. But Dinesh Chaudhary, exit polls, everybody will say don't take exit polls seriously, but those are the numbers, and direction of most of the exit polls is in one direction, which is Congress making huge inroads into Telangana, and the TRS or BRS actually suffering huge losses. Despite welfareism, despite your schemes, despite a 6 lakh crore debt of the state, as Anand Ranganathan pointed out, if this is the situation, do you really think that the Congress is on a comeback nationally, and smaller regional parties could be in trouble?
Navika ji, let me tell you, no exit poll has got Telangana's pulse perfectly till now. Even last time also, nobody could get the number of seats which BRS was going to win exactly. only CPS exit poll had got it right. But no other survey or
what is CPS saying this time? Bhai, bata dijiye. What is CPS saying this time?
CPS is giving us simple majority.
Simple majority. Okay, that's all you are worried about.
And let me tell you, we are very confident, and as our working president, KTRG has addressed a press meet today and he has said, we are coming back with more than 70 seats in Telangana. Congress hype is only on social media or what do you call false bravado or bluster. But people of Telangana will definitely give us the mandate which is required, and there will be no necessity of forming a coalition or alliance or power sharing with anybody. Because we have.
But if the necessity arises, as Amit Malviya pointed out, are you willing to do business with the BJP? Are you going to use it as your B team or be the B team of the BJP?
Navika ji, I am once again saying very categorically that scenario will not arise. There will be no necessity.
If it does, life in politics is all about possibilities. Is that an option?
Navika ji, just let me mention, even in Bengal elections, all the exit polls have given huge numbers to other parties other than TMC. But TMC came back very triumphantly, and Telangana will also be delivering the same message on December 3rd. And if unfortunately the scenario which you mentioned does arise, we will prefer to sit in opposition and fight on behalf of the people instead of sharing power with others.
All right. Brave last words, and kudos to you, more power to you. But Ghanshyam Tiwari, the question that arises from all the exit polls as of now, and I would request everybody to refrain from saying exit polls are average now, and let's discuss the exit polls. And if all the direction of the exit polls are to be seen, then it seems like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh in the BJP kitty as of now. Telangana, well, in the Congress kitty, and Chhattisgarh also, most exit polls except 3 puts it in the Congress kitty. Where does that leave the regional parties like the Samajwadi Party that contested 70 odd seats in Madhya Pradesh, actually broke ties, and there were some very sour words between Akhilesh Yadav and the Congress leaders, including Kamal Nath. I want to ask you, what does this mean for parties like yours, and what does this mean for the Lok Sabha elections as far as alliance that has been made, the India alliance, is concerned?
Good evening, Navika ji, to you, the viewers, and my fellow co-panelists. There are 3 important lessons that I take from this discussion. One is that the exit polls, which tens and thousands of respondents on the ground seem to be all over the place with respect to different states. That's lesson 1, which is obvious. And Amit Malviya, with lakhs of IT workers, IT cell workers of the largest party in the world, is also a little bit all over the place, underconfident about what is going to happen. That's one. Second is that it is clear that BJP is shunted out of South India. 20% vote share in Telangana elections in 2019, they are shunted out. So that's one axis of 2024 election, that BJP is a non-player in South India. The second axis of 2024 elections is that in the Hindi heartland, the last poll that happened in Hindi heartland in 2019, BJP got between 50 to 60% votes in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. In these states, BJP is getting 40 to 42% votes depending on which polls you are going to believe in. Both the elections happen, you can say it's national elections, but with Mr. Modi as the face of it. So clearly in the Hindi heartland, Congress by itself is not enough. It may get over the edge in some state. But when you look at a PDA kind of alliance, when you look at India alliance broadly, the India alliance story is going to play differently in the Hindi heartland compared to the way it is going to play in South India. That's the second key message that I take away. And third is that there is no Modi wave, no matter how much BJP tries to fit into it. People have rejected the fake guarantees that Prime Minister Modi gave in these elections.
Is there an India wave? Because that's the only question I asked. You've answered everything else except my answer to my question. Is there an India wave?
We have never claimed a wave. We have clearly said that the 2024 narrative will be around caste census in Hindi heartland. It will be around fake guarantees of Prime Minister Modi. All these are Modi guarantees. 1200 rupees cylinder is outcome of Modi guarantee. For 2024, it will be 2000 rupees cylinder. 100 rupees petrol is outcome of Modi guarantee. For 2024, it will be 200 rupees petrol. 2 crore joblessness is outcome of Modi guarantee, and so on. I can claim more Modi guarantee.
So caste census doesn't seem to have worked, neither in Madhya Pradesh nor in Rajasthan. Where is the success of the caste census, Amit Malviya? Can you see that, and would you want to respond to Ghanshyam Tiwari?
You'll see that in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh as it plays out.
Coming to you, Sanjay.
Look, Navika, do you really think I should be responding to Ghanshyam when their own alliance partner treat them with so much of disdain? I still remember the exchange of words between Akhilesh Yadav and Kamal Nath. I don't think any alliance partners spar so publicly and so bitterly as the Samajwadi Party and the Congress were doing. Having said that, I think Ghanshyam should worry about his party's shrinking base in Uttar Pradesh. They fielded as many as 60-70 candidates in Madhya Pradesh. It was an ego tussle with the Congress party. They actually wanted 6 seats. The Congress refused to give them even those 6 seats and wanted them to contest 4 seats. So they are quite irrelevant as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, and they are also shrinking in their home state of Uttar Pradesh. Having said that, let's be very clear. Rahul Gandhi's campaign vary from season to season. He picks up something from the last person he has spoken to, and then he starts parroting that all through. I mean, let's not forget he went into the 2019 general election with Rafale as an issue and called Prime Minister names Chaukidar Chor hai, and so on and so forth. The BJP returned with a bigger mandate than 2014. So clearly, Rahul Gandhi really lacks the credibility to convince his neighbors, forget the country. And the truth is that you will see on 3rd of December that Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh will be in the BJP's bag, because clearly, irrespective of what these exit polls seem to suggest, the report from the ground is quite contrary. Like I said in my opening comment, Rajasthan certainly no way is going to be with the Congress. Madhya Pradesh, it's going to be a comfortable win, and Chhattisgarh, where the BJP did not stand a chance till at least 3 months ago, is very much in the reckoning, and we could well be past the halfway mark on our own. And this is not something I must say as a BJP representative, but this is really born out of what we've picked from the ground. And if you see analysts going from Delhi and coming back saying that it's not a one-sided contest.
In Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, there were many candidates till the strategy came in. Let me get in Harshvardhan Tripathi and Smita after you. But just a minute, because I'm being told Kailash Vijayvargiya joining me live from Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. Vijayvargiya ji, exit poll आ रहे हैं. कोई पोल दिखा रहा है मुकाबले की टक्कर और 2 पोल दिखा रहे हैं बीजेपी का स्वीप, और आपकी जो स्माइल है वो बता रही है कि शायद सिर्फ राज्य बीजेपी के पास नहीं, आप मुख्यमंत्री भी बन रहे हैं. कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
आप मेरी शुभचिंतक है ना, तो अभी तो खाली जीतने की बात करिए और बहुमत लाने की बात करिए, और कौन मुख्यमंत्री होगा ये तो हमारे सब लीडर तय करेंगे. पर हाँ, मैं इतना दावे से कह सकता हूं कि मैंने पहले दिन भी कहा था कि 130 कम से कम आएगी और अधिकतम 160 आएगी. आज भी मैं उसको दोहरा रहा हूं कि मध्य प्रदेश में हमने 20 सालों में जनता की सेवा की है. मोदी जी का नेतृत्व है, डबल इंजन की सरकार है, मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण की योजना है. प्रदेश में शिवराज जी की गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं के माध्यम से हमने प्रदेश की गरीबी दूर करने का प्रयास किया. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छा हो गया. मुझे याद है दीदी, जब मैं मिनिस्टर बना था पीडब्ल्यूडी 2003 में, जब सड़कें हमारे यहाँ 60,000 किलोमीटर गड्ढे वाली सड़कें थी, आज 5 लाख किलोमीटर सड़कें हैं बिना गड्ढे की. ये डेवलपमेंट बहुत साफ दिखाई देता है और लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं।
डेवलपमेंट साफ दिखाई देता है, लेकिन बीजेपी का इंटरनल सर्वे क्या बताता है? कितनी सीटें हैं?
मैं तो आपसे कह रहा हूँ कि 130 कम से कम आएगी और 160 तक जा सकती है। मैंने तो आज हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं को भी सीट का आंकड़ा दिया है, ये सीट हम जीतना है, ये सीट में हमारी फाइट है, ये सीट हम जीत सकते हैं।
जीत का फैक्टर नरेंद्र मोदी का करिश्मा है, लाडली बहना स्कीम है, सेंट्रल स्कीम्स है, क्या कारण बताते हैं आप इस अगर जीतते हैं?
नंबर देखिए तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, डबल इंजन की सरकार, उसके बाद गरीब कल्याण की सारी योजनाएं, उसमें लाडली बहना योजना भी है, और इसलिए कुल मिलाकर एक गुलदस्ता है। उस गुलदस्ते के अंदर अलग अलग फूल हैं और उसमें प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना भी है, आयुष्मान योजना भी है, लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना भी है, लाडली बहना योजना भी है। तो ये सब का गुलदस्ता है जनता की सेवा का।
कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, 2024 के लिए क्या मैसेज रहेगा मध्य प्रदेश का अगर बीजेपी चुनाव जीतती है? लेकिन कांग्रेस ने काफी मुकाबले की टक्कर दी है, 2018 में भी, अब 2023 में भी। लोकसभा के लिए क्या आप आकलन लगा रहे हैं?
2018 में कांग्रेस ने जनता को धोखा दिया था, किसानों के कर्ज माफ करने का वादा किया था, बेरोजगार नौजवानों को 4000 भत्ता देंगे ये वादा किया था, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की जितनी महिलाएं हैं उनका कर्जा माफ कर देंगे, जितने अस्थायी शिक्षक गुरुजी थे उन सबको स्थायी कर देंगे। एक भी मांग पूरी नहीं की और इसलिए पिछली बार चुनाव अच्छा नहीं लगा, कांग्रेस ने जनता को ठगा, और इस बार जनता समझ गई कि कांग्रेस ठगने वाली पार्टी है, इसलिए उनके घोषणा के पत्र की तरफ उन्होंने देखा ही नहीं और सीधे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
मुख्य दावेदार मुख्यमंत्री के लिए कौन है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कोई भी कार्यकर्ता जिसको पार्टी का नेतृत्व आदेश देगा वो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
यानी कि शिवराज चौहान के चांसेस?
सबके चांस है,
सबके
पार्टी में सब बराबर, हाँ सबके चांस है। पार्टी जिसको, क्योंकि सक्षम कार्यकर्ताओं की हमारे पास टीम है और उनकी टीम के कारण ही हम लोग यहाँ पर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बना रहे हैं।
कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इंतजार रहेगा 3 तारीख का। 3 तारीख को हम फिर बात करेंगे आपके आंकड़े सही होते हैं या पोलस्टर्स के आंकड़े सही होते हैं। 3 तारीख को इसका फैसला होगा। हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी और स्मिता प्रकाश, आई कम बैक टू बोथ ऑफ यू। हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी, 5 स्टेट, आप किस पर इस वक्त बेट कर रहे हैं? और बेट सिर्फ चाय की लगती है।
नहीं नविका जी, चाय तो बिल्कुल पियेंगे। 3 तारीख को आपके साथ चाय हम लोग पियेंगे, सब लोग पियेंगे, लेकिन थोड़ा चाय गर्म हो गई है ओवैसी साहब के लिए। अब उनके लिए थोड़ा जुबान तालू सब जलने का खतरा हो गया है, और ये खतरा इतना बड़ा हो गया है कि शायद उसकी जो कहते हैं ना कि आंच पहुंचेगी उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार तक भी, जिसका अनुमान हम लोग नहीं लगा रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इन सारे 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में से तेलंगाना के जो नतीजे आएंगे, और मुझे कांग्रेस का मोमेंटम बहुत अप होता दिख रहा है। मुझे ये लगता है कि बीआरएस ने बहुत शानदार काम किया, और ठीक है कर्ज वर्ज हर राज्य पर है, लेकिन पर कैपिटा इनकम में तेलंगाना आज देश के टॉप 3 स्टेट्स में है। जो एवरेज इनकम है देश की वो 2.25 लाख है, वहां की 3 लाख के ऊपर है। तो केसीआर ने बहुत काम किया है। केसीआर फ्रीबीज पॉलिटिक्स के चैंपियन है, केसीआर मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट के चैंपियन है, और अगर इसके बावजूद कांग्रेस पार्टी वहां चुनाव जीत जाती है या जीतने के नजदीक पहुंच जाती है, मेरा ये मानना है कि शायद बीआरएस और एआईएमआईएम मिलकर सरकार बना लेंगे, लेकिन कांग्रेस बहुत ऊपर पहुंच जाएगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने वहां अपना चुनाव छोड़ दिया। इतना शानदार मोमेंटम बना था 2018, 19, 20 जीएचएमसी इलेक्शन, और उसके बाद जाने क्या हुआ इस पार्टी को। मुझे लगता है कि तेलंगाना में ये जो मैसेज जाएगा, ये 2024 के लिए कांग्रेस के लिए, पूरे देश में मुस्लिम्स के लिए फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस ऑफ वोट हो जाएगा। ये सबसे बड़ा मैसेज होगा इस इलेक्शन का। अगर जो एग्जिट पोल्स,
तो स्मिता प्रकाश, जस्ट 30 seconds because I'm completely out of time, but do you think the regional parties, the alliances now nationally speaking are going to really prosper from here, or are they going to be in trouble?
Well, I think for Telangana,
Telangana is the most interesting thing, because if there is resurgence of the Congress that everybody is talking about, and if the Congress was to win now in 2 or 3 states, if they were to win in 2 states, let's say they win in Chhattisgarh and they win in Telangana, in the India alliance, in the India alliance, they will flex their muscles because they become more powerful. In the South Indian states, that means that they are in power in 2 states, and in the third they are in alliance. The BJP is totally out, which is very strange. Whether in Telangana, if the BRS wins, that will be interesting too. Okay. Lots of messages for national politics coming up. Will this exit poll actually convert really into the results on 3rd of December? We'll have to wait and watch. But whichever way you look at it, politics over the next 6 months is going to change. Narratives are going to change. And who's going to call the shots? Are we getting to a bipolar politics at a national level once again? That's the question. And what does this mean for regional parties? Are they going to be sitting in their back rooms to recalculate their strategies? All of that happening. We'll decode this over the next 2 or 3 days as we start our 100 hours of only election results. Mandate 2023. Thank you very much to my panelists, and thank you viewers for joining me on the News Hour tonight. Good night. Be safe.
The News Hour at 9 will be right back after the break.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
LIC presents Jeevan Utsav. Get life insurance with 10% sum assured for a lifetime. Contact your LIC agent today. Terms and conditions apply.
Experience a new Verilux progressive lens designed with artificial intelligence so it can predict your natural eye movement. Verilux XR series for instantly sharp vision in motion and seamless transitions from near to far. Verilux by Essilor.
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space.
Play it your way.
दादी क्या हुआ? पोते की शक्ल ही नहीं देखी अभी तक। इसके भी फोन से ठीक से वीडियो कॉल ही नहीं लगती। मैंने ना नया 5G फोन लिया है, इसे ट्राई करें। दादी का वीडियो कॉल आया।
5G, आज से इसको अनुजी बुलाएंगे।
Redmi 5G, स्पीड जो रखे आगे भी, दिलाए इज्जत भी। Xiaomi, India's most trusted and loved smartphone brand.
भाई, टाइम पे पहुंचेगा ना?
हाँ सेठ, बस निकल ही रहे।
सूरज से पहले उठता है, संघर्ष की राह पकड़ता है। उन्नति का सफर 2 पहियों पर चलता है। जब घड़ी का कांटा वक्त से आगे चलता है, रुकता नहीं, थमता नहीं, बेधड़क ये बढ़ता है। दम भरता बस कुछ देर, फिर निकल पड़ता है। मिलते जाते हैं और भी राह।
अरे इतने जल्दी कैसे आ गए?
सबकी तरक्की की वजह बनता है। उन्नति का सफर तो पहियों पर चलता है। Presenting the new LPT range from Tata Motors. अब ड्राइवर प्रोडक्टिविटी होगी और भी ज्यादा। टाटा ट्रक्स, देश के ट्रक्स।
फर्स्ट टाइम दाल?
या
नो पिन?
छोटी सी पेमेंट्स के लिए पिन नहीं लगता, मेरा छोटा सा नुस्खा।
लेकिन दाल तड़का के लिए दाल लगती है मेरा।
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिप्रा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people.
When it's elections, it's Times Now. From the 30th of November to the 3rd of December. 100 hours of non-stop coverage. Canvassing across 5 states. The most exhaustive ground reportage.
Big issues on which you're taking on the government.
The biggest names and tallest leaders. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered about
Good evening and welcome to our continuing coverage of the exit poll here on Times Now. ETG's exit poll survey. Viewers, the polls have ended and now it's time for number crunching. The polls in Telangana have been keenly watched and Times Now ETG's survey shows Congress storm is set to topple KCR's car. Let's first take a look at the exit poll numbers of Telangana. And these are the numbers as they are stacked up as far as our exit poll is concerned. The BRS from 37 to 45, the Congress from 60 to 70 with a comfortable majority there. The BJP between 6 and 8, AIMM between 5 to 7 and others at 0. This is how the numbers are stacked up as far as Telangana is concerned. Let's quickly get you the poll of polls to give you a perspective what the other surveys are saying and get you a sense of where Telangana stands as far as the overall numbers are concerned. This is how it all adds up as far as the various surveys are concerned. By and large, the numbers in the favor of the Congress party, you can see as far as not just the Times or ETG survey at 65, the others like the Chanakya would give it 71, there's the India TV CNX at 71 as well, but there are several numbers where it's very close. Look at Polstat, 54 and 53. Matriz says 54 and 53 as well. There's of course Jan Ki Baat which says 56 and 47, and they're giving larger numbers to the BJP at 10 over here. So what does this all completely mean? The total number of the poll of polls still gives advantage to the Congress at 61 and the BRS at 45. That's as far as the total numbers are concerned. We'll now quickly get in a word from the state in charge of the AICC of Telangana. Joining us at the moment is Manikrao Thakre. Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Thakre, for joining us. And let me begin by asking you, the exit poll results are mixed. While some say that the Congress is clearly ahead, some have said that the BRS could be ahead or there could be the possibility of even a hung assembly. What is your assessment based on these numbers?
देखिए, मैंने पहले ही कहा था, क्योंकि हमने इतने सारे दिनों से लगातार हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से, हर कार्यकर्ताओं से हमारी बातचीत होती रही है और बाद में भी चुनाव के वक्त भी हमने देखा है बड़ा अच्छा यहाँ पे परिस्थिति थी, जैसे कि हमारे सोनिया जी गांधी, खड़गे साहब, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी, हमारे वेणुगोपाल जी, सभी यहाँ आकर उनकी जो सभाएं हुई, उनको जो रिस्पांस मिला वो बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से जनता का रिस्पांस मिला। और उसमें पहले से जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, जो भी नेता है यहाँ के, उन्होंने मिलजुल कर काम किया। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हम 70+ रहेंगे, इतना मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। क्योंकि कोई कुछ भी सर्वे जो रहता है, जिस तरीके से एग्जिट पोल आते हैं, तो कम ज़्यादा उसमें ये इस तरीके से रहता है। लेकिन जो आगे जा रहा है, मतलब हम 5 MLA थे कांग्रेस पार्टी के, हम चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे थे, तो आज हम 70 तक जा रहे हैं। तो इसका मतलब एक है कि हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जो भी काउंटिंग होगा उसमें भी हम आगे ही दिखाई देंगे। तो मेरा पहले से कहना है कि 70+ कांग्रेस पार्टी यहाँ पे सीट जीतेगी।
लेकिन सबके पास एक प्लान भी जरूर होता है, खास तौर से अगर हंग असेंबली की संभावना हो। और अगर हम AIMM को देखें तो पूरी संभावना है कि वो BRS के साथ ही चलेंगे, जैसे पहले से चलते आ रहे हैं। इस तरह की इनफॉर्मल अंडरस्टैंडिंग है उनकी। तो ऐसे में कांग्रेस के पास क्या प्लान भी है?
देखिए, हंग होगी ही नहीं यहाँ पे। पूरी तरह 70+ होने के बाद हंग होने का सवाल ही कहा था। हमें पूरे विश्वास है जनता के ऊपर। हमने जो काम वर्क किया है यहाँ पर, हमारे नेताओं ने काम किया है, सब नेताओं ने मिलजुल कर, कार्यकर्ताओं ने जिस तरीके से वर्क किया है, जो हमने 6 गारंटी दी है, जैसे कि वहाँ पे 6 गारंटी हम 100% वहाँ पे 100 दिन के अंदर पूरी करेंगे, स्टार्ट करेंगे, ये हमारे नेताओं ने बताया है। और इसका अनुभव भी लोगों को है कि जो कर्नाटक में जो चुनाव हुए उसके बाद कुछ ही दिनों के बाद 1 महीने के अंदर वहाँ पे गारंटी जो दी थी वो पूरी तरह लागू कर दी। उसके बाद हिमाचल में देखिए, उसके पहले छत्तीसगढ़ रहो या अपना राजस्थान रहो, वहाँ पर जो हमने कहा है, हमारे नेताओं ने कहा है, वो करके दिखाए। ये हमारे पर विश्वास जनता का है। तो इसलिए हम 70+ में इसीलिए कह रहा हूँ कि आज के तारीख में 5 MLA से हम 70 तक पहुँचे हैं या मेजॉरिटी में पहुँचे हैं। तो इसका मतलब साफ है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी पर जनता का विश्वास है।
और लास्ट सवाल,
कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व पर विश्वास है।
ठाकरे जी, एक सवाल मैं आपसे जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा, जैसे अगर 70 सीट आपके आ रहे हैं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर फेस कौन होगा? क्या रेवंत रेड्डी होंगे जो आपके कैंपेन को लीड करते आ रहे हैं, या कोई और होगा?
देखिए, ये सिस्टम जो हमारा कांग्रेस पार्टी का आप जानते हैं कि वहाँ से हमारे हाईकमांड से किसी को नियुक्ति होंगी तेलंगाना के चयन करने के लिए, वो यहाँ आकर सभी MLA से बात करेंगे, सभी नेताओं के साथ बात करेंगे और जो भी स्थिति बनती है उसके बारे में हाईकमांड को बताएंगे। तो फिर हाईकमांड डिसीजन लेगा आखिर में कि किसको यहाँ पे नेतृत्व देना है, किसके हाथ में। हमारे पास तो पीछे से प्रश्न है, बाकी सीनियर नेता है।
So no clear answers there. No clear answers there coming in from Mr. Thackeray, although Revant Reddy is the man who has pretty much led from the front for the Congress in Telangana as far as its campaign is concerned, directly taking on Chief Minister KCR as well as his family members. But when it comes to Telangana, all eyes were on the question of the minority vote. Both the Congress and the BRS went all out to woo minority voters. But who was the favorite of the minorities? Let's take a look at the numbers from the Times Now ETG survey to get a better sense of what's actually happened on ground. Now, this is as far as how the votes have come out as far as the Muslims are concerned. In BRS, 51%, Congress at 45%, MIM at 4%. Now, this number is very interesting because it's been neck to neck in the past elections. If you look at the historical data in both the last Lok Sabha election as well as the previous assembly election, the context has been that they've just been about a percentage apart. This time round, Congress's minority guarantees or declaration does not seem to have enthused or galvanized the Muslim voters in the state of Telangana. Pretty much the promises that have been made by BRS have in fact been what has worked, or at least have helped them to retain their minority vote bank. So what are the big takeaways from this? Let's take a very quick look at that as well. Takeaway 1 is that the Congress's Muslim declaration has failed to galvanize voters. The next takeaway very quickly that we'll be bringing to you on the screen is that the regional player BRS still is the favorite of minorities in Telangana. Takeaway number 3, KCR has retained the support with his pro-minority promises that he has made. We've seen talks of IT parks for minorities, so on and so forth being made. Takeaway 4 is that Congress's Karnataka model doesn't seem to have enthused minorities, at least going by the numbers that we have at the moment. OIC throughout the campaign kept making Congress RSS barbs, and those barbs that he hurled have hurt the Congress. In fact, referring to Revant Reddy directly as RSS Anna time and again throughout the campaign. So these are some of the takeaways here. Let me quickly open this up and take this across. Okay, let's now listen in. I actually interviewed Revant Reddy a few days ago. I posed this very question of the barbs coming in to his way about his previous association with the RSS. Here's how he answered that question.
क्योंकि ओएसी बार बार आपको आरएसएस आना ऐसे करके पुकारते हैं, तो इसको आप कैसे, इसको परसेप्शन को कैसे आप इसको ठीक करेंगे या उसको कैसे?
नहीं, मैं ठीक करने का कोई जरूरी नहीं है। झूठ बोले तो सच्चा थोड़ी हो जाएंगे। मैं 2 सवाल पूछा था असदुद्दीन ओवैसी जी को। आप इतना देश में चुनाव लड़ रहे, उत्तर प्रदेश में 100 सीटों में लड़ा, वेस्ट बंगाल में लड़ा, बिहार में लड़ा, महाराष्ट्र में लड़े और कर्नाटक में भी। तेलंगाना में गोशा महल एक असेंबली है, वो असेंबली के अंदर ही आपका दारसलाम आती है, आपके हेडक्वार्टर्स। गोशा महल से राजा सिंह मिले, वो बीजेपी।
All right, let me take this across to JVC. JVC, interesting perspective over there. While the Congress is doing far better than it has in the past in the state of Telangana, what explains this? Because this aspect of the Karnataka model has not percolated on ground.
So if Congress is not going to get majority of, which is above 50% of minority votes, they would not be in a position to touch the magic figure.
Absolutely.
If your data is right, then the results are going other way.
Okay.
They don't stand together.
They don't stand together.
Okay.
For the Congress to go past, because understand, there are several seats where Congress does not have organizational structure.
Yeah.
In the absence of organizational structure, if you do not get majority of minority votes, you are not at a poll distance to form the government.
Okay.
That's one. Number two, I would also make one statement here. Revant Reddy's victory in 2019, many people attributed that RSS Sangh people, who are probably, not very active in Sangh now, but they have their association, ex-ABP people.
Okay.
They all worked for Revant Reddy because he's our bidda.
Okay. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. And in fact, let me quickly introduce some of our panelists. Tushar Gupta is with us, Tehseen Poonawala here in our studio. We also have Sabah Naqvi, senior journalist, joining us. Jayam Rukh, of course, continues to be with us in the studio. But joining us from outside, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP. We have with us Asif Sohail, political analyst, joining us, as well as Mir Zulfikar, AIMIM candidate. Asif Sohail, I'm going to come to you in just a minute, but I want to take this question across to Mir Zulfikar. Mir Zulfikar ji, आप क्या कहेंगे? कांग्रेस इस बार माइनॉरिटी वोटर्स को इंथूज कर पाई है, नहीं कर पाई है, और अगर ये डेटा जैसे सजेस्ट कर रहा है कि नहीं कर पाई है, तो उसके क्या कारण रहे हैं?
देखिए, कांग्रेस माइनॉरिटी वोट्स को नहीं ले सकती, क्योंकि कांग्रेस शुरू से ही हर वक्त सिर्फ वादे करती है और काम पूरा नहीं करती। और जो भी यहाँ पर तेलंगाना में काम किया है पिछले 10 साल से, वो केसीआर साहब ने आकर ग्राउंड लेवल पर, ग्रास रूट लेवल से जो काम किया है और अपने स्कीम्स को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है, उसी की वजह से केसीआर साहब को माइनॉरिटी वोट मिलेंगे। कांग्रेस सिर्फ वादे करती है, काम नहीं करती।
Okay, let me bring Tehseen on that. Khalikur Rahman also joining us on the broadcast. कांग्रेस वादे करती है लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं करती. How do you like to respond to him?
अव्वल तो मीर साहब को मैं ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। वे भी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और उम्मीद है कि वो अच्छा करेंगे, लेकिन कांग्रेस तेलंगाना में हुकूमत में आने वाली है। इस चीज को आप नोट कीजिए। एंड इट इज क्रॉसिंग 70+। इट इज एन अस्टाउंडिंग स्वीप। माधव, आई हैव नेवर सीन समथिंग लाइक दिस इन माय लाइफ एक्सेप्ट फॉर 2 occasions, 2013 Arvind Kejriwal, 2014 Modi ji in the national elections. Anyone and everyone you speak to is voting for Congress. Whatever the factors is, this is an election BJP is just given away on a platter 8 to 9 months ago.
So you don't believe these numbers? You don't believe these
I
numbers?
am saying Congress is crossing 72+. I am sticking my neck out and saying 72+. This is even the poll of polls that gives Congress a majority. I don't agree with it. It's 72+. It is a tsunami in Telangana. And I've tweeted this about a week and a half ago.
But I want you to come in on the minority numbers. If it's worked, if these numbers are true, then what really has happened on ground? Because this is what the Congress was saying. The Congress was saying that in Karnataka, they said that make us a strong alternative to the BJP nationally, and that helped them get the Muslim votes. They've gone with that narrative in Telangana. But somewhere that narrative has not worked, is what many would say, if these numbers are true.
No, that narrative has absolutely worked for the Congress, not just the minorities. Everyone in Telangana has wanted change. And it's astounding because the 4 or 5 reasons why people have voted Congress, most people didn't have much negative to say about KCR sir.
Okay.
But they were very, very irritated with KTR and Kavita. They thought that KTR in particular was very arrogant. This is what I'm telling you, the feedback we've got. Second, the MLAs. KCR sir did not make this, repeated his MLAs. He had promised to change them. He didn't do that. With the change in leadership in BJP, they went soft.
Okay.
And one factor, Sonia Gandhi. A lot of the voters have voted for Sonia Gandhi because it was her last.
Okay, one by one. Let me get in a response from the BRS now. Joining us is Khalikur Rahman, spokesperson. Khalikur Rahman, you heard Tehseen Poonawala describing the factors. He's saying that there are certain members of the family who he believes were not popular, but also as far as the way the minority votes went, many would say, we saw how the BJP, the Prime Minister, even accusing the BRS of engaging in politics of appeasement, promises as far as an IT park for Muslims are concerned, or even increasing the various schemes, etc., budgets drastically. All of these are questions that have been raised through the course of the campaign. How do you react to all of that? Khalikur Rahman.
Yeah, first of all, good evening to all my co-panelists and good evening to all your viewers. Thank you for having me on your show. In fact, we have just closed the polling today, and we have also seen some of the exit polls, but I don't quite agree with those exit polls. For the reason is because those exit polls are done based on a particular sample, and that sample does not represent the entire constituency are the entire population of the Telangana and what they think about the particular leaders or the particular parties. So it represents only a particular section of the society. So based on which we cannot, because we have seen in 2018 that they had said that the Congress was actually sweeping, and they had shown the similar numbers way back in 2018. But you have seen, because
sir, our exit poll is showing that you bettered your performance amongst the minorities. Are you not going to believe that also?
No. That's what I'm coming to. Because in this last 9.5 years of our governance, we have in fact worked for the inclusive growth of every section of the society. It's not just only the Hindus or the Muslims, and we have never done the appeasement politics. We have always done. Let me talk.
Just tell me, if there's no appeasement, how can you have an IT park only for Muslims? Please explain this, because no one can understand this. How can you have an IT park which only Muslims will work?
How are you going to implement it?
And how do you implement it? So you say from the security to the data manager to the GM will be a Muslim, you're going to see his religion. I mean, how is it possible? Even the Muslims know you're conning them. Why would you con people this way? How is it possible? Explain. Today explain on the show.
Yeah, let me explain. See, because as for the IT park for the Muslims is concerned, what is wrong in announcing that? Do you think that it is an
How will you implement it, sir? How will you implement it is the question we are not able to understand.
How is it in the
There are many leaders of the Congress party who are also saying that how are you going to implement it? Leave alone private companies. Even if you have a PSU dedicated to it, you cannot reserve jobs only for people of one religion. So it's just something that people are not able to wrap their head around.
Madhav, what you have to understand one thing, that there are, for example, the institution. For example, we have a medical college which is a Muslim minority medical college. So do you think that is again an appeasement? So on the similar lines, we'll have a Muslim IT park for the Muslims. So there is nothing wrong in that.
No, a Muslim medical college also admits.
Okay, why is that? Okay,
in any part of the world, in any part of this big beautiful world, have you heard of a company that chooses to employ just the whites, just the Jews, just the blacks, just the Africans, just the Russians, just the Indians, just the Hindus, just the Christians, just the Buddhists, just the Jains, just the Sikhs? It doesn't happen that way. I agree with Tehseen.
Ask him, suppose if a Hindu is more talented in, say, coding, and a Muslim is less, you will not employ the talented Hindu or a less talented Muslim. How is this possible?
It is not like that. I try to understand. This is just to provide the level playing field for the Muslims, actually.
No, there's a difference. There's a difference, Mr. Khalikur Rahman.
How do you operationalize it?
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Khalikur Rahman, you gave the example of a medical college, which is maybe a minority-run institution, but that does not mean that,
Hindus can't go there.
Yeah, Hindus can't go there either as people who work there or as patients to get treated. So there's a huge difference when you say there's an IT park only meant for minorities. That's where it becomes complicated. It's not even constitutionally permissible.
This is an IT park for Muslims, but we have never said that. The Hindus cannot be employed. Because you cannot jump into the conclusion. Like the example you gave in a Muslim minority medical college, the Hindus can also be admitted. Likewise, here maybe the majority of the employees will maybe
Muslim. Playing a test match.
Okay, we are going around in circles. We're going around in circles. But I want to bring in others.
Madhav, the beneficiaries intended for this idea must have also been against it.
Okay, they would have themselves been so confused as to how it's going to be implemented. Nobody is quite clear as to how it will be implemented. Okay, many hands going up. Sanju Verma of the BJP. Sanju Verma, this is an issue that the BJP has raked up during the campaign. Your response to Khalikur Rahman, who says that we worked for holistic development of society, taking everybody along. Your response to him?
Madhav, I think the biggest example of the fact that the TRS/BRS is facing a rout is the fact that North Telangana, which has been the bastion of KCR and KTR, I mean, from what I see, what your polls predict, the BRS has been reduced to single digits, and North Telangana is particularly relevant because this is the area from where the demand for a separate Telangana actually originated. So it has more than just a legacy value. Point number one. Point number two, I think while on the one hand there undoubtedly has been a consolidation of the Muslim vote bank, Muslims account for about 13 to 14% of the population in Telangana. The fact that
rabid polarization is being rejected is best showcased by the fact that in the old city, in and around Greater Hyderabad, which accounts for about 24 odd seats, while the BJP has stuck to its tally, the Congress has seen a marginal improvement. The BRS is actually seeing a rout there as well.
Okay.
And the INIM is also seeing a rout. Asaduddin Owaisi says that we will win all the 9 seats this time around. But the fact is that he will not even be able to hold on to the 7 seats that he won last time. And their tally might actually fall from 7 to 6.
Yeah.
Is what your pundits are predicting.
Okay.
And which is something that, which needs to be taken cognizance of. So I think rabid polarization does not work. Point number 1, there is an anti-establishment vote against the TRS/BRS. The Congress has done well to capitalize on that. There is no denying that. But point number 3, from being a party with just 1 seat, we just got 1 seat in 2018 Telangana Assembly polls, to the fact that even on conservative estimates, pollsters are saying we will win about 6 to 8 or 7 to 9 seats. I think that's coming a long way.
Okay.
The most important point is I don't think the Congress is going to win on its own 60 plus seats. I think that is
well. We'll get into that point, but let me quickly bring in Asif Sohail as well. Asif Sohail, it is the politics of polarization that has been played out by the BRS and the MIM too, which should have ordinarily benefited from that at this point of time in terms of its total seats, is seeing a possible dip, even though it's a marginal one.
माधव देखिए एक चीज तो मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं कि व्हेन वी सी द टोटल पोल परसेंटेज दिस टाइम कि ओवरऑल पूरे स्टेट में 63% के करीब हुआ, जब कंपेयर 14 में 69% था, 18 में 73% है, तो ये बार वोटिंग भी कम हुई है। बट एक चीज तो तय है कि जहां पे माइनॉरिटी वोट्स हो गए वही गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करेगी, चाहे कांग्रेस हो या बीआरएस हो। दैट इज नाउ कि माइनॉरिटी वोट्स विल प्ले एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल, जबकि मुसलमानों को हमेशा पीछे रखा गया है। बट अब ये चीज अब मुसलमान एक वादे के ऊपर आए हैं कि अब चाहे वो बीआरएस को वोट दे या कांग्रेस को वोट दे, वो उनके साथ फिर वही खाली वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स ना करें, उनके साथ एक उम्मीद के साथ रहे कि उनका भी एक डेवलपमेंट हो जो पिछले 75 साल से उन्हें वैसे ही रखा गया है, तालीमी एतबार से, नौकरियों के एतबार से या कोई भी चीज में। जब एक आईटी पार्क के ऊपर इतना बवाल मचा रहे हैं, एक देखिए क्या बुरी बात है। ठीक है, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए जॉब्स के अंदर, मैं मानता हूं, बट अब अगर आप जस्टिस आचार की रिपोर्ट देखोगे मुसलमानों की अगर स्टेटस क्या है तो बहुत ही नीचे तक है।
नहीं, ये थियोरेटिकल डिबेट हो गई है, but we are actually looking at the numbers and the impact of all of these promises. Asif Sohail, so let me quickly bring this across to the other panelists as well. Sabah, how do you look at this entire debate? Because it's been a very bitterly fought election. On every demographic, for every vote bank, there has been, of course, a closely contested fight. But when it comes to the Muslim vote, we saw KCR pulling out all the stops. He's saying that, look at the Congress's track record. In its spending for minorities, it was 2,000 crores for 10 years. I've spent 12,000 crores. I've done much more than what the Congress has done. They've treated you as a vote bank, not me. So there's clearly been a very pitched battle as far as the Muslim vote is concerned.
Look, there's a pitched battle for every vote. But we in the media, and there's a nature of politics, you focus on the Muslim vote. A 12 to 13% electorate is not going to determine if there is going to be a change of government in Telangana or not. It will be a factor. If there is an anti-BRS wave, even Muslims are human beings like other voters, then they will vote for it. Even certain Muslim politicians, such as the last speaker, the impression that Muslims will decide which way the state will vote is a false sense of how can a 13% population decide which way the entire state will vote. Also, this idea of a park for a particular community is against the Constitution of India.
पूरी पोलिंग हुई
मुझे साहब जनाब मुझे खत्म कर दीजिए।
मैडम को बोलने दीजिए, सवाल just started speaking. You can come in, Asif. One second.
आप हमारे आप
उनको बोलने तो दीजिए।
बोलने दीजिए। मुझे लगता है ये पार्क का जो आइडिया कि आप एक ही कौम के लिए आप एक पार्क बनाए, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ ही होगा, इलीगल होगा। मुझे समझ में नहीं आया ये क्या पॉलिसी है। मे बी देयर इज समथिंग आई हैव नॉट अंडरस्टूड। लेकिन सीधी बात ये है, अगर देखिए और
एक एक करके प्लीज, वन एट अ टाइम प्लीज।
अगर ऐसा होता तो फिर यूपी में 20% मुस्लिम है, क्या वो सरकार बनाते? आपके यहाँ 12% है और हैदराबाद में मेरा अनुमान ये है कि असदुद्दीन ओवैसी 2 सीटें शायद खो जाएंगे, लेकिन ये भी कहना that he will stop being, because he's an important MP and he makes his voice heard on certain issues. So he remains relevant to he's not unpopular among Indian Muslims all over. But it is obviously Hyderabad is his home place. That's where he's a member of parliament from. Muslims, I will go against the whole slant of your conversation here, that Muslims are going to decide which way they go. Everybody in Telangana has fought for every community.
Well, not the entire state, but in about 40 seats, they have a very huge influence, and that's why. Of course they do. Of course they do. Of course they do. But let me bring in Jay on that. Jay, is this not an important debate? Because she says that they are like any other community. They may be about 10 to 12% of the population. But from the data that we have seen, at least about 40 to 45 seats, Muslims have a decisive say in who wins that election. And that's why they become an important factor in the election, is it not?
Yeah, they absolutely become an important factor. Now, one of the most important news items we were looking at is a list of the Jamaat, which says that, okay, these 69 assembly seats go for the Congress, the best force to defeat the BJP. These 41 seats go for the BRS. Now, such, an organized move wouldn't have happened if they had not been decisive voters.
Right.
Second point, why they're decisive again, going by anecdotal data, is that the BRS has sought an arrangement with the AIMI.
Yeah.
Why would they seek an arrangement if they were not decisive voters? Right? In fact, it is sort of rumored that the AIMIM deliberately fielded a candidate in Jubilee Hills against Mr. Azharuddin so as to defeat the Congress candidate. So, I think the primacy of their vote cannot be disputed. What can, however, be disputed is things like operationalizing an IT park.
Right. Let me, in fact, take you across to the second focus that we are having on the News Hour agenda. And this is as far as the backward class push is concerned. And how successful has the Congress's push in this regard been? This is crucial to look at, especially when we're looking forward to the 2024 general elections. For that, we look at how the OBCs voted in different states. The larger picture that emerges from the survey numbers is that OBCs have voted very much in favor of the BJP. Let's look at the numbers from the different states coming in. This is the first state that we have up over here. Now, this is the state of Rajasthan. Congress at 38%, BJP at 47%, others at 15%. Let's move on to the next state that we have as far as this particular statistic is concerned. We're going to be looking at Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and this is Madhya Pradesh. Now, this is as far as the OBC vote is concerned. The OBC General, SC, ST, Muslim, this is the total breakup. And look at the top statistic there of the OBC vote. BJP here again at 54%, Congress at 41%. Let's move on to the next state of Chhattisgarh. This is another state that we're looking at in terms of how the backward classes have voted. And over here as well, we're looking at the historical data now. Now, this is the historical data that we're talking about as far as how OBC votes are shifting towards the BJP in 2014. 24% for the Congress, the BJP at 23%, 2009, 24 and 22, so pretty much even Stevens over there. Regional parties, of course, the big players over here with 43 and 42%. Post 2014, this number changes, where the Congress's share comes down to 15%, the BJP gaining about roughly the same amount of 10%, in fact more than that, about 12% here, going to 34%, and in 2019 this number further increasing to 44%, with this share of the regional parties coming down from 43 to 27%. And that's why this becomes an important point of discussion. I want to go right back to Jay on this. Jay, this is going to be very, very crucial. We're seeing both sides battle it out for the backward classes. We're seeing the position that's been taken in various opposition states about demands for surveys, so on and so forth. But how is this really going to play out? If you look at the numbers over here, the BJP does seem to have an advantage when it comes to the backward classes, because number of the leaders that they're projecting, etc., all of that is in tune with this strategy.
You need to look at the larger lay of the land. If you look at the data, amongst the general category, SC and ST, there is a directionality. They prefer a particular party, or I would say there's a certain skew. But if you look at OBC data, there is no skew, 50, 40, 55, 45. How does that happen? Now, because reason number one, that's not a homogeneous group. It's a largely numerous group split in various subgroups, factions. Second, what actually happens on the ground is they never vote en bloc. How it goes is,
that candidate is from community X, now community Y is going to gang up and vote.
It's not a homogeneous community.
Yeah, and there's a competing voting block, social block behavior on the ground.
Right.
So when a survey reports out their voting patterns, it's never going to get a 70, 80 or 100. As these competing blocks are counted, it's always going to get a 45 or 55, and that's exactly what you're seeing.
Okay, let me quickly go across to each one. Yeah, okay, Tushar, you want to come in on this?
Just to add to what he said, and that is why BJP's booth management has been very, very important. The Congress keeps making these lip service comments, caste census, backward classes need more rights, jitni abadi utna hak. But on the given day, on the ground, when to get the people to vote, it's BJP's booth management that is helping. And you look at a very interesting stat in Madhya Pradesh. General category at 62% for the BJP, just 29% with the Congress. Now what is happening is Rahul Gandhi is going all across the country, caste census, caste census, caste census. It's also pushing the general category voters away from the Congress, and it's not giving them the rewards they are expecting.
Okay, Tehseen, you want to come in on this because Rahul's strategy, the Congress strategy, doesn't seem to be working is what Tushar is saying. And the numbers to some extent also showing that it's advantage BJP. So what really is the strategy? Does there need to be a rethink now?
So I think that in Telangana in particular, if this strategy was not working, and you'll bear with me, the BJP was the original OBC party in Telangana, but it completely gave it away. And then the Prime Minister tried to make it up in this election by going and saying we will have an OBC Chief Minister in Telangana, where they're not going to get 5 or 6 seats. So it's not what Tushar says absolutely correct, because why is the BJP playing that game if the Congress is playing a losing game? Because the upper caste in BJP do vote, the upper caste do vote majority for the BJP. The fact of the matter is what Rahul Gandhi is saying is a matter of principle. Jiski jitni sankhya bhari, uski utni hissedari. This has nothing to do with caste. It has to do with opportunity.
But they started soft peddling on that also when the BJP started saying, "Hum bhi to wahi kar rahe hain."
No, they're not, actually not. If they were, in 10 years, when Rajnath Singh ji had promised in 2011 that we will bring the caste census of the 2011 in 2018 in Parliament, why have they not introduced it?
Okay.